Warning, this video is not intended for child audiences. Yes, Marvel may be a child-friendly franchise, however, I swear like the Dick-ins. And do not hold my tongue on comparisons and other such like that. So, if that is something that disturbs you, time to click off now, your time will be wasted. Furthermore, I did not spend all this time on this crap to be scrutinized for every little thing. I've not read every Marvel comic on Earth, and I need y'all to be ready for whatever that comes from. Thank you very much. I feel like I've been on some Mozart shit recently. Not in the sense that I think I'm creating the best work I've ever done with this yearly ranking nonsense, but because, like with The Man in Grey and The Requiem, I feel like I'm being compelled to make these videos by horrific spirits who push me to seek some unobtainable absolution through increasingly complicated rankings, as if Watch Mojo wasn't just a name but an actual coven of voodoo priests. Certainly the topics I've decided on so far being immensely obscure and underappreciated make me feel like Papa Loco is pushing me to disseminate wisdom to an extent, but considering how much cussing and spite went into those videos, maybe it's more of a Baron Samedi calling to me. Like Mozart, I feel I'm gonna meet my death trying to get where I'm going. However, unlike those concertos and legendary symphonies, I would not consider my situation to be as altruistic for humanity, considering how confusing and specific these fuckers have gotten with their requests recently. I was sitting here wondering if I should start this video with a joke about dog shit or a joke about cat piss, before it hit me that I was going to be talking about post-Iron Man superhero products, so only 100% natural human jism was gonna work. Then it hit me how weird it was that I was following up No More Heroes, the Bakugan reboot, and Gunvolt, videos you should all go watch by the way, with Marvel of all things. Instead of blazing a new trail looking to make the case for the downtrodden, I'm instead going over to ideas so mainstream and well discussed that the content itself quips about its very existence. I've left my grand palace of correct opinions and made a pilgrimage to a rundown slum of a once great neighborhood that now only houses a cabal of multi-snake Ouroboroses that are also giving each other hand jobs. And Lord knows that Marvel gets enough content that, unlike my previous topics, I will not have a guaranteed dedicated audience that will just put up with my desperate clown shtick for any lick of in-depth content. This is a franchise with sub-fan bases for its spin-offs. How am I going to feed my voracious ego and need for at least 50 people to validate me at all times here? To which the spirits themselves then answered, "But if it's popular, wouldn't that increase the chances of being noticed? And hey, there are obscure Marvel things, so you could keep being a dirty hipster wannabe if you pick the right idea." And I'm like, hey, that's true, and that's a good point, but I don't know why you gotta be a dick like that. And then the spirit is like, listen, I know you've had an axe to grind, so I put up with you going on the tangents you've done the last few years for your own satisfaction. But I am a personification of your own self-worth, and you knew that when you started writing this diatribe, and I want to see 3 digits of views day 1 this time. We better get milking now. And I'm like, wait, so is this a Mozart metaphor anymore, or are we going full Buffalo Bill? And it's like, that's not what Buffalo Bill's problem was, also why are you depicting me as Stella Queen of Snow? When I was a kid I had a crush on her, so it takes the edge off of you insulting me. Man, fuck you, you're doing Marvel this year. It fits with the MO of ranking a bunch of weird characters while being way too in-depth anyhow. What else are you even thinking of doing? And I'm like, ranking the Vivisaurs? And it just looks at me like I let off a Chernobyl-level fart in a Morris Mini, and then puts its hand on my shoulder and goes, listen, we need a challenge. A huge world like that of Marvel is exactly what we need. Keeping it focused into one space is useful but offers a lot of potential. And Lord knows we need something to keep stuff fresh after all this. I've only made 4 videos. Yeah, but they're all overlong shit shows where you spend all day hiding how much you wish you were Yahtzee Croshaw when all you'll ever be is Bob Chipman, so... Yeah, so... Marvel Ultimate Alliance, huh? There was once an era where Marvel Comics was desperate as fuck. Now. But also in the early 2000s, before Iron Man made them a bunch of dollars money and they had to sell their limbs piecemeal to different benefactors and beg the government for kickbacks on their own, as opposed to now where they sold themselves to a single benefactor that will threaten the government for kickbacks instead. Do I need to explain Marvel Comics to you? Pulp publisher, that means master of mid in 1930s talk, Martin Goodman fucked around with comics magazines. He creates timely comics publishing, picks Marvel as the bullshit catch-all adjective for his hero book. Carl Burgos is all like, what if there was a guy on fire? And Bill Everett was like, what if Poseidon fucking sucked? And then Jack Kirby and Joe Simon were like, what if patriotism was actually not cringe a little bit? And then finally Stan Lee was like, what if the heroes could fuck nasty? And also there was a golem and a man on fire, but not the other one. I'm not stealing all y'all's shit just yet, though. And hey, that's kind of a debatable thing since I was the editor and I'm kind of supposed to give y'all ideas. But I also did do some fuck shit, so it's like sort of a 50-50. And also, all of us are dead now anyway, so whatever. And ignoring that prophetic tangent, the Marvel imprint was so successful, they just named the company that and immediately showed up their competition, because Marvel sounds like a good time no matter what, and Detective doesn't seem like it's gonna have much variety, and lo and behold, that prediction's kinda right. Anyway, some spider dude happens and everyone is like, damn, these guys got feelings, and his girlfriend eats shit, so gold turns silver, then bronze, then I don't fucking know, the 90s were a fever dream, and then melodrama bullshit becomes super popular until Sony got the film rights for it, then something, an executive looks up from a stash of coke at a 2004 LAN party and goes, hey guys, you know what'll go great in this Diablo shit? Real world racism! So they made a couple of neato X-Men RPGs and everyone liked them. And then they do it with all of Marvel and people love that one. And then the 9/11 poison gets into Marvel hard enough that they have to make absolutely everything they do about the worst comic ever. So then the horrifying sea of cow feces disguised as a sequel ruins everything. Then years later, Nintendo asks if they could let Team Ninja take a third crack at it, and it was pretty damn good, but apparently not what people were looking for in a sequel. But I haven't played the others and just want a decent little brawler, and hey, this does the trick and I really like it. The Aristocrats. Yeah, so this is gonna be a weird one. Usually my MO for these videos is to cast light on obscure or misunderstood things that I really want to stand up for. I love working with the little guy and especially having a baseline of expertise on something so I can get super in depth. What I mean is that I've never bought a game just to make a video on it yet. But last year, around the time I was editing the X2 section and feeling drained, I had the sudden desire to just pig out on some comfort food. No more sad, it will never happen again. No more everyone is wrong and life sucks, just a safe pick with shitloads of characters to do stuff with. After the shit show of poorly conceived concepts and charmless fuckery the Avengers game created made it clear that the slowly dying movies were going to be taking the whole enterprise with them as they go down with a Quantumania-themed death rattle. This line was written before Cosmic Invasion was announced and I'm too proud of it to delete it. It seems like, for all the issues people had with it, this was gonna be our last gasp of true comic booky goodness that Marvel was going to put into the digital games market. Which is ironic considering the third game was actually lambasted at the time for being way too MCU inspired. But you know what? I haven't forgotten how obstinate Marvel and Sony were being about the movie rights, and how that bled into the comics and extended media in the late 2010s. This was the first major thing in a couple years to put the X-Men and Spidey front and center. Guess they decided sacrificing one beloved game property to the endless hell of last one was too shitty to keep going for very long, like Jack and Daxter and X7 did, was enough. Frankly, the slavishly accurate comic style and a variety of non-movie characters and references to plot lines outside of what was current makes us feel less like someone in a suit had a picture of the Eternals in one hand and a gun pointed towards director Hiroya Utsuda's children in the other, and more just that they happen to want to do comic stuff and the MCU was just far enough in that they happen to have similar ideas. The thing is, I'm way more of a Merry Marching Society Marvel fan than a Well, that just happened, Marvel fan. Yes, I liked the films as a kid, but after letting them get me into comics, I suddenly found myself less and less okay with how they went. Why should I want to watch a less fleshed out and retreaded story that we're already 50 issues beyond in the main stuff? And the harm I've seen Synergy do to the identity of Marvel really isn't helping on that front. So when I tell you that I bought Ultimate Alliance 3 because of how comic-like it was, I need that to mean something. Hell, UA 1 and 2 were absolute travesties of OG Ultimate Universe Goya-like joylessness, so I wasn't interested until 3 anyway. But that's not the problem, is it? The real nitty-gritty of issues is that to the UA faithful, this one felt very stripped back at first. Less extra moves, less concept art stuff, and a few of the RPG elements were streamlined. And I won't try to be apologetic for that. I understand this was a certain kind of series at first, and after a developer change every single game, it lost a lot of that. I certainly want the extra moves back if a 4th ever happens, but here's the rub. That's all I'd want re-added. Cause the 3rd is so smooth. It's an amazing game on its own and a great brawler. Take it for what it is, and if my friends who are more into UA than I am, who have been graciously helping me understand the series more, are to be believed, it's easily a match for at least UA 1. So unlike the last 2 3s I've defended to death, I won't be too preachy. Just understand I picked this one cause what's seen as flaws about it are what appealed to me at all, and I want to bring that newbie perspective to this. And that perspective is best cast of an Avengers game, period. Fun levels, fast gameplay, and a boatload of charm. Team Ninja is in charge of this one and really polished things up with a beautiful cel-shaded look. The characters are crisp as fuck with models that make the previous games seem cheap as hell in comparison. You can totally see the strengths they have in 3D modeling. I used to be a prude about Ayane's tits flapping about like wind turbines, but clearly this got them really good at texturing in general. Hiroya Utsuda, as I mentioned, is the director, and his pedigree is pretty tight, even if he's not one of gaming's rock stars like his predecessor Itagaki is. He was the gameplay engineer for a lot of Team Ninja's most well-known titles. Other M may still make my spleen hurt in mentioning it, but its combat does kinda fuck hard, and it shows here. In an interview with Nintendo Everything, Utsuda did say this was part of them branching away from their action games, but that pedigree is very much still apparent. He directed every version of Hyrule Warriors after the first games, and all versions of Fire Emblem Warriors, so the sheer level of action happening on screen, especially for Switch 1 hardware, is no accident whatsoever. This guy knows his shit. I know there's gonna be the issue that my previous knowledge isn't really gonna help me in this one, since UA3 is not just a different director's work, but also the work of an entirely different studio and an entirely different country. We went from Boys to Hero Aka, Kick-Ass to Kamen Rider, Batman the Animated Series to other episodes of Batman the Animated Series. I just think there's merit regardless. However, I've already jumped from backstories to self-actualized, self-depreciating insanity, and I don't think I've explained why I even care enough about Marvel to justify doing all this. What it is that I just kinda always liked this group of characters since I was an infant. Simple as. I saw the Raimi films at a super young age, and my dad also collected comics, so it was something I had a lot of access to that my parents understood. Something about these characters just resonated with me, and I think my love for super obscure sets of nitwits really started with the likes of Deathlock the Demolisher, Squadron Supreme, and Moon Knight before the 2014 Ellis run, when he was mostly known for that time he single-handedly completed an extreme difficulty payday heist with only the power of his stand. Heavily unmedicated schizophrenia leading to the hallucinations of people he most respects, and also Wolverine. The sheer humanity breathed into even the likes of Fool Killer make it feel like such a beautifully thought out world, even if it's actually about as held together as late career Mark Henry. This is why I've rapid-fire diarrheaed at the MCU so many times already. It's not even the intense color correcting into near sepia, it's not the severe misrepresentation of arcs, it's not how it acts like being connected is somehow an excuse for having zero character chemistry. Okay, actually it is all of that, but the truth is that ultimately I realized that truncating years-long stories movies and ideas into a single span of 2 hours inherently doesn't work. These are sprawling stories and huge sagas with major ensembles of characters, and I don't think a lot of Marvel games have truly made that work. See, the aspect that really brought it all together for me was everyone's favorite hero team, as long as everyone is a lot of really annoying uncles, a concerningly large amount of Tumblr Fujoshis, and an even more concerningly large amount of Nazis, the most defeatistly named hero team, the Avengers. I've learned to really appreciate the Justice League and Teen Titans and X-Men and, like, Next Wave and Uncle Sam and the okay, hero teams suck ass, but like what makes the ones that work so special. And with the Avengers, it's because of the sheer scope they have as a group. I've grown to like them a lot now, but as a lobotomite kid, I couldn't stand how monolithic the Justice League's membership was. The original group consisting of Super Dude, Batsy, Big Tits Feminism, are you even a fucking character outside of this? What are you doing here? The worst example of a great concept, the best example of a shit concept, Nepo Daddy, lame, and Firestorm sometimes made the world of DC feel really small to me. But also, now it makes sense to me because I see why having those main focal points for this long makes it a really deeply connected thing. Many of even the most long-standing Avengers don't have anything of the sort. But the thing that elevates Avengers, or at least differentiates them conceptually, is that they're loose as hell. Nearly every hero and like at least 50 villains have been on some form of the Avengers over its history. Mutants, Inhumans, aliens, so many characters from all over the universe have been not just members but key parts of Avengers storylines. The world of Marvel is so expansive you'd think the one above all was just Procrustes in disguise. The joke about the Avengers being a group of D-listers is mostly just spiteful X-Men fans getting pissy over the movies, and really backfiring because they'd be saying that about Beast, but it's not entirely wrong since it's less of a hard-coded friend group, but literally just a bunch of weirdos that ran into each other because some guy fucked around too much. They're a task force, like if firefighting was as cool as it looks as a kid, as opposed to the cumbersome underfunded not cops who actually exist. Wait, that's half the modern Avengers stories, never mind. But ultimately, what I'm trying to get at is that the Avengers is an incredibly varied group by design, but that also makes their main strengths poison to video games, because how the fuck are you going to make something so disparate and varied to this degree function? Yeah, the upcoming Cosmic Invasion in Tokon looks sublime, but they've got 16 characters or a very truncated type of gameplay, and that's a pittance for Marvel. The Square Enix attempt was so slavishly loyal to the hyper-realistic look they forgot that America's ass only matters because the world was built for that exchange to feel natural. Well, okay, about as natural as a lab-grown test tube infant made of Paris Hilton and Jake Paul, but still. And the only really expansive cast outside of Ultimate Alliance is Superhero Squad Online, a game so deeply rooted and reliant on nostalgia that people who love it seem to overlook everyone being the fucking same fundamentally. On that note, get off my screen, you Mega Bloks bummers! And this is where UA3 caught my eye. For all its controversial gameplay decisions, one thing I've seen most fans agree on is that it is easily the best cast of the series. Yes, I've been talking about the Avengers, but it's got the Fantastic Four, it's got the X-Men, it's got free agents, but the truth is, it's fully cross-pollinated. Watching all of these facets of the world tied together and grouped up is uniquely comic book-like in a way most Marvel games only hit very infrequently. Yeah, there's a lot of MCU coding, but it's taking what was likely mandated, but putting it back into the comic approach. Yeah, starting with the Guardians as the go-to MCU-era tie-in play, but instead of dipshit whiner Star-Lord, we have proper swashbuckler space pirate. Instead of confusingly written and time travel fucked Gamora, we have the Gamora with a real consistent story arc and attitude. Instead of dumbass, incomplete, lacking motive now Drax, we have the competent and experienced warrior. Instead of mascot Rocket and Groot, Okay, actually, those two are about the same. Plus, you see it manifest in the storyline. Yeah, we're doing the Infinity Stones, but we get to use them as an excuse to go all over the Marvel Universe and see its sheer enormity instead of sitting in the middle of a Disney brand synergy meeting and mopping up the circle jerk puddle so you can scrub it onto future stories and ruin it at the behest of a Nazi. I can't believe I have to say it, but the comics being engaging is why the movies got made. So even if they picked those who had movie projects, placing them in a comic style situation inherently returns the color and life and character they had to them. This feels like an actual Marvel universe instead of a Marvel highway to the gentrified gated community for an awkward talk with your boss. You can really tell a Japanese company made this when the cutscenes start. Something about the framing, like the way it keeps cutting to characters commentating and reacting. And no, I don't mean it in the lol, I only watched one episode of Pokemon and that's what anime is. There are specific angles that are more common in that area of production. There's subtleties here. More obvious is the action framing. Look at how they frame and zoom into Thanos and the Black Order during the Future Sight segment, and how it's structured like a villain group shot you'd see in tokusatsu or animated promos versus the slightly lower angle looking up they'd usually get in Western comics. Or the action sequences, whether serious or comedic, being about hitting really strong key poses. Goblin stopping time emphasizing the stop droplets of water, or Proxima Midnight's slow villain walk. Heck, even the MCU-ass Luke Cage on the phone moment is nailed way harder because Quill actually reacts with some movement. Seriously, it feels like he's one frame away from doing the sudden low-fidelity fall-on ass thing, and Luke pushing the phone into the camera instead of cutting to everyone looking only slightly less over it than I am is just a proper way of making it work. I know I sound like I'm being a really big elitist about my preferred ways of portraying these characters and belittling perfectly legitimate approaches, sometimes unfairly because their mediums can't match what I like here. And that's because because I'm right and sexy and cool, and my entire point is that this game coming out during the height of MCU style shit and simply making it a cartoonish comic facing world awoke me to why I stopped feeling good about the films. Because being childish and adventurous doesn't work if your movies look like they're smeared with ground up Soviet brutalism while being acted by people desperately trying not to break down in tears that this is gonna be their life forever now. What I'm saying is that it's much easier to animate someone who wants to be here. Ultimately, the point of all this rambling is that adaptation is the other key aspect I want to talk about here. How this game creates each character, how it works to differentiate them both in gameplay but also in how it portrays their stories and characteristics. Yes, of course I'll be talking about how effective they are as functions in the game, but that's because a really weak character is usually paired with a failure to realize them as adapted forms anyhow. This is all to say that my opinion is not objective. I'm looking at what I value here. There's already great tier lists and community rankings that'll tell you about power and pure gameplay. I'm here to talk about what I find the most fun and fulfilling to play. Some amazing characters are going to be low for other reasons besides stats, and mid ones are going to be pretty high for that same reason. Try to have fun with this, please, is what I'm saying. So then, I've been very inconsistent in how I do rankings over these videos. Sometimes worst to best, but in specific contexts. Sometimes it's ranked by tiers while going in order. I think I'll be doing a mix. A lot of characters here are aided by comparisons to others, so you hear a lot about some characters long before they show up in their sections, but I'll keep that at a minimum. I'm gonna go nice and simple, worst to best, but I'm gonna split things into 6 tier list letter-based sections to show off when there's a major bump in quality. On its own, 33 and 32 might seem like very close placement, but in theory, if a jump from A tier from B is between them, that's going to show how much of a shift there actually is. This makes sense. You think it makes sense. You will not question me. I'll be naming the ranks using non-Marvel heroes. It's easy to look at Marvel as a big blob of equivalent existence. My thesis is sort of based on that, so this will help put their place in the pecking order into perspective. For S rank, we're gonna have Superman, a straightforward and highly reliable unit that can be the foundation for entire teams and are simply as versatile as it gets. Like how Superman is a living beacon of leadership and hope and care These characters are of the highest standard. A. Izuku Midoriya. Solidly made and reliable as hell. Has a few flaws that keep them from full S, but you need to be absolutely and violently dedicated to a different and wrong view of them to genuinely think they're anything less than a standard to hold others to. Like how Midoriya fights past his drawbacks and instills trust and belief in his friends, these characters have issues that can be overlooked so long as you're willing to intelligently team comp. B. Optimus Primal. A strong pick that can do anything you need, even if it's not as well as other contemporaries. There's some really strong points to them, but also really significant drawbacks. Like how Primal is a dedicated and resourceful leader, but he also lost his shit that one time, though ultimately he bounced back. These characters are great at what they're great at, and ultimately work for the best. C. Alucard. Pretty decent for at least one thing, but otherwise a little limited in use. Either really good as support or really good on their own, or just tepid at both. You need to build a team to best use them, and they will not be the core of it regardless. Like Hellsing's Alucard, they are immensely efficient, but the work needed to contain them and keep them on the right track is immense in comparison to others. D. Survivor. Like from JoJo's. It's so limited and situational that you would not only need to be Machiavellian in planning capacity to make them work, but the brainchild of both Poirot and Sherlock having performed a gem fusion to deduce the places they would even work at all. Like Guccio, you can absolutely make the most of them in very specific built situations, with a mindset conducive to it, but ultimately the amount of effort involved makes them a desperate stalling tactic at best, which is ultimately still reliant on coordination and buckles against even only decent competition. Not useless, but what are you doing? And F tier, kick-ass. No bitches, no chain, no skills, your one power is a liability, everyone hates you and you deserve it because you're a bad, selfish, worthless piece of fucking shit and you deserve to die. Or like you're just too weak in every main way and it's unfortunate. Now then, this is the longest intro I've ever written page count wise, so let's finally get to business with the lowest tier and hope these aren't a massive fractal of terrible things like Kick-Ass at least. Also, I wasn't joking about loving the Marching Society era and have written little jingles for all the characters that don't have one, so have fun bouncing off of that, fucker! The experimental officer from beyond the Galatian wall, the arboreal master who invades and conquers all. When they work together, all their enemies shall fall. It's Groot and the Rocket Raccoon. Duo characters, specifically in games, is a really interesting design hurdle to me. On film and in books, they're relatively simple to do. Heck, when it comes to hero media, they're actually a very common trope, from Masi Menos, the Wonder Twins, and so on. Gotenks and the Yowie brothers are beloved for a reason, and the Jets from Transformers Animated are being mentioned because I want to mention Transformers. Hell, even if you're not going full symmetry, there's characters that just have to work together conceptually for the written sense. Calvin and Hobbes, Abbott and Costello, and the like. It's hard not to like the idea of two fully reliant characters, ones that complete each other conceptually. But that's not too hard to pull off when there isn't a third party like, say, a player with a controller. I.e., unless your studio is named Hazelight, controlling two characters at the same time is a shit show, but that's what makes the duo characters that they're able to make playable in a game so special. Yeah, sometimes you gotta take the easy way out and make them carbon copies, like the very famous and legendary Ice Climbers, or the incredibly original Brodock Saints, or Kate and Sif if you're one of those guys. But there are attempts to combine focus with two characters that are noticeably different that I think are worth giving some focus. Tatsugiri and Dondozo, Plusle and Mina, and Latios and Latias, and I'm sure some that aren't from Pokemon. But making characters fit as a duo in games is generally spotty. Pokemon's able to do it because it's turn-based, so they can make you wait for things just like in the movies, but otherwise, in an action game, that's a whole other thing. Ultimately, to make things work within a gameplay sense, you need to design two characters that function on their own, but also together, which is a whole other degree and dimension of design that I don't think we've really mastered yet. Genuinely, I'm having trouble thinking of any besides the ones I mentioned already. Ferrator. I just remembered Ferrator as I'm recording this, Ferrator. But for what it's worth, the characters in question for this section have been able to pull it off in other games. There's that dedicated Guardians of the Galaxy game, and the Marvel Rivals team-up system makes it work really well. But unfortunately, this doesn't seem to have translated as well in Ultimate Alliance. See, Ultimate Alliance is an action RPG. Yes, 3, to my understanding, has a lot less delay between selected attacks, which allows you to do more visceral and action game-like brawler combos, which does add an element to it that is why I specifically said I wanted to do this game in particular. But that does mean that there's always going to be a split between action and reaction, and that ends up being doubled for duo characters. But the thing is, that system should work in that way then, because even if they're meant to synergize on the fly, you still have a modicum of control over the speed at which that happens. It really shouldn't feel like they're two different characters as much as they meld together into the one thing they are. After all, since this is an RPG, every single character is more of a piece of your party than they are a fully fleshed out action game like Dante character. The meat of things comes from finding synergies and working together. So having characters that should naturally self-synergize by there being two of them within a single slot could work, but they need to make really efficient use of the small amount of space each one is given. It's part of what impresses me about the adaptations in this game. However, that also ends up undercutting Rocket and Groot, because that means you're trying to bring these two very different types of fighters together and split their abilities between a much smaller set of options. Ultimately, that is some work that I don't envy, especially since this game came out before the previous ones I've mentioned, so they had to think of something out of the blue. But my problem is that none of that covers up for the fact that Rocket and Groot play like one of the designers at Team Ninja fucked up a wipe after Mexican shits, looked at his finger and went, "Guys, I figured it out!" Or to be less obtuse, Groot and Rocket just suck. They suck so fucking bad, they don't work! See, here's the thing. There's actually only 3 characters in the F tier. This is a very balanced game, to be honest, and so that means the ones that do truly suck end up standing out a lot more. If you've played this game, you know who these 3 characters are. The only surprise to you is probably that I think Rocket and Groot beat out the other 2 in sheer Dahmer-ness. The thing is that it's ultimately a very, personal values situation. The other 2 characters at least have a few things that conceptually work, while these 2 just have nothing. Their entire conceit fights against the design of the game. Not only do I think that this game is balanced enough that the gap between F tier and D tier is larger than any of the other tier gaps in this entire listing, but I genuinely think Rocket and Groot are a full other jump into G tier from the other 2 characters. They're that far apart, and ultimately it comes from the issues of what they are. They have to split their varied and incredibly unique arsenals between each other. So their light attack, their heavy attack, 1 goes to each of them, and 2 of the 4 moves goes to one and then the other. And what that ultimately means is that it takes both of these characters at their 100% and combines them for a nice whopping 2%. 2% total. For example, Rocket is known for his incredibly varied roster of weaponry, and in this he only uses 3. And of those 3, you have a beam attack that hits about as hard as a trail of spit without even having the repulsion factor of the grade school hand lick thing, the absolute worst spread of explosives in the game that only work because Groot can move around during it, but that just means that they get spread out even further, so they're doing less effective damage further from each other. They do less damage than the literal confetti Deadpool forces out, and we'll talk about that later. And then there's the light attack. Good God, the light attack, his little pea shooter automatic weapon that is without question the weakest light attack in the game. It has no damage, it has no shield damage, it has no stagger, it barely hits anything because you're constantly trying to move around using it, and that's kind of the only advantage it has because Groot can move while shooting. None of the other characters can really do that. But none of that is worth it. There could have been a saving grace in the fact that they are a duo character. As I've said, Groot can move around through a lot of Rocket's abilities, and Rocket can attack through a lot of Groot's abilities, and by a lot of Groot's abilities, I mean his heavy attack, just his heavy attack. That is the only one that he can fire this piece of crap with, and ultimately that leaves it feeling very half-baked, not helping that Groot's abilities involve this weird bramble bush attack that doesn't really do anything, meaning that between the two of them, and this includes their little trimmings as a duo, the only worthwhile move is Groot's flurry rush whip attack thing. That is the exact same move that about 10 other characters have. So these two have unique elements, but it feels like those elements were severely overestimated as a power, so everything else was nerfed, but the problem is that fundamentally it never worked in the first place. In this game about teamwork, meaning everybody needs to bring exactly what they need in every moment to synergize with everything else, these two have such a disparate power set that they synergize with basically nothing, and especially not each other, because you need to dedicate yourself to each attack, and the ones you don't have to dedicate yourself to are terrible. They sacrificed everything for this gimmick just for nothing to come of it. It's a hackneyed reference to their relationship as a duo, but all it ultimately does is show that they're worse together than they are alone, which I thought the Exiles already proved for Rocket, but here we are with the UA equivalent of Jim Shooter, and anyone who's worked under Jim Shooter for more than a year, so that ends up meaning that they just don't get anything done. They're too weak, they don't work with anybody, they don't work with each other, and so ultimately, instead of having two halves that make a whole, you have two half-asses that you could stitch together, but you're gonna be asked to leave the morgue. Putting them on your team is like purposefully choosing to have that one kid that you know is gonna do no work on your school assignment, but is gonna speak really, really loudly so he still gets credit during the presentation. Even when you're playing with them alone, because there is like one mission where you do have to play them alone, they just don't feel like they're even trying. So it's not even that kid who at least pretend to do work, it's the two at the back that are always together for group assignments, but they never actually do anything and always fail. Even Beavis and Butthead got their TV eventually, so it's ultimately a lot of wasted space on this roster. And making it even worse is how they work within the story, because they've sacrificed everything to be this duo, but they don't interact much. There's only like 2 of those I am Groot moments where Groot does his signature catchphrase and Rocket replies with some crazy shit like, well, go by the red light district later, don't bring it up near Kamala, or something like that. But they only do that like twice. Rocket does pull up their standing just a little bit because he is the specific host of all the character bios, but his most in-depth talks during this are with the other Guardians and the figurative living Cancer Man. There's only like 3 of those that are just him and Groot alone, honestly. And so this ends up meaning that even though these two are meant to work together, you only really see them working alone within the story. Rocket has multiple scenes where he's just there being a little cunt, and the Groot is just nowhere to be found, which ends up also undermining a lot of the interesting things you could do. These two are very much the most MCU-focused characters in the game. I've defended it already as a more comic bookish interpretation, but these two are very much ripped straight out of the movies, and that's why them being a duo was made such a specific thing, because they both have their own solo work, and I could be annoyed about Groot's history as a horror villain just being completely forgotten, but the comics have done that too, as it has forgotten the whole Galatian Wall thing with Rocket. So ultimately, I shouldn't have expected it anyway, but it does ultimately mean that they have nothing to them other than each other, and they're never worked with each other except when they're in their worst state gameplay-wise. Now, for what it's worth, their partnership is a noted breakout part of their history. It happened in the comics first, and it is something that they are known for. I've been rambling a lot in this section, and that's because no matter what direction you look at it, what you value about these characters, how they work at all, there's just no angle you can look at that makes them function. They don't function gameplay-wise, they don't function story-wise, they don't function character-wise, they just don't work. So even if most of the rankings I've seen puts them a couple slots higher over some of the other characters, I genuinely think on a spiritual level they are far greater failures, because there is not a single thing they do right. The next couple characters are going to have like a couple of decent moves, a couple of decent moments, but these guys, there's nothing. I've got nothing. They give me nothing. They give each other nothing. They give you nothing. They are nothing. In the mountains of Tibet a surgeon did stand. The ancient one taught him to steady his hands. With a mystical might and clairvoyant sight, he sorcerer supreme, Doctor Strange. Where Rocket and Groot's light attack was so weak it may as well not even exist, the only strength old Steve-O here has is his light attack. It's actually really good against enemy shields. So congratulations, Strange! You're not a fully paraplegic vegetable like the previous two guys. We were able to save your sphincter so you can feel it when you shit yourself! And smearing feces over what was once decent is sort of the theme with Doctor Strange in this game. He was a fine character in the previous UAs, they just fucked it up horribly here. Almost like it's an intended overcorrective measure due to the perceived sheer power he had in the previous appearances. However, the problem is that if that is the case, they're doing this for a single player and co-op game. So you're just making him worse at punching walls because too many people mentioned how thin the beams were. This is like shooting Prime Sonny Liston in the knees so you can watch a much fairer fight between him and a stillborn fetus. It's like ripping off Gene Simmons' tongue, but also doing so before he placed Jack Hanma in a live-action Baki movie. This is like ripping off Picasso's arms so he has to paint using his dick hole in a show of the kind of person he actually was, metaphorically. And yes, I know that the pee and poo metaphors are getting really annoying, so to put it in a different, clearer way, Ultimate Alliance 3 Doctor Strange is Caca Poo Poo del Toro Moo Moo. And considering the difficulty spike his possessed boss form represents if you've been cycling characters up to that point, that makes it a really, really wet fart when you actually unlock him, because he is nowhere near that powerful. Though, frankly, levels in this game come fairly slowly at first until you start doing the DLC gauntlets, so I don't think he'd be much easier with a set team of 4 characters, which means that you can really do nothing to save yourself from feeling let down by how pitiful his playable form is in comparison to the difficulty spike of his boss. Once you try playing as him, you end up feeling like those memes that are like the boss when you're fighting him with a big scary face versus the boss when you unlock him with like a sickly old man or whatever. But the thing is that once you've finished one playthrough, even if you just played it on friendly mode and leveled up beyond beyond his boss fight's abilities on any difficulty level, it becomes clear that it was always just a leveling balance issue that made him difficult. Because on his own, he's one of the easiest bosses due to the fact that he is limited to his moveset, and his moveset sucks. Imagine a boss doing one of those full arena laser sweeps that you have to like jump over in a sort of a platforming challenge, but it just stops at a 75-degree angle and doesn't matter. Or maybe you're gonna get chased by a really short range, ineffectual flame burst that isn't as far reaching or powerful as the one used by a character you unlock literally 5 minutes before the fight. Am I fighting the Tin Man with his rusted ass joints here? Considering Strange plays like he's having an allergic reaction to his own distinguishing elements, maybe he is. Though, if we're really going to make allusions to that story, he could be the wizard himself since he's already on fraud watch here, and it seems like his entire development productions could have been as cantankerous as the movie itself. But enough riffing. The problem with Strange, ultimately, as you've probably picked up by now, is simply that he is fundamentally inequipped to handle anything in the game at all. Unlike Rocket and Groot, who feel like they had to compromise what would have otherwise worked to be in their truncated form, Strange just feels like they tried way too many things. And I mean, of course they should. Strange has the kind of power set that's so expansive it's easier to state what he doesn't have. He's got a list of abilities that's guaranteed to make a versus battle wiki page unreadable, and for Strange, one, that just makes it even more pathetic that he lost in death battle anyway, but also, it's hurting his incarnation here due to scope creep. Yes, every one of his abilities is distinct and varied, and it should be, but they're distinct and varied in the same way different venereal diseases are. Do you want a terrible, ineffective healing move that leaves a very frail character vulnerable to getting ganked by powerful enemies with stagger bars? Enemies that make up nearly half of the fights in the game and are immune to his incredibly slow binding move that only really slows things down a little bit and pales in comparison to the one that the arachnids have. And his aforementioned piss weak fire and unfinished, just blatantly unfinished laser attack barely damages anything else at all. It's like they wanted him to be a jack of all trades, but those trades are pottery, jazz tap, crack selling, and jerking off. And he sucks at all of them. He's just bafflingly useless. He's only saved from being worse than Rocket and Groot because he's at least characterized the grandiosity that the man deserves. He is the goal of his level for most of it. The fact that he gets a boss fight at all is a way to show how significant he is, and when you free him from his thrall, he is immediately down to business, guiding you through that dimension and having very little small talk, really showing that Doctor Strange is emphasizing the doctor. The man's a pro. Within seconds of being freed from Dormammu, aka Giga Satan, aka Big Dick Balio, aka the Demiurge, aka the guy who did Bush doing 9/11, he immediately is just, great job, let's go kick his ass proper now. I love it. But by let's kick his ass, I of course mean everybody else go do it for me because I have eczema. Seriously, playing as him is like waking up during surgery with the anesthetic not wearing off. And your doctor is Franz Joseph Gall, who on top of being the inventor of phrenology wasn't trained in spine surgery. Strange is not this low for the same reason Rocket and Groot are. He is not a total failure. He works in a few certain situations, but ultimately, he is a failure. He does not function to a degree in which he can work within the standards of the game. He feels like he was built for an entirely different balancing system, meaning he is just entirely outside of what works here. He just doesn't have the stats, he doesn't have the synergy, and none of it comes together. He's ultimately stuck in the wrong game, and that is why he fails. Wanda Maximoff was a mutant kid. If you saw her play, you would blow your lid. With the magic of chaos, you'll need more than a seance. Best seal your lips when she throws a fit. You'll never get the best of the Scarlet Witch. And now to rank the character with a really vengeful fanbase really low. I'm sure whatever's left of my sack at the end of this segment will fit nicely in a Tupperware jar, but like the big ones. Because there's a lot. My testicles are large. Like as large as Scarlet Witch's energy orbs. I should see a doctor. Though, not the one we just spoke about, his job is already being done infinitely better by the magician lady who can speak genocides into existence, ironically enough. Well, okay, maybe not infinitely better, but long story short, she at least has slightly less annoying to use healing abilities, even if they're still useless, and a couple of good special moves. Yeah, she also has the worst move in the game, bar none, and hell so thin and fragile, you'd think chaos magic was just a euphemism for leprosy the forbidden one, who will instantly give your whole team hives when all 5 pieces are drawn, but hey, still, she has a couple of genuine advantages over him, which isn't really hard to do, but still. Stream of consciousness writing isn't working for me, is it? However, mentioning the team is actually a good segue, since I haven't really gone into that aspect yet. See, you pick a team of 4 in these games, and they're meant to work together. Every special move can be synchronized to be more powerful, and elements can be passed around depending on attacks. This means a less powerful character can still function to a significant degree despite that, because a good support system makes a good character. Wayne, Garf, and Doctor Strange were the bottom 2 because they're so lacking in ability to function in any capacity that they can't provide good support and are too weak for even the best supporters to help them. Cosmo here is placed above them because her 2 major offense-based special moves, her Chaos Spears, which are a set of Henry cooldown-ass homing shots that hit hard and are super spammable. Seriously, you can bombard whole rooms from a safe corner and never have to engage with the enemies at all, as well as a really powerful ground wave attack laser that just slashes through everything. Both of these have a lot of really powerful synergy users that can work with others. So if you synchronize with the right partners and power them up a bunch, she can really just start chewing through enemies really well, doing a massive amount of damage really fast, meaning she at least has a few use cases. The major issue she has, however, is her reliance on that support and those 2 moves alone. Her light attack is insanely weak and her heavy attack is slower than a slug traveling on a leaf of cannabis, so once she's out of her very paltry reserves of special move charge, you just have a really low DPS liability who will die to a pinprick like Sleeping fucking Beauty, which is ironic considering this is a witch. And even if you wanted to try a different way of doing things, her other 2 powers are total liabilities. One of them is this movable zone of damage that does not stagger, attacks slowly, she can't move while using, doesn't do a lot of harm to enemies and barely scrapes their shields, and is in this weird format which means it can't be boosted in attack as much. So it's essentially just this vestigial growth on her moveset that if you click, you're basically throwing the entire fight. And yes, her healing field is technically the best healing move in the game, but healing moves are completely useless in this game. They're so underpowered that, for her specifically at least, you'd think her Tome of Healing Spells was written by Nuffield Health Insurance, cause her ability to heal anything got absorbed by Mephisto like her kids. Thus, she really only functionally has these 2 abilities. Her other attacks don't work, her other abilities don't work. And her stats means that she's less of a glass cannon and more of a paper slingshot. Yes, you can fell the mighty Goliath with her, but she's not going to be able to do that more than once per fight. Yes, Scarlet Witch is amazing when you have the energy to make her amazing, but once you're out of resources, you're left with the playable equivalent of stone soup, as in, she is living proof that indeed everyone needs to contribute to achieve the greater good, because you're not going to achieve anything putting a quarter in the tip jar with these wiffle ball ass normals. For a character with such immense power in the comics, it's really unfortunate to see. Though her greatest attribute in this game is her general good nature, so maybe she's holding back. For as much as her destructive ability is emphasized in AI voice YouTube shorts, people don't seem to get that a lot of this is outbursts. She's an immensely sensitive woman whose biggest destructive abilities come from her reactions to incredibly important stuff. Losing her husband. You know, the robot she taught to love in the first place. Losing her kids, being heavily persecuted. And yes, she does irrational things because of it, but it's almost never her being outright malicious. Nowadays, her MCU portrayal, though being one of the less vomitous adaptations, did make her a lot more snippy and generally darker in demeanor. This game making her generally sweet and well-meaning with relationships outside of Vision kind of brings her back to where I like her best. But the fact her big saving play for the group places them in danger still uses the duality of her actions. She's the one that brings us to the dark dimension where Dormammu is in the first place. Yet, you also recruit multiple powerful allies and the defeat of one of the Infinity Stone holders, which adds to the through line of intent she typically deals with as a character. It's actually really well done stuff for her, and even though I wish she and Magneto had any dialogue and Quicksilver is just fully absent, which takes away a lot from what she could do, I'm willing to let her have the "It's Ultimate Alliance and everyone only has like 3 seconds of screen time" pass. But still, her significance and good writing is not fixing that gameplay. You can write a poem that makes everybody cry, but if you don't have working shins, you're never gonna play soccer. It's too bad, really. Honestly, it's partially just the sheer disappointment that brings her down this way. I could have finagled her to D tier, but being the absolute best in show in F tier, showing up both of her competition is the best I can do for her. Sorry, Wanda. I swear to God I still like you. And as promised, that's all for F tier. Really, this is an immensely well-balanced and designed game character-wise. These 3 are the only ones that are straight-up non-viable, and even Scarlet Witch is a bit viable, honestly. This is why I mentioned how far these ones are from the D tier, because D tier is just going to be good, but not, like, amazing. And it's just going to get closer and closer that way. We have jumped from our 3 out of 10s to our 7s now. However, before we get into that, the subject of this video is one that offers a new opportunity for me. No More Heroes and Gunvolt are original series and they're very truncated, so it's kinda hard to do speculation, and the legal issues between Spin Master and Sega, as well as the fact Reboot Gone was dead as fuck already when I made the video, there was really no space for me to do mini lists based on the IP. Or at least any sort of side tangents that would actually make sense. Yes, I'd love to tell you which No More Heroes boss would collect coins, it's Sonic Juice by the way, or which Gunvolt boss knows how to Irish line dance, it's Krem, but Ultimate Alliance is just a small part of a much larger whole with the Marvel Universe. It's had to drop and add characters over time, and there's all kinds of stories for it to use which it hasn't adapted yet. The Marvel Universe is really large. It's one of the Switch's top 100 sellers, so Ultimate Alliance isn't dead yet. They could reasonably make another at some point. So, between these tiers, I want to talk about some ideas that I have. Let's start with a simple one. 10 characters I want to see. Let's be quick. Number 10. Anyone who didn't return for 3. So that's Jessica Drew, that's Green Goblin, that's Silver Surfer, etc. Ultimate Alliance 3 has an exemplary roster, but that doesn't mean I don't feel the missing pieces staring back at me from where they should be. Yeah, 3 does already have 4 spider characters, but like, the whole point of Jessica Drew is she isn't actually one. In the same way, Gwenpool isn't a Deadpool or a Gwen Stacy, actually. Or at least wasn't until the Hack Fraud Nation attacked. And villains being playable in 2 was really the only neat thing it had going for it, so might as well keep them, right? At this point, I kinda just want UA4 to pull the Smash Brothers Everyone Is Here thing. So, yeah, I just want to be able to pig out again next time, so let's get the whole band together. 9. Speaking of Gwenpool, Gwenpool. I love Deadpool in this game, and part of it is that they actually keep him conservative. Not politically, but just like they don't overdo his presence. I'll go into it more later, but honestly, I've never really been a huge fan of his MVC style appearances with his hype combo moves and all of the different gimmicks and showing up in every side level of the goddamn Lego game and so on. I just found it gimmicky. Him being just a little bit of a silly addition, but otherwise a normal character really helps. But Gwendolyn Poole? The chick is a reality bender. She could do anything, and I love that. She's a character that you can really start to mess around with if you get creative, and not in the sense of her second run, you creeps. That is also the work of the Hack Nation. She could throw icons at people, color in health and stamina, maybe summon some D-listers like Batrock as assists. A lot of good ideas there, and if she's good enough for Fortnite, she's good enough for this. Number 8, Deathlock the Demolisher. I'd prefer Luther Manning, the future cyborg one, which is a mad underrated comics run, but that can be an alt costume if necessary. There's like 5 Deathlocks, so any of the bastards could be this one. They would play a lot like the gun and gadget characters, so there's a risk that they just kind of phone it in, but there's really no robot character right now, so if they lean into the cyborg aspect, they could be cool to have. Or at least just have another option for that really useful teleport double jump. Honestly, considering how long the Wakanda level is in this despite only having 2 bosses, that army of him would have been a good addition 2/3 in. Number 7, Sir Percy of Scandia, the Ancient Black Knight. AKA the only iteration of the Black Knight that isn't boss material, cause he's the only one who isn't a villainous piece of shit, no matter how hard the sword tries to make him. I could see him being a really neat friend for Venom since they both struggle with similar concepts. They could totally do some screwy time travel shit with the Savage Land or whatever to have him appear. Maybe have to deal with the modern ones as a 2-on-1 mini-boss or something, since they are indeed quite nasty. Ultimately, I just would really like to see a full-on medieval knight running around with the Avengers. I think it's funny as a concept. Number 6, Adam Warlock. Honestly, considering his role in the original Infinity Gauntlet stories, I'm surprised he never made it to this game. And that really lowers his chances since they'll probably finally make good on that Galactus teaser next time, so the Magus isn't going to make his presence necessary, and I highly doubt Man-Beast is going to show up in this anytime soon, so what does he have to tether to? But considering they're actually bothering with him now in Marvel Rivals, it might be interesting to actually have him around. Especially since he also uses an Infinity Gem and Strange utterly failed to have his around. So, hey, this might be a functional Doctor Strange if we wanted it to be. Number 5, Devil Dinosaur. It's a T-Rex. I don't really need more than that to justify it. This is the closest you'll ever see me actually doing an outright, it is this thing, that's good enough, your argument is invalid. You know, that stupid set of meme arguments that you would always see on the t-shirts worn by that one kid from high school who's now going job to job due to multiple sex crimes keeping him out of society. But it would be dishonest to act like I want Devil Dinosaur in here for any reason besides it being a T-Rex, so here we are. Moon Girl, Moon Boy, it doesn't really matter. I think people will prefer Moon Girl, but either of them, get the T-Rex in here. 4, Monica Rambeau. Honestly, we have 2 of the 3 main women to be called Miss Marvel in this game. We might as well have gone for 3 even if we had to call her Spectrum. I won't act like I know that much about her. She's one of my blind spots comics-wise. But I just really love her costume design, and I know she has unique abilities from the other 2, which, though represented elsewhere in the cast, I'd like to see used together in one character, since light and that sort of thing is kind of split between different characters. Hell, she's led the Avengers before, so she's no joke. Might as well have her here, right? 3, War Machine. Okay, like, how was Rhodey not even an alt skin in this? Like, he seems like a really easy to implement idea, but weirdly, Iron Man is really understated as an institution in this game. What I like about War Machine, though, is the fact that as Tony goes from Silver Age pulp robot looks to hyperfuturism, Rhodey has always remained a hardcore 90s ass style character. I like the heavy-duty analog weaponry he specializes in versus the energy attacks of regular Iron Man. It's a really fun contrast, like Marvel's Ryu and Ken, I guess. I think he would be really easy to implement and otherwise just kind of a cool guy to have around. 2. Cloak and Dagger. Now, this is a real dedicated tag team that could actually work, unlike you-know-who. Their powers were genuinely built to work together, so they couldn't possibly screw this up. Or at least they'd have to try harder to. I'd really like it if they acted as sort of a stance character where maybe they each have 4 moves, but they're all sort of a similar move, but they have different properties depending on which one you are, and maybe you can swap between them as you move so they can change the properties of the move as they get shot out, or can combine them into certain things as a self-synergy. But at that point, maybe I'm just asking for a Cloak and Dagger character action game, which, can we get a Cloak and Dagger character action game, please? And number 1, every single character that already has a model in this game that isn't a boss or playable character for some reason. Seriously, there's so many characters that appear here with fully detailed models that could have been made into playable forms. Hell, some were clearly supposed to be. The Vision shows up in multiple group shots after the level he first shows up in, but you don't get to get him. Scott Lang is part of Hawkeye's entrance, but you just never get him. Hell, they went out of their way to force an interrupting hallway into the story for the sake of the of the fucking Inhumans. May as well actually let us use Black Bolt. I'm so satisfied, yet as I walk out of the buffet, I see them putting up desserts I no longer have the space for. So, like, next time? Also, if you want, like, an actual number 1 character, Werewolf by Night. Morbius, Blade, and Moon Knight all have surpassed the original Marvel Knight that they are relevant to, and I kinda just want the gang back together again. So, yeah. Master of the Black Order, breaker of souls, the Dark Lord spreads his name. None who hear it shall be the same. Servant of death, conqueror of the world, Thanos the Titan, his madness shall reign. So I would love to say that this is where the rankings get hard. I mean, I had a whole tangent planned about now that the real stinkers are out of the way, I can figure out how to rank the mostly similarly qualified characters. Yes, this is D tier, so these are all ones that have major weaknesses, but they do have their own strengths and function fine ultimately. So how do I differentiate one from the other without devolving into fanboyism? Or at least that was a tangent I had in mind until I unlocked Thanos. Now that I've slaved away to unlock him over like 2 playthroughs so I could get enough levels to beat the hard mode, and thus have now experienced his sheer mediocrity firsthand, I can say that it was actually a very easy choice to find the bottom of D tier. Thanks for taking one for the team, big guy. You're underbaked, shockingly unoriginal, and about as sauceless as a Passover plate style of gameplay has kept everybody else from having to deal with the indignity of having the least good title. You are truly the Zeppo Marx of this cast. Here's your barely relevant to the conversation award. I'm sure it'll look great among the sea of them Mr. Sandhurst has when relating to you. Yeah, Thanos was the biggest disappointment for me. He works, he does damage, he takes hits, he's not useless, but he's as boring in comparison to his peers in this game as Das Valkyrie is in comparison to the rest of Wagner's Der Ring der Nibelungen cycle. You know it's true! Siegfried gang for life! From writing that last sentence to writing this one, 48 hours have passed because I genuinely dread talking about Thanos in this game. Yeah, he's the main villain. He's the big guy at the very end. Everyone speaks of the power he wants in hushed tones laced with pure fear. Half the reason this game is accused of being MCU-ified nowadays is because it was an adaptation of Infinity Gauntlet when the movies were making a big deal out of their own adaptation of that story. Because, you know, the most famous event comic of all time can't have a few recent versions, right? It's not like Thanos doesn't have a major claim to topping the hierarchy of reoccurring Marvel villains anyway, but hey, no, we found an easy way to discredit good Marvel stuff by associating it with the casual audience, as if we're really that much better than anyone else for knowing Luna Snow before Rivals. Thankfully, the quality of recent Marvel films means that if UA4 happens and adapts the Celestial Madonna, no one's gonna fucking notice at this point. But here's where this train of thought actually gets useful. Because if T-Hanos here is such a major threat, such a mainstay, the face of villainy itself, where the fuck is he the whole game? He shows up in an ill omen at the start and you meet characters related to him, but he only shows up right at the end, and bad news, one of those related characters is his son, Thane, and for those who don't know who Thane is, there is exactly one Thane story they've done like 6 times. It is always his attempt to take Thanos' power, and guess who's giving us lucky number 7 today? Thanos is entirely undermined by his son's arc in this. Maybe if he got off the lazy boy and used the reality stone to get those cigarettes, you know he misses Joe, and finally came home, maybe he wouldn't feel so lesser in this game. But Thane stealing the final boss slot is the least of Thanos' issues here, cause the subtitle for the game is The Black Order. You know, those kinda weird looking henchmen Thanos had in Infinity War who stopped being important ever in Endgame and also kinda just die and no one remembers them. This game decided to swap the importance of all the characters around, so Thanos' presence is mostly through Proxima Midnight, Cull Obsidian, Ebony Moss, Supergiant, and Corvus Glaive. Yes, I learned their names. And I did because holy shit, they're great in this game. They have the best fights in the entire game, and they have such an immense presence. They are an immediate and amazing threat. So Thanos sucking as a boss with a single bar of health and otherwise being a very limited version of what Thane is going to do immediately after makes him look really phoned in. They found a way to make Thanos a non-entity. Well, not a way, technically. At least 2 ways. Cause after having to play through the game multiple times to get his base form, I'm thoroughly whelmed. The thing about Thanos is that he is a brilliant strategist and a philosopher king of sorts, like a galactic Genghis Khan. And in fact, I'll give him credit, his joining you to fight Thane and having a crisis of consciousness at the end is actually a really good scene that captures that. I wish there was more there. But ultimately, without the Infinity Stones, he's just a big purple dude. Like if Butterbean and Grimace had a fucked up love child. He's got an okay charge up super punch attack that doesn't really do much more than the other 6 characters that have one, and it's like really slow in comparison. He's got a teleport, which he's outdone by with every other character that has a teleport. He's got a super generic laser that has 0 character to it, and a grab that, like all of the grab moves in this game, is dog waffles. Every single one of his moves feels like trying to put meat into something that isn't able to use it. These are the filler moves that they give to certain characters to just make sure they have 4 of them, but he just has 4 of those. It's pure spam. But did you notice? The problem here is not even just that he feels underwhelming, it's the fact that the moves are what they are at all. Besides the very boring laser, all of his other moves are some kind of a punch. If you didn't know who Thanos is, it'd look like he was just some goon. His armor makes him look like a basic Frieza Force foot soldier. He's as basic can be, and since he's the last guy you get in the game, most likely, what gives with that? Well, here's the thing. He's not the last character you get. Beat the game one more time at the even higher difficulty level than hard, and you get Infinity Thanos. That second undermining value I was talking about. I've got no funny way of saying fucking rules, but he fucking rules. Suddenly, every attack has a stone power. His heavy attack shreds everything. It's just a total power fantasy for the end game of Ultimate Alliance 3. He just destroys absolutely everything. You can spam any of the moves and it'll just work. But now there's no reason to play regular Thanos. What, to play fair? If you've gotten this version of Thanos, that means you've done most of the challenges in the game. Yes, there might have been a good argument to want to play as Thanos, but also still have a challenge, if it wasn't for the fact that vanilla Thanos isn't even vanilla. He's just ice cubes you have to chew on because it's just a brawling big guy who isn't even a threat in his own game. F tier may have made y'all forget that this is a ranking on quality of adaptation and not just use. It's just that the absolute worst of the worst are bad at both, so it's really parallels the meta. But Thanos' biggest crime is being a terrible adaptation. He's got no presence, he's got barely any character, he's got a totally indistinct moveset unless you want to ruin any challenge with the game. Thanos is already about as crippled and fucked up as his Capcom rendition, but then the Infinity version just makes him fully worthless. So he's just Norimaru now. Yes, of course, I love playing as Infinity Thanos for shits and giggles, but if I'm really thinking about the quality of the overall package, the fact that his existence means that we essentially just have a choice between Big Balls Barry, the fuck monster god of stacking big paper with handfuls of the ice that iced God, versus Senor Syphilis, the shatter of 1,000 pants, well, that just kinda ruins everything. Do you even bother with any of it? He works. He can't be F, but his fat, juicy ass will be the cushion for the rest of D tier. Grimace's genes are really strong. Tony Stark, he makes you feel he's a cool exec with a heart of steel. As Iron Man, all jets ablaze, he's fighting and smiting with repulsor rays. Amazing armor, that's Iron Man. A blazing power, that's Iron Man. You know, I sorta love how Marvel's approach to super smart characters is making them super chads half the time as well. Peter Parker did start like a total dweeb and was in fact kind of a raging incel at the start, but then he gets absolutely cut. Reed is like the epitome of a classic 1950s man, but with the bonus of being 1950s woke. He only uses colored instead of the hard R, ladies. Ebony Maw is an introduction to monster fucking that is only beaten out by Worf, all of the humanoid Pokemon up to and including Zahood, and any Transformer of your choosing. Banner literally fucks for days as Hulk. Doc Ock has that objectively ugly but in a hot way look like Gilbert Gottfried, Wallace Shawn, or Mickey Rourke. You just don't see proper pencil neck, rug burn, sand kicked, Dorka Doofus, 5-way fusions of the members of Weezer, and Napoleon Dynamite incels around this universe. This is how you know Marvel is fiction, cause guys who act like how most of these dudes do in the real world are fast-tracking the end of it. Sometimes I wonder if there actually is something in the COVID vaccines, but not in the InfoWars way and more of a humble disciple of Christ way, because there must have been some sacred shit in those vaccines, the way people who didn't take them have turned into goddamn hyper-pseudo-scientific demons. In a way, it's almost hilarious how they actually have turned into early Peter Parker and want the world to all act like that. It would almost be hilarious if it wasn't something I've had to stop this recording multiple times to scream into a pillow about. But as much as I'm making fun of the dichotomy between these characters in the real world, none of them have gotten the receiving end of this social issue as bad as Tony Stark has by becoming the poster boy for the insufferable, lovable rogue shit every tech bro of the last 15 years has been trying, despite the first 20 minutes of the single thing they ever saw of the guy being about how horrible that personality type is. Seriously, I think that one clip of Stark lifting his hands needs to be investigated by the Greek Orthodox Council, because it's the movie shot equivalent of a religious idol, except that the people worshipping it are only God to themselves, or they're having a Howard Stark-like fatherhood issue issue with fucking Elon Musk, who is like the only guy on Earth I can think of who could raise a kid worse than what Howard Stark did. Ultimately, what I'm getting at is it's so satisfying that Iron Man is a pain in the perineum area to play in this game, because it feels like he's being placed into the bucktooth shirt pocket loser he could have been. This is where I will repeat again that enjoyability and game feel are as important here as stats for me. This is because Iron Man is considered a pretty solid character by most, and indeed he's the first character on this list that not only functions but has a really good defined identity that works in his favor. He plays exactly how you'd think he would, with an incredibly powerful laser, a rocket-boosted tackle that makes 70s Rayfield Wright look like a spitball made of cotton candy, a volley of missiles that added Rhodey to my wanted list, and would you look at that laser storm that actually goes in a full circle? Guess there's a reason technology moved beyond the Dark Ages, magic boy! Unfortunately, like technology, it has a tendency to promise more than it can provide. We finally have the technology to put a laser in a full circle, but it still does very pitiful damage even when you're just trying to clear out the goober enemies. Just like how your incredibly expensive iPhone's camera is still like 7 years behind a dedicated one. Yeah, you have a tackle, but it's counterintuitive since then you need to make distance again, cause other than his heavy repulsors, every other move Tony has is ranged, like all the microtransactions added to games that functioned without them before as things advance. All of this new progress just to make things kind of feel worse. And the other two moves are strong, but not strong enough to completely end a fight, and yet they have so much startup time and end lag that half the time once you've used one, you've already left yourself open to all of the enemies in the vicinity, beelining towards you to every fight Tony had for a few years after Civil War, your rusted tin ass. But even beyond that, there's the issue of his adaptation in this. Yes, these are all usable and generally character-appropriate moves, but knowing how versatile Tony Stark is as an inventor, it feels unadventurous. This is a guy with an army of suits, each with different functions. In this game, Doctor Doom has his robot copies to act as puppet characters, and I feel like Iron Man should have been able to do similar with the Iron Legion. It's present in Ultron's level after all anyway. This man was a weapons developer after all, so why can't we just do military industrial complex Pikmin? That would add so much to it. The guy is a living Boston Dynamics apocalyptic military dictatorship factory, and all you've got is this bog standard shit? Yeah, it's uniquely Iron Man themed, but it's the most plain version of him possible. This is missionary sex with the mom from Family Circus plane. But despite all this, his general usability is elevated far beyond the other members of my bottom 5 just by his character alone. Groot and Rocket may be the most MCU characters of the bunch, but that's just because their solo work is about as important to their current state as Marvel is to the grand scheme of the general Marvel universe. But with Tony, it's way more complicated. He absolutely is one of the more MCU adjacent characters in this game, but for what it's worth, half the reason the Iron Man movie worked is because it was considered one of the most comic accurate films at the time. Robert Downey Jr. wasn't great because he was Robert Downey Jr. as Iron Man as we know him now. He was just a good Tony Stark, period. The comics lean into that more, so his character is both comic and movie-like here. I do wish they went into his high amounts of self-loathing more. What I appreciate about Iron Man in this is that they remembered that he's essentially a reverse Hulk. Yes, as a man, he's a smarmy, douchey, overblown smartass, but once he puts on the monstrous man in armor suit, that's when he can start truly acting with his heart. Yeah, there's mostly his quips, but his kind word and his relaxed form add to that when you talk to him properly in the game. A lot of his jokes are mostly during combat. He's a better team player than his history implies. This is a guy who's genuinely really happy to be part of this at this point, and that at least comes out well here. He's chill, he's friendly, he does science, but considering his tech gets hijacked here, I wish he could have had at least a bit more of that demon in a bottle, godbuster building bundle of paranoia area that makes his good nature as Iron Man so compelling. Like, he should be just a little more worried about this. The Iron Man suit isn't just armor in the literal sense, but in the metaphysical one for him as well. But for what this game is, I suppose I can't blame the more basic approach. Ultimately, it still feels like good old Tony Stark. It's just really too bad his gameplay is the equivalent of using a can opener. And by that, I mean the part where you're trying to pry the lid out of the soup after it falls in, and it like falls down like perpendicular, so it's like impossible to get your nail around it. It's a pain in the ass. Hyper elastic, he's Mr. Fantastic, the world's most marvelous mind. A friend and a father, a leading self-starter. He'll never be too stiff to get out of a pinch. Reed Richards is a sight to see. I'll be honest, it took me like 2 days to start this section because I, for the first time since I started making these videos, feel like I'm kind of out of things to say before I even begin. How do I joke about what is the oldest character I've ever talked about? Elongate his dick joke? Frank Miller ruined the Dibneys for me with that already. He's a douchebag? Maybe if this was the Ultimate Universe-based Ultimate Alliance 1, but this game is based on a more timeless, less shitty version of the universe. The Maker? I mean, maybe there's something to the fact Marvel's premier super genius and Charles Xavier have the same kind of crash-out fashion, so I suppose wanting to see Mr. Terrific cosplaying as a cunty GLaDOS is something worth mentioning, but I already wasted talking about general comic geniuses in the last section. His kid is a super-powered reality-warping danger to humanity all because of his magic man milk, but there's no joke about birthing gods that I can't say for Carol's segment because I'm fundamentally an evil person. I guess maybe there's something about how his abilities are weirdly separate from his personality in a way that very few characters of his era really embodied. This was a time of douchebag water deities aping what Neptune had already done in Roman myth. Hyper-noble super strength like the original Adam, brooding people who lost a bit of themselves being like the OG Sandman and of course Batman, and women who barely matter even with their powers because despite being major steps in progress, it was still before the 70s. Hi, Wendy. Reed's team is made up of archetypal characters like the hot-headed fire dude, the monster man who hates himself, and woman who barely matters even with her powers despite being considered a huge step in progress because this was before the 70s. You know, maybe it's just the teenage anime obsession returning momentarily sometimes. I think we shouldn't have to make characters that are in line with their powers all the time. Maybe the horrible slime man doesn't need to be a creep every single time, and Reed really makes that clear because, yeah, his stretching is useful for science, but it's not like that much about who he is. This is a foundational character, the man associated with the group that truly started Marvel as it is. But despite Reed having powers that would make him the front man of the Shuma Gorath signature Eldritch super orgy in East Glenplicky, a place so non-Euclidean I can't say its actual name properly, but for the record it's a suburb in Milpitas, California, he doesn't actually have that kind of personality. He's industrious and skilled as hell. Stretching is this amazing cartoonish power, but he controls it with surgical precision, like a reverse Luffy years before Luffy ever existed. After all, the man's entire existence is the result of an extraterrestrial ostectomy, which he is responsible for. Somehow, despite his inherent form being like if Flash Gordon and Felix the Cat had a coke-fueled vor party, he's still very serious. His stretching thus becomes something that makes sense for him because it's a way for him to externalize his intellect, not internalize who he is, to stretch himself as far as he wants to be naturally. Hence why he wants to make the Fantastic Four celebrities, to make what are objectively freak accidents into blessings, because after all, they are for him, and he feels it's best to help the others out. So this contrast to silly powers on a serious man creates depth within the gap between them. When you see him do silly things with his powers, that's him accepting himself. I love it when he blows up bits of his body or puts his eyes out or stretches himself into like couches and shit. Of the four, he's the one benefiting the most, which is the main contrast between him and the others. The point is that there is an immense complexity to his powers story-wise. wise, which is why the fact his moveset in this game being just a bunch of generic moves with a thin glaze of a Naruto fan's idea of who Luffy is just feels kinda dirty. I don't think a single character outside of the bottom three suffers more from the compartmentalizing UA demands than Reed, and I must blame my initial cluelessness as part of my issue here. I first believe a lot of his issues was because he was added as DLC when Kamala Khan, a hero who has very similar abilities conceptually so long as you're not a TV writer who just got finished shoving a pencil into their prefrontal cortex to lobotomize themselves during a marathon of Green Lantern cartoons, was in the base game. Miss Marvel is herself really simple when it comes to her stretching abilities, but they use those abilities to really give her strong and straightforward stuff to do. I'll get into it more with her section, but they pick exactly the best way for her to puff up and make her moves feel impactful. She feels like her body is unleashing her power as she embiggens herself, like she's coiling up to really hit hard. I assume the more specific and outlandish moves Reed had were not to look like a full-on clone. Yeah, he's also got a stretching spin punch move, but it goes further at the cost of damage and speed, and ultimately it still works pretty well. It's got huge range. He's got a regular Gatling punch, but he lifts his body up frankly just to show off since it's functionally the same as most others, and it's kinda confusing and slow. He's got this long-range grab that could be cool, but I swear it only has a hitbox on his hand, cause it just never seems to work. Seriously, trying to use it is like missing a clothesline during a wrestling match, but also you were meant to do a choke slam in the first place, because the choreography is completely off, cause WWE is filled with more than just closet ghosts at this point. And yes, that was a very strained metaphor, just like how they strained to give him any good moves. Which they sure failed at anyway, cause finally, the only move that actually feels like it delves into his way of using his abilities is a rolling move that doesn't control well, barely hits the copious shield enemies, and kinda just feels like a cheap gimmick on the level of using the Krakatoa eruption as an impromptu bat mitzvah. Everything feels too held back or way too overdone, and compared to Miss Marvel's gameplay, I assumed it was the result of overthinking, but apparently this crap is just standard form to him in UA. The one thing I wanted from previous games was the other moves, but I'd settle for a different set of 4 at this point. For the man who leads the team that changed Marvel for good, the family considered to be the bedrock of every trope we know of the genre, he is so unadventurously designed you'd think he was a walking tour of his own house. The patriarch of a revolution should not be this status quo. The stretch grab is not just generic, but as I said, it feels about as effective as a toilet plunger made of fiberglass. It was always a terrible idea, and they could have done better. The roller is good conceptually, but this isn't a movement game, so you're just kinda smashing against unstaggering crowds like a tricycle. And the other two are just completely generic. Couldn't they have pushed his intelligence just a bit more? I'm saying I want Plastic Man who went to McEwen. Maybe his stretch spin could act like a Gear 4 Snake Man and be a snipe tracking punch, and maybe his weird gum Gatling thing should be pulling the ultimate nullifier out, because at this point we may as well just reset the multiverse for random thugs every time, because if Thanos gets to fuck with the universe all day, why can't I? Am I Thane? The point is that researching and reading for this made me appreciate that Reed is hardly the boring one of the 4, because boy, this gameplay appearance made me feel like he was. Pray the webs in your window don't meet in the middle, lest you fall prey to a deadly black widow. Queen of the Red Room, in her sight find your doom. Natasha Romanoff shall find you soon. You know, I've noticed that even though I've made such a big deal about character and adaptation being an element that chooses the rankings in this video, I'm still surprising myself because I've noticed that there is a lot that goes into gameplay quality as a deciding force as well. The F tier was entirely abhorrent failures of game design, which ironically necessarily harmed their ability to function character-wise. And D tier so far has been a long list of characters who have pretty okay characterization and gameplay, but are otherwise just treading water. Thankfully, Jeff the Land Shark isn't here to use his ultimate where he goes, "It's Sataning time," and Antichrist all over those guys, so treading water still works for them, but still. These are characters that I honestly feel like try even less than the F tier, because at least the F tiers are interestingly bad. I just feel let down when a character I genuinely like is nothing but mid, because I feel like a traitor for not using them. And I've been a real Benedict Arnold by my absolute least played character, Miss Romanov. I think there isn't a measure for playtime that I could find, but considering I have her UA wiki page open right now so I can remember anything about her, it speaks to something like that. Seriously, it's so big on my page that if I'm not careful, I might just start including a pair of wrist-mounted energy weapons dubbed Widow's Bite. The KGB arranged a marriage between Natasha and the renowned Soviet test pilot Alexei Shostakov. However, when the Soviet government decided to make Shostakov into their new operative, the Red Guardian, he was told that he can have no further contact with his wife. Natalia was told that he died and was trained as a secret agent. Fuck! I feel a bit bad about Black Widow, to be honest. She's trying so hard not to feel like the love child of cardboard and shreddies. She dyed her hair, the Yelena skin has a cool mask, the electric bits are fun, but she's so desperately wants to be the few little raisins in the bran, yet none of it works. Whenever I'm not expressly playing as her, I can't remember anything about her. It's like if Forget-Me-Not was in this. Widow is in a truly unfortunate place in this roster because she's essentially set up to fail. Listen, both Family Guy and Robot Chicken have already made the exact same "what does she even do" joke with her in the Avengers, and I'm still a few videos away from losing my touch that badly, so I'm gonna say I'm above taking that easy road for a bit, and let's be honest here, the Music-tacular Tapstravaganza was always the sleeper hit anyway, and she stole the show there. But either way, it's obvious that among her peers, she is the one bringing the shield style here. The espionage style combat that the lack of Nick Fury playability leaves her the only proprietor of. The spy side of Marvel is the part of the universe I think doesn't get enough credit, cause in DC, it's the Bat family that controls most of that type of story, and it ends up being localized in that way, while people like Amanda Waller don't end up having that much of a strong government group outside of governments in general. Which, in comparison, makes S.H.I.E.L.D. really interesting because they're almost always going AWOL. It's like if the Principality of Xenon was based. Essentially, this offers her a unique space among everybody because even if she might look underpowered, it's underpowered in a way nobody else is either. Speaking of the Principality of Xenon but based, however, the fact Natasha adds this dark background as a Soviet spy does add a lot of interesting things to her as a character, even among the more wild cast. A lot of people forget, since they really never play into this part of her as a character in the popular versions of Marvel stuff, which essentially means if you're not into a dying art form whose future is monopolized by cliques of people who can't get over their divorces and or love age gap relationships a bit too much, you probably didn't know that she and Hawkeye started as villains. I mean, yes, this didn't last long, as the storyline she and Hawk had against the Avengers literally ends with their reform starting, but her code of ethics still needed work. She was willing to kill so much Hawkeye had to lie for her so she could actually join the Avengers. Her early stories were her yo-yoing around potential treason and subterfuge on behalf of the KGB and S.H.I.E.L.D. She was a triple agent for a while. She hasn't been an unequivocally trustworthy person for that long in her history, all things considered, though I suppose that makes her perfect. As I've mentioned, S.H.I.E.L.D. really likes breaking all of those rules and going against things, so she's kinda built for it. I'm sort of reminded of Joseph Conrad's story Secret Agent, where there is a similar undercover agent who has to flip-flop between a group of belligerents as well as their government, but instead of it being anarchists, it's between the get-along gang and a branch of government so addicted to going AWOL, the company orgy takes place in an Odyssey wall coverings, and there is a veritable army of Stevies you're supposed to explode. But unfortunately, Miss Romanov's equivalent of FP is not Future of the Proletariat, but fucking phoned in when you get to the big picture. In a vacuum, Widow has done really well in this game. Her attacks hit, her stun batons are a unique element for her since most of the electric-powered heroes aren't gadget users. She has arguably the single best grenade spread in the game, and she has a decent spread electric ground pound move. Thor is gonna be much further up on the list, and he doesn't even have that. What the fuck are those batons made out of? Carefully sculpted Norin Rad stool samples in the aftermath of Miguel Santos's bat mitzvah? I haven't seen this much electricity coming from a regular person since the Benjamin Franklin kite race sponsored by the Darwin Awards. It's too bad she was only allowed to have her sniper rifle back as of Marvel Rifles in what I assumed is a Freudian joke, cause the Yelena Belova costume is fantastic, but the mutant Sam Fisher goggles don't work if you're just sticking a gat in people's faces the whole game. But ultimately, that's just her in said vacuum. No Widow is an island outside of very specific insulophile fetish art, and especially not in a game that needs team building. Years and years of comic writers talking highly about Batman to the point that if the Muslims are correct, I know their virgins are gonna look like Bruce Wayne, has shown me that indeed, someone with no powers on a team of heroes is kinda badass. And Natasha here would get some credit for sure, but it would also have to be credit that we give to the Punisher, and he's just a violence hobo. They never considered him for the Red Room, and he's going to overtake her. He's higher on the list, as is Daredevil, and he's blind. So like, woohoo, Nat, you really are the third least qualified person among these super beings. But hey, she can still win out with a great showing of personality that really brings out all the complexities I described about her, which makes it unfortunate that she's about as consequential to the story as a background Autobot they lost the design sheet for before writing scripts. Seriously, she gets like 2 static conversations in the middle of levels, and that's absolutely it. No big entrance since she's part of the huge group you get a quarter of the way through level 2, and yeah, her conversations are okay, but like, there's nothing there. When you have someone really standard on a team of gods, they need to play it up in other areas, and she simply doesn't. She nearly feels like vaporware. Without the few character-specific lines you can buy for her, it'd feel like I'm playing someone who was cut last minute, but I glitched them back into the game with all the moves with an action replay code. It feels more like that fucked up extra dialogue Aerith gets after her death if you cheat her back in. You know, that shit on the snowy mountain? But unlike her, Natasha getting something like that would actually feel like an upgrade to her presence and not a terrifying implication. Because at least for her, it would actually be something I could say is mostly her own thing. What I mean is that if they had gone through with the foreshadowing in UA1 where she seemed to be about to do the ultimate storyline, where she fully betrays the Avengers and then gets arrowed in the face, and she was like a vengeful revenant in this game, it would actually be a marked improvement. Maybe get the Liberators involved. Hell, this is the Infinity Stone storyline, just fridge her like they did in Endgame, because clearly she holds little use to the writers when she isn't a corpse, just like how she holds little use to me. Every time I find her, it feels like the Sentry all over again, but less interesting. Perished in the flames of the Titan's gaze, revived to destroy the mistakes that had been made. The Green Guardian, the Destroyer, the Dragon, Arthur Douglas Drax is his name. If you're getting sick of the D tiers all basically being good but boring in different fonts, well then I've got bad news for you, because this next character is so epitomizing of this issue, they may as well have put him in as a fully grayed out test model. Which, considering the use of Drax in most Marvel media, amounts to big scary guy who never gets to complete his character arc because he'll never be popular enough to beat Thanos, makes this game's version of him very appropriate. It's right down to the alternate costume being his nonsense 90s one to emphasize how little thought actually went into this guy. Drax's entire history is defined by failing upwards. He's just some random guy who dies to Thanos, he gets handed powers arbitrarily, he uses them to fight nothing but other heroes, to the point where most of his stories happen during times he could have had a chance to fight Thanos, but he misses it twice. And at the time, his more important daughter Moondragon, seen here before she and Comic Mantis were smushed together into a fucked up marketing golem, helps him die. And that's supposed to be the end of it, but then he's unceremoniously revived and handed an Infinity Stone because he happened to be near Adam Warlock once. Then he shows up to be part of the new Guardians and dies like a bitch, but while that run was happening, the guy who helped make Lollipop Chainsaw was walking by Marvel Studios at the time, and since he was already working on a movie about the Guardians, and this was the most recent version of the team, he now gets to be a really funny, jolly friend boy that sells many plushies and also fuck his energy powers, I guess. Like, what? Has a character ever gotten luckier than that? This absolute bottom tier nothing burger character. Not even a Z-lister. You have to go by unknown rules and go to exclamation mark listers to find where he is, right next to fucking Spitfire. But they turned him into a world-class Disney mascot? How does he do it? Like, yes, I get they wanted to go with the version of the Guardians of the Galaxy that a few people might have recently read, but Manifold happened to be in the Avengers when that movie came out, and he wasn't in it, was he? Drax being here, right now, with the popularity he has as a character, feels like an absolute random occurrence. Like if somebody came in from an alternate universe, they're going to go, wait, what do you mean that guy who died years ago in the comics is now super popular here? Technically, all of the Guardians of the Galaxy could be described like this. They're the fucking Guardians of the Galaxy, after all. They're a team that has existed in nothing but obscurity up until a few years ago, and is entirely built on contrivances to make it actually exist. Seriously, the version you probably know the most about is only attached to the original Guardians through a protracted set of time travel shenanigans involving Captain America-ing Vance Astro. I thought I would be acting in movies at this point in my life and not writing that sentence. But Drax really does feel like he's the most egregious example of this, considering his background. Star-Lord was specifically called in from preview hell specifically to lead the 2008 team. Gamora is directly related to Thanos, Rocket had his own established area of existence all his own, and Groot is technically the oldest of all of them, so even if he's kind of a random, he was already sort of an expendable journeyman character. Drax was not. Moondragon sent his soul off and he just showed back up because no one cared. It's like if you needed to win a game of cricket and could choose anyone from the entire universe over all time, but you decided to choose a team of 5 with Brian Lara, Garfield Sobers, Sachin Tendulkar, Ricky Ponting, and Marlon Samuels, because Wasim Akram was having bad diarrhea. All of this work just to have a guy who does knives okay make sense. All this weird shit is the most interesting thing about him, just in general. He's so boring as a character that his absolute convoluted shitfest of a backstory is the most interesting thing about him. Well, other than the fact that in this game he's so bog standard, it's actually interesting how uninteresting he is to play. Like it was all planned out or something. He's the playable character equivalent of Boyhood. I'll give him this. This is the most likable version of him I've experienced so far, at least. The movies did okay with him, but there was a significantly higher amount of comedic relief for him than anyone else that undermined a lot of his actual feelings, especially since he didn't get to be a major part of defeating his own character-defining nemesis, for fuck's sake. And clearly I don't care for the comic one. But here they just let him be the dopey but well-meaning and sort of battle-forged guy they clearly actually want him to be in most media. He's supportive to the team, he's astute about the situation without too many of his Bara Starfire misunderstandings. There's a scene between him and Venom that straight up made me realize how robbed this character has been of actual good writing. Maybe recent comics that pump the MCU synergy up real good have helped him be anything other than a massive tool, but honestly don't know. Unfortunately, he really seems to have been given the burden hardest to bear, and I don't mean out-popularizing the character you were once a support to. No one liked Moondragon anyway. No. The burden is being one of the tutorial characters. You start with the 4 Guardians, which means you start with one of each general character type. You get one that flies and has the main elemental attacks, you have a fast weapon master type character, you have a projectile user for at least 5 minutes before any others show up to reveal how shit they actually are, and then Drax is the big burly attack man. We saw this archetype with Thanos, but he was an exception because he played like crusted rat spit. These big, heavy-hitting, heavy-damaging, heavy-type characters that are also kind of slow are essentially the simplest of all the character types in the game. Not that they're bad at all, in fact most of them are insanely good since they're the most jacked up on stats, but they also have mostly normal feeling attacks as a trade-off. Not too many hack type abilities, and especially not with Drax. He is the single least original gameplay style of all 55 characters, because even if Thanos was entirely derivative, it was at least in an insulting fashion, which is something all his own. Not only are all of Drax's moves outclassed by very similar ones on multiple other characters, he doesn't have a unique draw to his game plan. He hits decently hard enough, but not as much as Hulk. He moves pretty fast as a balance, but doesn't have Power Man's range. He's bulky enough, but doesn't have the defense of the Thing or Colossus. We'll get into all of those guys later, but right now the point is that Drax is a character of so many weird twisting complexities, and none of them are present when you put your hands on a controller and move him around. And that sucks, because I did finally start liking him a bit more story-wise thanks to this game. He's higher than a lot of them because I felt pretty good about that one scene with Venom and just his general demeanor, but I'm not selecting him. He's the MVCI of characters, as all he really is a function after all. Genuinely too bad. Loose and arrow high, flyeth through the sky. There's nowhere to hide when you fight with Hawkeye. Born in a circus, but he's no clown. Medieval madness won't keep him down. He'll always prove he's the best around. Clint Barton, the marvelous Hawkeye. We're ending D-tier off with a nice change of pace. Instead of a character who's killed by being terminally boring, it's one that's really only this low because of my own problems as a person. I fucking hate archery in games. Why is the bow and arrow always so fucking weak, or so fucking slow, or so fucking used by asshats? I just can't make them work in a digital medium. The Huntsman, used by douchebag gibbous fucks. Fire Emblem units? Oh boy, I'm so glad you can deal with exactly one type of enemy effectively. Aw man, TNTina, I didn't know you were an expert at explosions, but not demolitions, considering how bad your goddamn mythic is. And good lord, don't get me started on fighting game characters with them. Boy, I sure love having either slow ass or disjointed normals, so I can't do anything always feels like ass to play. And I think the issue with it for me is that unlike guns, it's really hard to run around and shoot a bow and arrow. Not as easily, at least. It's just not a straightforward weapon, and the constant need to bring it into games just for it to always end up a perennial low tier is annoying. But when it comes to Marvel stuff, you're essentially doomed to it because of motherfucking Hawkeye. In fact, I'd say Ultimate Alliance 3 got lucky just having him, because if they had kept the DLC going another few years, if Kate Bishop would have wormed her way into one of them. Not that she doesn't have the right, it's just that if it's gonna be her or her predecessor, well, one of them's gotta go. I don't care which one it is. We do not need two of them. Or at least, spiritually we don't, but no, we cut the Pims out of the original Avengers roster and added him and, what's-her-face in 2012, so we can always expect to see the CIA gods of nothingness and propaganda everywhere all the time forevermore. It's not that Clint isn't a good character, though, objectively. He's an excellent one, in fact. Having a villain meant to become good from the start is something that I'm not sure was really that common an idea at the time. Like, I can't really find anyone who had this exact type of storyline until after him. I'm sure there were some before him, but him and Black Widow really set a lot of precedents for that type of idea. Ironically, Namor being a hero who's a jackass means that was actually a trope that ended up in comics faster. But the issue with Hawkeye's adaptation in this game is very much a result of this fraught history. See, Clint and his brother Barney, a character who allows the intensely paradoxical statement Virgil Hood to exist, were raised by a group of circus thieves, as in thieves posing as a circus, not a group that robs places of their circuses. Not that you needed me to specify that, I just think it's a funny visual, so you better be laughing right now, or else the tab for the WikiHow on tying a noose opens again, sucker. What this means is that Clint is not just any pull back and shoot, harka vagrant, I'm ready to be the king's killer, but will still be seen as a little bitch punk archer. This guy is gun kata, but for archery. That annoying skinny jock in middle school kata. And in his animations, he's hopping around all the time doing all kinds of trick moves. He doesn't have trick shots. He can do them in the comics, so good in fact his arrows don't need the magic metal the JFK bullet had to spawn a Mossad agent to actually shoot. He may as well be a fucking airbender the way he hits things in the comics. And this skill would go really well with all of those trick arrows that he has. You could use his movement to fight strategically using the boomerangs and the tear gas and the acid and the suction cups and the one that implants a constant stream of Mary Anning into the now comatose enemy's brain until they melt from the inside, the crack arrow with crack inside of it, the bolus. But unfortunately in this game, he only really gets the explosive arrows, and yes, you can spam them in an airstrike type move, which means you can simulate an Obama-era Arab military conflict if it was sponsored by the Ringling Brothers, and one move that uses both the scatter and shock arrows at the same time. And that's all you get from that. Oh, and his acrobatics mean fuck all, since you stay still for most of these, besides the ineffective jump back, since the arenas are small and the enemies crowd you. It's like the opposite of the Stymphalian Bird's Trial of Hercules, where it's almost purpose-built for the archer to use his special arrows. But for you, you have very few special arrows, the enemies are in your face, and instead of being Hercules, you're fucking Paris. Thing is, Hawkeye is legitimately decent in this game. He's well characterized with the cocky, confident attitude the living stonefish that is Jeremy Renner could never pull off. Seriously, I don't trust that guy. He exudes the same feeling military-based comedy shows do. I don't know what he even did, I just don't like him. But this one actually feels closer to the guy in the comics. Yes, he's less depressed than his comic version, but if all of these characters were accurately as depressed depressed as they are in the comics, this game would be bleaker than an inner-city public schools performance of Night Mother in the middle of a low-income neighborhood's community center in Anne Arundel. His attacks are decently effective. I just can't personally jive with the fighting style. Some of you are probably thinking, hey, aren't arbitrary personal misgivings based on the belief that your expectations to take precedence over what is objectively the case really dickish? I mean, you yourself defended only having 4 moves. Isn't this the kind of thing you wanted? And all I can say is, I'm never getting No More Heroes 4 because of people doing this exact kind of nitpicking. I'm never getting more Bakugan because of people acting exactly like this. The Gunvolt 3 cast is never coming back because of people being like that. My entire time on YouTube has been about how I've been fucked by this type of thinking. It's my turn now. They could have picked 4 different arrow types, they could have given him more to do with each move, but they didn't. Now let's get to the truly great characters in C tier and leave the realm of the mid before I decide to take my anger out on characters like I'll be doing for my children who don't live up to my expectations in the future even more. Yes, Hawkeye fans, it's because I'm a bad person inside, but it's my video and I am fucking God here, so take this L and wait, don't leave the vid, I need my ego. Okay, that's D tier. Let's rank bosses. Come on, when I established between tier section rankings, you knew I was going to pull this one out. This is the only way a lot of these characters are going to get mentioned here, and since it's mostly good guys in the playable roster, the villains need their time to shine. But don't worry though, this isn't going to be like that War and Peace length vomitous expulsion of barely edited rambling ass that added 45 minutes to the Gunvolt video. This is actually going to be a speed run for real. Because I'm gonna be honest, there's little for me to talk about here, unlike the later incidental bosses of Gunvolt. The universal story relevance almost all of these characters have is shows up, does their generic thing from the comics, since they're really never outside of their part in the story, and then they get defeated and leave. You don't get to play as them, they really don't have anything more besides being a major challenge on your way through the story. Yes, as fun as dragging Bullseye by the ear across the multiverse sounds, I don't think the Geneva Convention would let us use him as the human shield he deserves to be. I mean, yeah, Nick Fury takes after his father by being psychotic, but not this time. The single point that Ultimate Alliance 2 earns by letting you play as some of the boss villains better be cherished by its fans singular. Enjoy Juggernaut, Dennis. I'm sure missing out. I mean, I just have to sit here living with him being a really cool boss fight instead of a middling ass Hulk clone. I don't know how I'll survive. It's with these bosses that you can really start to see how Utsuda's time with the Musuo games affected the way this game turned out, since the way these bosses move in their cutscenes is nearly exact to the pacing of the character appearance scenes in Hyrule and Fire Emblem Warriors, but the writing is pure comic goodness. Some of the best lines in the game are from these guys. Why do I feel like I can speedrun them then? As I just said, there's not much here, but I'm saying there's a lot here. I love bosses so much, so why can't I talk about these guys forever too? Cause in the grand scheme of video game boss fights, all but a few of them are C tier across the board. I love the storytelling and gameplay based unity of challenge bosses offer, so this means that a lot of RPGs end up falling out of the rankings for me because you can just level up until they don't matter anymore, which has always irked me. As well, a lot of these guys just sort of show up and do a couple of comic things and then leave, as I've said, which doesn't leave a lot of character work for them. They're here to be the grand cast of the Marvel Universe, not a super deep nothing here is. As I said, I appreciate this game for being a sort of vertical slice of all that Marvel goodness, but that just means that they're not gonna compare to someone like Alice Twilight. Even worse is that since you can play any team combination against them, they don't force you into certain certain characters for certain bosses, they can't even really have a rapport with their go-to nemesis either. So even though they're really fun to fight and it's really cool to see who's coming next and what's going on, we might as well just talk about them in a vacuum, because otherwise I'm gonna run out of things to say real fast. Plus there's like 40 of them, so it would take forever anyway. That said, I'm still gonna rank them in relativity to each other, so let's get going from start to end. Nebula. Okay, I know some of these are technically called mini-bosses, but in my mind, a mini-boss is a large enemy and not a fully fledged unique character. The non-android Mega Man robots are mini-bosses. Proto Man is just a boss you fight halfway through a level. Just because he's not the end, I would not call him mini. Ultimately, it's an arbitrary terminology, but you don't care enough about Nebula to argue with me about this, do you? Yes, I know me saying that is a very didn't watch Guardians 3 of me, but honestly, I consider her a very odd side of everything. Guardians really did shift so many of these characters into relevance. She was like a quaternary, tetranary threat in Infinity Gauntlet, yet here we are now, a difficult challenge both character-wise and as an early fight. In your first playthrough, you won't have unlocked anybody left, so you will be playing as Gamora to fight her the first time, which actually circumvents the issue I was talking about. That said, she is kind of still a souped up enemy. She's got a gun, she's got some slashes, she can do an area effect thing, and then she just swarms the area with Kree soldiers. Seriously, it's like getting into a bee costume and beating up keepers in training with dropped hives. As in, you're fighting one main character, yes, but there's just a bunch of little guys trying to take hits at you. It's honestly quite chaotic, and feels like she's sort of at the shallow end of the pool on purpose because of this, and also how early she is in the game. I wish she had more to do, honestly, but I suppose it was nice to see her actually be with the Kree that she's supposed to be with again, so 50-50, B tier. Ronan the Accuser. See, I see why people call the other bosses mini now, in a certain way, because the difference between Ronan and Nebula is like the difference between Ziegler and Goldberg. This guy gives you so much more than his MCU counterpart, but MCU villain writing means that's saying as much as soda being a better way to keep energy than crack cocaine. Ronan is trying to hide the gems from the big bads of this game and puts up a huge fight to keep you from making his location known to said big bads, the Black Order. It's really chaotic and ends up being really ground-shattering. After all, he's got a hammer the size of Olympus Mons. This ends up actually expending so much energy that the Black Order is able to figure out where he is, kicking off the entire plot. Listen, he's the accuser, not the prosecutor. He doesn't need to be smart. Honestly, the Kree never seem to be, but A tier anyway. Sandman! The second level of Ultimate Alliance 3 is so funny to me. Spider-Man is a character so popular and undeniably strong as a force in comics that no amount of Sony film rights are going to block him from being the most lavished guy in the room, even at this point. Or at least in the sense of how he's used in games. He's functionally usually mid-tier gameplay-wise, but in a metatextual sense he gets a lot of love. There's so much of Spidey's rogue gallery in this one level, it makes it feel like the devs were first told they were making a DC Universe game at first, so they immediately shoved an Arkham Asylum level and all of Batman's rogues in ASAP, because that's all that matters in that neighborhood anymore, and then had to swap it to Spidey's when they realized they actually had to get creative with who they used. But ultimately, I suppose it's fine to get most of them out of the way so the rest of the game has a balance of different people's rogues. Unfortunately, they start this whole gauntlet with Sandman, who sucks ass fuck. Do you like intelligent use of weaknesses? Us neither, so do turrets while getting ganked instead. Do you like Sandman's depth as a character, being sorta hardcore but actually kinda good-natured when you get down to it? Us neither, we're gonna make him dumber than the Rhino in this one. Do you like fun? Us neither! Enjoy the second slowest 5 minutes of the game. F tier. Venom and Electro. I sort of love how the dynamic here builds up how Venom is going to act as a character when you end up unlocking and playing as him. He's really lonely. Electro doesn't say a word to him in the whole ordeal, but Venom is so desperate not to be abandoned, he fucking eats Electro anyway to keep him from running away in the second phase. Yeah, we see Electro get shot out for a split second, but damn, Eddie, that's kind of gruesome. It's weird to see the elemental absorption happen from another angle besides what we can do with our characters. I forget if the playable Venom can even take on elements too. This is just a very weird one-off moment. Especially when the fight with Electro is one of the more straightforward of all of them. Just don't bring in Daredevil because his echolocation shit gets him nearly permanently stunned by any attack that hits him. Venom having to be weakened by sound in a location-based context that really doesn't happen again in any other boss fight is also an odd touch. Lot of really neat one-off moments in this boss, so honestly it's quite cool, and ultimately that earns it like at least a B tier. Miss Marvel, Ultimate Spider-Man Miles Morales, Ghost Spider, and Mysterio. Speaking of using our own mechanics against us, the closest thing to a team versus team fight you get in the base game's campaign is these three kiddos and their terrifying non-consensually assigned magic uncle. These three work together as a team and complement each other pretty well. Miles is sort of the harassment that runs around the arena, filling the ground with his different webbing attacks that make it really hard to move around, which allows Gwen to stay back and shoot full screen filling shots at you with all of her different area of effect abilities and crowd control. So you're having your movement limited and are being attacked from every angle, and while this happens, Kamala gets right up close to really start pounding at you. They each have a role to play on their team, so it feels really overwhelming, but there's only 3 of them and you have 4 characters. So as long as you understand how to really combine attacks and how to make things synergize together, you can break them up and finish that part easily, taking them out one by one by one. But then Mysterio shows up to be the most annoying damage-specific boss challenge in the mission mode, but also even more effective on his own. He coordinates alone and does massive tornadoes and gas attacks and uses his clones to, try and punch you like a massive fucking moron because all of his magical illusions just hide the fact that he's a guy. But I suppose he's better at taking gut checks than he was in Spider-Man 2, though doesn't take away from how creative and interesting a spin on the multi-character battles that this game is all about, really, and turning them against you, one after the other. So A tier, easy peasy. Doc Ock. You know, at the time of me writing this section specifically, there's a whole bunch of people who aren't allowed to see their children anymore on comic book Twitter doing all kinds of desperate engagement farming bait argument posts about what the Mount Rushmore of superheroes are. And forgetting the fact that in reality, being on Mount Rushmore is a statement that you were a fucking monster, I always got annoyed that it was DC's Trinity and Spidey for most people. Shouldn't it be 2 and 2? But then the thing I realized is the villain Mount Rushmore is Doom, Magneto, Goblin, and Joker is only there because Otto Octavius felt generous. This guy is another mini, so to speak, yet has 2 distinct phases. He's given great importance as the in contention greatest foe of Spider-Man. A lot of what's going on in the level is because Green Goblin is commanding him to do stuff. And oh man, he is pitch perfect in this game. His attitude is exactly what you'd expect. It's so smarmy you could spread his voice on a cracker, and so toxic that that cracker would kill you. He uses his arms exactly like you'd expect him to, making a human tower to try to knock you down, throwing shit all over the place. It's really quite well realized. Honestly, really little else to say for him. Just very smart work. A tier. Golf claps. Green Goblin. But let's be honest, the Doc may have a shot, but no one is more worthy of being Spidey's greatest nemesis and the Spidey villain who deserves the first Infinity Stone fight as Goblin. He looks so damn sick in this fight. They really lavish him with the good stuff, and it's so cool that it almost makes the sheer boredom of having to be in his time stop for half of the fight less pubic-shatteringly annoying. I don't care for the gimmicks here, even if they're not that intrusive, all things considered. Mostly a simple game of cat and mouse bomb volleyball with the twist of being lopsided due to the power of the stone. But let's be honest, as amazing a villain as Goblin is in our world, he's a schlub in the grand scheme of Marvel's universe, even with the sad and pathetic attempts to make him big time. He's just kind of a weirdo that Peter is close to, so seeing the sheer power of the stones even in the hands of what is ultimately a random crazy guy in canon, and who ultimately ends up overwhelmed by it with the sheer terror of Thanos, really helps establish the stakes of these things. Strong story work, but man, I just don't like being stopped in place. B tier. Elektra. Elektra being brought into the fold because someone did something shitty to her has become sort of a trope with her at this point. Her initial death was such an insane swerve that it's really all people know about her at this point. This isn't even a fridge at this point, it's all of Antarctica being dumped onto her shoulders. But thankfully this time all you have to do is beat the problem out of her, which I'm pretty sure isn't possible with a stab wound. Elektra's boss fight is the only one where the ads are more than just a swarm of offense that doesn't really feel earned, or at least it's the one where that's the most obvious. You can't actually permanently harm the boss version of her until her Ninja Brainwash Squad, which would be a great name for a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles villain group, are dealt away with, and then you can start fighting her for real. I also get a kick out of the fact that you can just walk into the Hand headquarters and they just happen to be in the middle of a demon summoning that she just happened to be on a mission about, which is honestly super convenient sounding until you learn about both her and the Hand and realize that considering their history, this is like a normal Thursday for them. Seriously, you go through so many of her tropes as well as just the regular tropes associated with Hell's Kitchen characters that it's like almost too fast. This rapid firing of all the things they do in the comics just in this one truncated 5-minute segment feels like you're trying to introduce someone to basketball with NBA Jam dunk compilations. But ultimately, this is sort of what I like about this game. As I said, it's a very truncated adaptation of everything. The characters are all within their very small amount of space, but they expand by working together, and I won't repeat that whole thing. I've said it like probably 15 times at this point. Here we see it properly done with the bosses. Like, of all of the bosses so far, this one is the first one to really show how that style can work for writing an instance like this. Ultimately, first S tier boss. Good job. Bullseye! And then, of course, you follow Elektra up with motherfucking Bullseye, the guy who can hit any target with anything. A power somehow devoid of mysticism and almost entirely explained with "fuck you, I can" in the comics, which is already super in character for him anyway. Honestly, Bullseye's just really on point and in character for this whole segment. I mean, ignoring the fact that since this is an M-rated game, he can't bring the decapitated head of a child to throw at you, which he would absolutely do if he had the choice. And there's really no random acts of evil for him just cuz. Like the fact that he was probably hired by the next boss on here kind of gives him way too much sensibility for what he's best at. Seriously, I admit I'm going into fandom flanderization a bit, but the fact he's acting like just a normal goon on Kingpin's payroll and not the constantly chasing psycho that happens to work for whoever lets him be as awful as possible is the least least in character part of him. Anyways, regardless of all that, the fight's really fun. I like how they use the fact that since you're in an incredibly rich man's ninja dojo, his collection of horrifying murder weapons are just strewn all over the place. A perfect setting for a guy like Bullseye. It ends up feeling like a natural way to use his powers while also explaining where you are. Good times, it vibes pretty nicely, B tier. Kingpin. When I was talking about raw lines of dialogue, this guy's statement about a surplus of power is what I mean. God damn! Kingpin brings together all of the stuff that you got from the previous two Hell's Kitchen bosses, being the incredibly grounded fighting style of Bullseye and Elektra's comparatively weird harnessing of mystical powers, by taking his dump truck dwarfing size and the powers of the ISOA upgrade crystals to shoot both lasers and the pillars of his house at. The arena is harshly shifted in a way very few other bosses here even tried to do. Clearly there was a lot of love put into the Kingpin's boss fight, so much love that they end up using him more than any other boss in the challenge mode. Though granted, that's probably because for some reason they decided to make a DLC about a group of characters to which he is the only available arch-villain for. That's that fucking Tim and Eric free real estate joke, but for thematic content, isn't it? Man, I'm getting a lot of statements I never thought would exist today. But whatever, that's just me riffing, isn't it? Ultimately, Kingpin's a real solid fight, and I'm not talking about the steel-lined beer belly. S tier. Ultron and Ultimo. As fun as it is to be constantly assailed by the powerful and threatening members that make up the who's who of the joyless Marvel fucking society, there is sort of a charm to a boss that fully dominates his segment on his own without any other helpers. And no one is more perfect for that than Necron, but Justice League Heroes fucked up any chances of that, so the demented hell creature that infested Apple CEO Steve Jobs' mind and promised him endless riches in exchange for the soul of humanity will have to do. Ultron is like the Scott Hall of bosses. Absolute 5-star experience at first, really. We have Ultron gaining a fascinating moment by being given the Soul Stone and thus developing human understanding, only to hate us even more, which, yes, I could make an original yeah, same joke about, but honestly, this speaks to just how much of Hank Pym's mind is dedicated to being the quintessential shitty nihilist. Let's just say there's a reason Janet only alludes to him negatively, and Scott Lang is explicitly the Ant-Man we see in this game. There's a Yellow Jacket fight that got cut, isn't there? Oh well, not the point. This isn't about the sins of the father, but the absolute atrocities of the son, who throws all his extra bodies at you while shooting soul beams? What the hell? Point is, wibbly wobbly energy and terrifying technology come together to create an intense climax to the ongoing invasive battle with Ultron that's been happening throughout the entire level. And then, like Scott Hall, the later half of his life deflates into a pile of sad to watch mush. Rip to a legend, man. Yes, Ultimo is a sick callback to use as a thing for Ultron in this game, and Hawkeye's entrance is incredibly badass, but like Sandman, it's just a really tedious turret fight when you get down to it, and then adds a touch of the godforsaken big guy on a cliff design that makes me want to pull my nails out every time I see it. Honestly, a really huge wet fart to end it off on. So we start with an S tier, but the second half's an F tier. Make of that what you will. Infinity Sentinel. The effects of the Infinity Stones on the villains have been a significant factor in the bosses, and so seeing what the Power Stone can do to a random Sentinel makes me glad Kingpin was a false flag. Not that he'd be powerful, but because he'd be totally overblown by his own attacks that just end up undermining his entire threat. Yeah, you just beat up the enemy Sentinels and then throw their chest bombs into the suck-up power of the Infinity Sentinel. It ends it in seconds, C tier. Magneto. And now for the biggest disappointment of the game. Halfway through the X-Men level, the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants, the Klansmen of Black Panthers, show up and you get to have a really cool team fight with Magneto, Juggernaut, and Mystique. But then it ends like halfway through, and then you have an okay fight against Juggernaut, and then what is essentially just a copy of the playable Magneto, and Mystique just gets totally sidelined. You really only fight her for a moment in that team battle and just never get to finish things up. Once one of you or them is down, it just cuts out. Honestly, really deflating after the kids in Mysterio did this concept so well. The other fights in the X-Mansion level just kind of feel weak when this was the start, so why care now? It's a cool level, it's just that the boss fights in it kind of just peter out after a while. Hell, Magneto's fight gets completely sidelined by 2 immediate stompings by other villains later, so it's just not really what I'm looking for. Good level, and they work within the level, but otherwise D tier. Strange. As I said, the fight with Doctor Strange is a pretty big difficulty spike if you've been cycling heroes. The leveling curve is kind of wacky in this game. But the worst part is that it ends up making Strange seem like a much more powerful character than he is when you actually get to use him. And also, I think the arbitrary second phase is just kind of shittily conceived and doesn't add anything, but honestly, not that big a deal. Not too much here, but it serves as a cool introduction for a character that really needs all the help he can get. C tier. Loki! Loki's presence is a weird half and half. I know damn well Disney had Team Ninja's balls in its hands, and not having the bread and butter boy as a major part to drive the fanfic girlies to this game was never gonna be a possibility. But as the first ever Avengers villain, it's not like he didn't already earn his space. Plus, he looks like a villain from one of those old 3D Barbie movies instead of a heart so throbbing it causes cardiac arrest, so honestly feels more in line with this game's situation. I have more to say on him since he's a playable character, but for now, of all the playable character bosses, his has the most going for it. His clones don't work independently in gameplay, they're all built into his attacks. So him just using them here is amazing. And also the fact that he just jumps you in the middle of an otherwise unrelated level to him kinda scared me into thinking Asgard wasn't going to be a section. But hey, Loki is a wizard too, so I guess he sorta fits in the Dark Dimension in a weird way. I don't know. It's just a weird way for him to show up, but also weirdly thematic for who Loki is. A tier. Dormammu may be another big guy on a cliff, but weirdly, this one doesn't bother me as much as Ultimo. Probably because Ultimo's greatest failure was becoming a weird turret boss and thus letting down everything that he had going for him and not doing anything with the gameplay of the preceding level. While Dormammu is 100% based on the gameplay of his level. Yes, you can fight him normally, but you also get to use the combat with those weird absorbing rocks that explode when you throw them at things. Seriously, you get to just absorb so much punishment and then use it to throw away evil spirits. It's almost like if those weird crystal healing parents could actually solve something and also were Al-Qaeda. Anyways, B tier. Maximus. The fucking Inhumans. Oh my god, this level's pathetic. The only one that ever mattered is a mutant now. Fuck you, Medusa, you ass. Oh wait, the boss is actually sick as fuck. It's nice that even if Thane only has the single constantly repeating plot line, they actually give you a chance to fight alongside him for a bit, so the twist still has a little bit of emotional weight to him, and there's actually some moments where he's treated as a member of the team, and it feels earned because of it. Honestly, considering the way Thane and Thanos end in the finale makes the Inhumans not giving up on Maximus because he's family feel like strong foreshadowing. Okay, I wrote off the Inhumans at the start of this section because of the lazy design of their level and the fact that it feels like their presence was forced. Unfortunately, this fight has actually given me a lot more to chew on than I expected, and ironically, I love it when a boss fights you with turrets, but you don't fight them with turrets, so it creates a really dynamic battle environment. So congrats, Maximus, you actually made me happier than I wanted to be. You dick. S tier. Claw. You know, Claw made me realize how much it sucks that heroes don't seem to be allowed to have specific villains anymore. It's always one or two big nemesis and then like 40 different guys that get shuffled around for everybody else. Like, name me a Vision specific villain. Name me a Hawkeye specific one that isn't his brother. No one has a rogues gallery anymore, honestly. Many people turn their nose at a character like Living Laser or Whiplash or Crimson Dynamo since the Iron Man films undermine or ignore them completely, and so in the name of synergy, there's kinda nothing to a lot of these rogues anyway anymore. Spidey has his guys, but otherwise, the only other non-generalized enemy in the game that isn't Bullseye is Claw, who is very much a Black Panther villain. Even if he was specifically a Fantastic Four villain before becoming associated with BP, but let's be honest, that doesn't really matter at this point. I'm just kind of genuinely happy to see him here. Cause beating racists to shit is satisfying as hell. I'll be honest, I haven't read as much Black Panther as I wish I had, so Claw's sound blaster abilities were actually as much a surprise to me as it was for the hero gang when he throws the Alliance into the jungle. I know this game was never gonna do the apartheid colonization stuff he's usually used for, but that insanely South African accent, despite being German, is telling. I love trying to catch him and taking advantage of his hubris when he stops to attack. For just being one man, he uses his powers in a way that really makes him feel like a fight against many, and that's before the mission modes that let the AIM soldiers get in on the action. Shockingly solid for such a small-time character in the grand scheme of things. A tier. MODOK. God, I love the choices this game makes when delineating the stones to different villains, especially with MODOK. Giving the character who treats science like a god of his own making the damn soul stone is actually amazing. It's too bad MODOK is, by his very design, not a very dynamic, moving character, but they do make up for the less amazing visuals of his fight with really creative use of his Doc Ock claws and his rocket chair, and especially with his terrifying use of the Soul Stone even as a non-believer in that sort of thing. He's like an infection within a celestial body that he doesn't understand but can take advantage of. He looks and sounds like an infection too, but hey. MODOK is so annoying, but it's in a fun way that ultimately works perfectly fine. B tier. Surtur. Oh, for fuck's sake, another goddamn cliffside boxing match. At least the Bifrost is a nicer area to fight in than the other bosses like this, but unfortunately they get a bit accurate to a fault by making you fight him in hell, no not that one, for like 30 useless seconds before you can actually damage him. Knowing my distaste for this kind of boss, it kind of feels like the Spectre is fucking with me again by designing it like this. F tier. Red Skull and the Destroyer. Oh, thank fuck Asgard's other bosses are sick, though. Cap doesn't get a dedicated level of his own, but they kind of make up for it by having Hela yank his arch nemesis from the depths and letting him take a hit of Bifrost Kush Bong so he can solo like 45 people at this point, and then shoving him into a giant robot like cosmic level William Afton just makes it even funnier to think about. Are costumed heroes and villains really silly or something? No, it's the people with jobs and futures who are wrong. Even though the first part of this fight is piss easy, 1, I like beating the Nazi like a dog, and 2, unfortunately old Mr. Hugo was really him at the sewing machine, and Johann knows how to aura farm real good. Especially since he has the single best music track in the whole game. Seriously, the battle rages on feels like the diametric opposite of Cap's MVC theme, but I don't know enough about music theory to explain how. It's just really appropriate. Like, yeah, this is what a Captain America villain's theme is. Too bad when he turns into the Destroyer, it shifts to the shared theme of the boss fights, but this is also when the actual battle really starts. You have to start collecting stray pieces of Rainbow ISO 8 to get a power boost to even be able to dent it. They make a point that only Odin himself can handle it at base power, and it feels properly overwhelming that way. Good show, Nuke Golem. Ultimately, S tier for both. Thanos. As I said, this fight gets eaten up by his subordinates and his own son. Unfortunately, it's just too little in every capacity, like playable Thanos is. He doesn't go as hard as the full Infinity armor and isn't as creative as the stone choices for the Black Order and the other bosses. He's ultimately a footnote and not the feat you want to see. That's Venom's. D tier. Thane. God, Thane, why is it always this plot? I get that that's a very comic booky fan thing to say, I guess. I don't think you've really shown up in a game at this level of importance before, so I guess I gotta give you props and a bit of leeway. I also wasn't really familiar with the fact that there is actually a full Infinity armor for the gauntlet, so watching what you did here was honestly kind of a treat. Getting to fight at that level of power is quite something. The Destroyer may have felt overwhelming, but this is actually overwhelming in gameplay. I've fought a lot of reality-destroying bosses in my time, but this one really sold it even among all of those. So well, in fact, I'm not even annoyed by the time stops here. It feels more controlled, honestly, despite the fact that he's actively breaking in his mind and everything around him because of it. Every move here is a stronger version of the stone abilities Thanos had and feels like an actual fight against Thanos, unlike the literal one prior. Being such a problem, even Thanos joins you in the fight is a hell of a moment too. Just a really strong climax to the base game, all things considered. A tier. Annihilus. Robin Atkin Downes is a generational talent, and it's great to see that a guy who does a lot of Marvel bit part work didn't miss out on this game. His Annihilus is the absolute default voice I have for that character, which granted isn't saying much since barely anyone else has ever voiced him, but still. Annihilus was quite something to see in the DLC, because this guy is not a sideshow character. I know he's always going to be lesser than Doom in narrative importance, but frankly, unless Doom has a MacGuffin, I'd say Annihilus is actually the bigger threat 9 times out of 10. And the fight treats him with gravitas even though you just incidentally meet him on the journey in the DLC, since the Annihilation Wave is a threat even after the fight with him. They start coming out of portals and stuff. He's the best example of the use of regular enemies in these bosses for this game, since that's sort of his whole deal. He is a powerful fighter, but more importantly, a lot of his strategy is being a really hard to reach element in his battle. Very strong A tier. The Celestial. You know, if I had access to a Green Lantern ring, it would mean I have a lot of willpower, so maybe I could use that willpower to forcefully castrate myself and bleed to death. A slightly less painful endeavor than fighting the Celestial in this game. This thing's a real dick. I love the atmosphere and angle of combat, but it's just the biggest cliff fight yet. Really deflating considering you spend the entire level running away from its very pieces. It was built up way more cinematically than it ends up being. C tier. Doom. I'm just gonna roll the first Doom fight in with God Emperor since the latter is just an upgrade of the former. He goes from beams to lasers, from green to white, from Doom bots to more of them, but also spectral recreations of heroes, giving you the first proper 4v4 team fight right at the end of the game. From a big ego to one that eclipses the sun. Probably unintended, but those being Orange Lantern Ring orange is cheeky if intended. It feels like reality is breaking even more than with Thane. And then they just let Doom join afterwards because they teased that forth and it's never coming out, isn't it? Weird times, but still very enjoyable. A tier. Oh, but I skipped a few, didn't I? The whole Black Order. Yeah, maybe I'm being a Russo right— no, I can't even pretend to insult myself here. That idea grosses me out. But perhaps I'm recreating mistakes of the movies by barely involving the Black Order as characters so far. The game sure risks it with 3 of them just suddenly appearing near the final third, but no, that's not it. I've already spoken of how insanely sick they make them in this game. They are the tagline for a reason, because the best boss in the game is a 5-way tie between them, as they are by far UA3's greatest success character-wise. I do sort of remember them when they appeared in the MCU adaptation. They aren't invisible parts of the story, Ebony Maw and Cole Obsidian in particular, just sort of random and useless flat as fuck boss fights to be under Thanos. But UA3 does what they should have been the whole time, making them purposeful flat as fuck boss fights under Thanos. No, but in all seriousness, the problem with Thanos' boss fight being so nothing and anticlimactic isn't that he himself has much missing about who he is, but that the Black Order in this game do such a good job having such a good presence and ability that he ends up falling short of the expectations that they put up for him because they all work under him. In the movies, they literally cut out every moment for any of these characters to have a lasting effect on audiences. The scene where Cole Obsidian makes Professor Hulk be born should have been in the movie, frankly. But the thing is, as cool as they are in the comics, they are also sort of undermined by the fact that Thanos appears decades before they do, so they don't really get to be a power story as much. At least not in the way that it should be. Yes, there is that one storyline where Thane does the Thane story again, but this time Thanos has to kill Corvus Glaive to get some more power. But ultimately, that's really the most I can think of off the top of my head for their appearances there. Yet here, Ronan, this absolute boss of a character that you see serve Thanos in the films and is just always a massive problem when he appears in the comics, gets bitch slapped after hiding in fear by one of these guys. You meet them multiple times in the story, but it's never with any give or take. They show up, slaughter you, and you gotta run. In the X-Mansion, Proxima Midnight and Corvus Glaive interrupt, beat your ass. Then Magneto and the Brotherhood get up to join you in this sick moment of teamwork just so they can beat yo ass a second time. Once all 5 of them show up in Wakanda, you don't even try to fight, you just immediately go into the Temple Run segment. And yes, I said 5. Later edition Supergiant is here when not in the movies, so now our odds are even worse. This whole game is ultimately about this massive group of incredibly talented and beloved Sentinels of Justice, the whole force of Marvel itself, coming together to get the fucking Soto Karass treatment by 5 weird Venusians. Thanos has his own ultimate alliance and they are stronger than you, and they even turn your ally Thane against you as they offer a rivaling ideology about teamwork. There is no Virgil in this game, no one rival. After all, you're not one person here. So the best way to show off a rivalry is having a different power-hungry team to oppose you in the same way. It's like if Dante and Virgil were Advance Wars characters and they fought in numbers and not just alone. This is Pikmin-style rival battles. They don't have a lot of appearances in the comics, as I've said, they're not that well established, and of course the movies don't even try. So these 5 fuckers are at their absolute best in this very game. They are the biggest winners of this thing's existence, bar none. Hell, their fights even have strong storytelling for them specifically as individuals by using the stones to show how each one of them thinks. Ebony Maw is the mind-reading manipulator who is the one who knows how to twist Thane about. So he doesn't use the Mind Stone because he's already got that power, but he does have the Soul Stone as he desires to control everything else about a person. Even beyond Thanos, this guy is a backstabber. But he also seems relieved to lose it because it already got his mind like it almost did T'Challa's, as we'll discuss later. So it tells you that this is a guy who really, really values his own ability to stay in control of things way more than you got otherwise. Supergiant is who gets the Mind Stone. She's a telepath but has less immense urges for power. She's not a manipulator, she just wants to amp herself to dominate all minds lines outright. Using the absent collector's room is brilliant so she can be the bring back all of the old enemies fight. Hers is just sort of a straightforward desire for power. Ironically, Cull Obsidian, the bruiser of the group, the fucking Captain Caveman beast fucker, is actually less straightforward about the power he wants than Supergiant. Or at least his single-mindedness keeps him purer. He's strong enough on his own, but the Power Stone is his to use, not for his body, but for his weapon. He's powerful enough to direct the Power Stone, much less absorb it. His is arguably the hardest of the 5 because of this. He's pushing out so much energy, he throws bombs, he punches you just like square in the face, and it does so much damage, and then blows himself up in the cutscene to deny you a full win. It's insane. Hell, he even uses the fact that he's in this game to cement in the minds of general audiences that he is not named Black Dwarf anymore. So even his name kind of punches you if you've already read the comics. Corvus is the invincible and immortal enforcer whose blade allows him to revive, and thus he uses the Life Stone, using it to create energy clones of himself. His abilities are less clear among the 5. He's mostly just a strong guy with a spear who can't die, but him using the Life Stone to amp his immortality so much that he has multiple spirits, thus being able to use it in combat, demonstrates a great amount of intellect, but also his bloodthirsty ruthlessness. This is a man who should be built for life and an appreciation of living, and having the power of essential existence should give him this grand perspective, but he found a way to kill with it. They leave out Thanos being in love with death in this, so Corvus is the real obsessive when it comes to that. His line about space and the cold is one of the best lines in anything Marvel ever, period. And then there's Proxima Midnight. As the first member of the Black Order you meet, who very much beats you up in the cutscene, she kinda serves as a final hurdle. She's the last one you fight in the gauntlet of the Black Order, and it feels like you're really finally getting some revenge on the character who you've been looking up towards the entire game. Unfortunately for you, she's as smart as Corvus and has the Space Stone, which lets her direct the Outriders with precise military efficiency, rivaling even the glazing I gave Annihilus. These are not the deepest characters, but in this game, we have these 5 established creations that are able to truly shine beyond any other version of them at this time. And that is a really fantastic thing. Yes, I could rank them internally, Supergiant, Ebony Maw, Cull Obsidian, Proxima Midnight, Corvus Glaive, but they're a team overall, so we're gonna rank them as a group. It's unfair, but filling the top 5 with just them is also unfair, because individually they just fuck that hard as well. The only thing I'm left wishing is that maybe we could have gotten a mention of Black Swan, just so we could know what all of them are up to here. This game's greatest accomplishment world-wise is them. S tier. Eddie Brock was told to kick rocks, couldn't get a break anywhere on the block, but then he was cursed with the alien slop, and now he's Venom. When the duo gets rough, you better let 'em. There ain't nothing you'll be able to tell 'em, 'cause Eddie and the symbiote are Venom. You'll never know what hit 'em, Venom. Ow. Oh, C tier, you beloved compliment disguised as an insult. How I've been waiting to get to you. And a cast this huge even hitting up here is cool, frankly. I'm just excited that we can finally move on from characters who are just worse archetypes of everyone else, and move on to Venom, who is the Spider-Man archetype, but slower and less effective. Truly, we have moved from Little League softball to flag football. All the testosterone devoid simplicity, but at least you have to break a sweat. But okay, I admit I'm underselling Eddie a bit here for comedy's sake. He's actually a pretty unique character among the cast, all things considered. Hell, Carnage, Riot, Toxin, Annoying Comment on TikTok, and all the other Clintar aren't present in any way, so he really is a one-of-a-kind symbiote. Gwenum is a skin, but it doesn't change Gwen's abilities. But the symbiote isn't an original concept here, is it? It's an offshoot of Spider-Man's world, and outside of the explicit teams like the X-Men and Fantastic Four, the Spider-Verse is the most represented faction with Peter, Miles, Gwen, and Eddie. And frankly, it feels a little reserved, honestly. Jessica Drew was cut, though knowing her history, she's understandable. If I was the nostalgia chick of Marvel, I'd also be happy to be overlooked. But what about Silk? We were willing to keep alluding to Jessica Jones's assault and Hank Pym's domestic violence in dialogue, so why not add the fucked up incest ninja? Or Miguel O'Hara, or Spider-Noir, or any of those. But I suppose it's fine. The four we have each hold a different role, even though they use similar powers. I'll keep it simple for now, but Pete does debuffs and supports, Gwen is crowd control, Miles is the power. But even then, they still use similar moves, just with different statistics and different elements to them. Venom has a blessing for being a symbiote, since that means he can actually be way more variable than the other three. Yeah, he does shoot web and has a jump smash attack, but also Cthulhu and the Ink Machine's crazy tentacle hell for a couple of moves. Then still, we're talking about him before the others in a worst to best ranking, so where's the fragrant ass I'm leading us to? You see, no matter how much there is to each one individually, the fact that there are 4 spider people here means that as I wrote all of these out and then put them in order, I was gonna run out of things to say. But that means that due to the system of ranking this video is formatted around, you're finding my description of these characters with exasperated disappointment first. And by that I mean, even though Venom tries to be the wacky and weird one, how did he end up being the boring one in truth? Yes, he's visually unique, but functionally his charging goop and spiky slime tendril attacks, and no, I won't rephrase those, his anti-venom costume is tempting enough of a semen soliloquy I'm holding back, are essentially just the shove and shockwaves the general bruisers have, but with less power behind them due to having a slightly higher range that doesn't do much for him because he moves so slowly. Instead of effectively using space and coordination to deliver a strong hook, you're spinning around with your pants down to sprinkle the cookout with droplets of piss. Among the clearly intended spider family, he gives the nimble acrobats a nice hit of circus strongman, but in the greater game, he's just weaker Hulk and slower Luke and less bulky Colossus and everything I said about Drax, but hey, at least he has a couple projectiles this time. But those projectiles are also just a less versatile version of the ones the rest of his compatriots hold. And ultimately, his main defining elements, though capable of being used effectively, much easier than anyone in D tier, are ultimately less powerful or satisfying than what makes other characters unique. Venom can easily blend in and work with most of the cast in a vacuum, but when paired with his clearly intended and naturally inclined partners, his issues start to crop up to the forefront. I can't help but remember that in actuality, Venom isn't this slow. The Clintar isn't this rigid. Eddie isn't this uncreative, but in this game he is. Now, to give the game credit, his adaptation is really well done. I love how he's ultimately super kind in this game. His threats and such are delivered and treated like him putting on a defense, an act, almost comedically unthreatening, honestly. Eddie and Venom complete each other. They're lonely beings. To be accepted in isn't something they fully grasp immediately. It also benefits Peter as it shows his compassionate side by vouching for Venom even after the Electro battle, and it offers a really nice look at who Eddie and Venom actually are. They worry about whether they're going to offer something to the group. They really try to fit in, and it's a nice little bit of stuff that they get. but fundamentally, Venom is a positive experience to play. He's not lacking in quality or cool aspects. He's not even really a bad version or translation of his powers and character, but it also has a lot of drawbacks simply by what it is in comparison to very similar characters that outclass him. I simply enjoy way too many others more than him. It takes a lot more work for me to have fun with him than with others. Venom's a sick character who's popular for a reason. He's Jekyll and Hyde and the Thing from Another World, and yes, rivals memers, kinda hot. But that means that his adaptation being mostly just only okay in this game leaves him low for me. Matt Murdock is a sly devil, always gets the favored gavel. Come the night, he's a suave devil, socialite, he likes to revel. But when it's a fight, he's a daring devil, flying and striking, he sees no evil. Whenever I sit down to do one of these sections, I usually start with any jokes I think of over the preceding year when I plan these videos, and then just sit there for an hour like if Edgar Allan Poe was even more unemployable, and think of what I truly believe about the topic of the character. I know my general thought processes going in, but the full ideas only truly manifest once I'm sitting in front of the magic pixel sequencer that I feel my soul feeding more and more daily like a personal am that I voluntarily let insult me. Point is, sometimes my work gets pushed with a passion of true sudden revelation in that moment. And when I was writing this section, it was that I don't really give a single solitary fuck about Daredevil, and this shocks me as much as it must for a lot of comic fans watching. Daredevil is like one of the most popular heroes of all time. He's like every DC fanboy's favorite Marvel character from what I've seen, and that kinda says a lot, to be honest. The guy's concept alone, paired with multiple seasons of excellent television that is only recently starting to throw rocks made of disappointment into people's screens, has left him an insane amount of love both in and out of comic spaces. There's a reason he got to have a movie before the MCU. Hell, he was Frank Miller's first massive successful reinvention in the early 80s before The Dark Knight Returns, and I'll never undermine what the character represents for the disabled, especially now that Oracle is well and truly scrap metal, and he's all that's really left in this medium, really. And yet, despite all this glazing, I can't say there isn't a weird, bitter aftertaste to his dick in my mouth for me. It can't be just because of extra sweat. Everyone here wears leather and spandex, so that's just kind of par for the course. I'm not sure what it could be. Or at least, I wasn't sure what my issue was until I played this game's iteration of him, and then thought about how I don't really have a great feeling about his inevitable appearance in Marvel Rivals, and realized the problem is, I can see Daredevil is in some ways hilarious to me. Not because I find the differently abled humorous, I slash wheelchair tires because of a deep hatred for them. It's not funny for me. But the sheer audacity of someone like him is something that does lift my heart a bit. I feel the same about Batman, but Bruce is rich, so the idea of him putting his life towards kicking ass is easier to believe. Much easier to believe than the poor kid from the wrong side of town who already has a law job deciding to throw on some leather and buy some Eskrima sticks and learn how to lower defenses by emitting red stuff is going out to fight crime all of a sudden. I'm just gonna assume that that red defense lowering stuff is because of people feeling guilty for fighting a blind guy, when really they should feel ashamed of making motherfucking Daredevil mad. Imagine getting beat up and then at your local trial the guy who did it gets you 5 to 20. It's a good thing that he has such good control over his other senses, cause if Daredevil could see an infrared, he would still be blind cause he's so cold. But this is only fun when you're watching him, cause you can see him dealing with his condition as he fights on. But a lot of this is lost when control of Daredevil is done by normal Jeffrey, who can use his eyes to see the screen and perceive visual stimulus just using a controller. When you do that, Daredevil just becomes Batman with a weak status move and middling everything else. The conceit of Daredevil can't be put in the game and be made functional without way more work that obviously can't be done for this. Daredevil using his enhanced senses due to his blindness just doesn't translate to this kind of visual medium. Unless you're the kind of person who has a good time loading up Ray Charles songs on Clone Hero and learning to play them after poking your eyes out with a toothpick, a game entirely in Detective Vision doesn't exactly feel appealing to me. Actually, Detective Vision is a good segue into the other issues I found with Daredevil. That segue having a Batman symbol on it since it's a gadget from one of Bruce's drunker evenings. Daredevil is absolutely his own character, but when you're playing as a simplified version of him in a game like this, he's just gonna be Batman, isn't he? Gadget-using martial artist with an investigative quality to his actions, dark storytelling, fighting higher-level criminal organizations and secret societies, parental trauma. Of course, they're actually very different characters when you look into them, but Ultimate Alliance is a distillation of these characteristics, so unless you're reading his biography that they buried in the extra sections at the bottom of the title screen next to the options menu, as if they're keeping Saddam in there, you're not gonna see the narrative subtleties he holds and are instead just kind of left with Nightwing. I have no metaphor, he just fights like Nightwing. And yeah, he's okay, but frankly he feels really underpowered. He gets the job done eventually, but aside from the aforementioned defense lowering move, the things he has don't really let him do much to anyone. I don't hate playing him, but also I don't love it. Ultimately, his only issue is my own damages about his character and the things I don't really care about with him and my own values about how a game should translate things. But that still means I'm not having fun. He's not down here because he's bad. He's down here because so much more is better to me, and I do sort of feel bad about that, but not bad enough to actually change his placement. The town it'll talk, man, and ladies will stop, 'cause no one can top the fabulous wasp. Smaller yet smarter, she always stands taller. Miss Van Dynel's stinging line, she's the tiniest, mightiest wasp. Man, fuck y'all, the first two Ant-Man movies are good as hell. After they decided that what Spider-Man needed was a massive nepotistic boost from a character he barely tolerates in the comics, the only everyman left in the MCU was Scott Lang. I appreciated having a guy who wasn't sly and suave enough to avoid all of his issues. I liked having a familial dynamic as the main theme of one of these movies. The reimagining of the Pims actually felt like it was meant for an emotional and characterful reason that enhances the movie, and not just to facilitate whatever grander key jingling they had planned in the backline. Everyone loves the Thunderbolts right now as I write this section, and Ghost wouldn't be half the character you all love so much if it weren't for Ant-Man 2, the designated bad one in the eyes of most pre-Endgame MCU fans. But it doesn't matter now, the damage is done, and Ant-Man is seen by the higher-ups as an expendable character, one that they can take the movie that was all about the culmination of his unique concept and morph it into this Guardian spittoon rehash that exists for nothing but as a sea of shallow attempts to get audiences hyped for Kang that you need to desperately tread on to gasp for any real Ant-Man content in. Kang, of course, being a character who is infinitely less qualified to follow up Thanos than anyone else at best, without having him be played by a guy who makes it all for nothing because he can't stop beating women, ironically making him the most Ant-Man related thing in that fucking movie. Boy, I sure love seeing that thing that I've been so invested in the intrigue of being forced into the generic alt-universe that's indistinguishable from the space areas. I love Ant-Man not fighting any real Ant-Man villains. I love the insanely huge bombshell of the daughter he cared so much for growing up without him, and his two closest friends being gone for so long, and his immense shell shock and all that just being glossed over because people didn't care about the first two, so now Scott's our extended universe mule, and it's y'all's fault. Anyway, the Wasp is the only Ant-Man related playable character in this game, and she's cool. I don't know why Wasp is so consistently the main part of Ant-Man's segment of the world that gets to be brought into these bigger things. I mean, besides Ultron, but you know, he's been deemed important and strong enough to no longer be an Ant-Man specific character because Marvel hates the guy so much. Seriously, they keep picking her even though there's like 3 fucking Ant-Men. Yeah, one of them's an unviable piece of garbage, and the most famous one is defined by the Marvel method going haywire, so much so that they even imply that the domestic abuse story happened in this continuity in Wasp's dialogue since she blames him for Ultron. But like, Scott's got a model in game, right? He even gets to help Hawkeye show Ultimo who's gonna get it. It's just odd that this very specific named character has been so insanely overshadowed by his Robin in most media. But also, like, it's not that odd. She's the first lady of the Avengers. She may be overshadowed in stories a lot, but that's always gonna mean something even if a different bug woman took over in the film. And in stuff like Earth's Mightiest Heroes, she's the go-to and is beloved in that show. My confusion is not at her inclusion or God forbid any of the Comicsgate nonsense. It's just about the objective existence of these characters and how they're being used right now. That being said, in this game, I do have a new understanding of sorts. They gave me a new perspective. Cause like, why would you bother with a guy who gets small when you got a gal who gets small and flies and shoots stuff and does everything as well? Like, maybe let him grow as a way of changing things, but we already have pre-ruined everything Kamala and Reed for that, I guess. Oh well, I've got nothing to actually be mad at with her, which translates to her gameplay, actually. I love her unique shrinking, fly, and dodge. I don't know if that makes her actually harder to hit, but it's a nice touch. She's serious, but playful when she can get away with it, which is what she's like when she's at her best. You know, when she gets to be a real character and not just the dopey wife like in the early comics where she was mostly just there to act haughty and be berated by Hank like if the Lockhorns starred Archie Bunker. Or maybe her perpetual victimization of the middle era, where she's mostly known for getting hit or getting cannibalized with essentially no stories of her own worth mentioning, like if Pickles replaced Earl with Archie Bunker. Or in the modern times where she's not disrespected as much but is suspiciously not a major part of most things to the point where she's able to be written out of 2 and over half of a movie trilogy, and yet is still not irrelevant enough as a concept that she can't still say thank God I'm not Nadia, as if Phoebe and her unicorn was edited by Archie Bunker. Okay, the point is that comics and movies can't undo the fact that Hank is the Archie Bunker of superhero comic characters, and the fact she avoided being the Roseanne is a slim kindness, when all she's become now is the piece of cardboard with the word woman written on it and a pair of tits drawn on for any particular team that doesn't have one yet. The point is that her being alone here is honestly a benefit with how she's been treated, and thus she is indeed pretty nicely characterized here. These are quite the tangents, aren't they? Indeed, I'm going on like a Louisiana grandfather at a cookout, which in my defense is very much the style of this time if the rest of the windbags on this website are anything to go by. But the issue is that I have nothing to riff on without that, cause Wasp is the first truly airtight character we've spoken of so far. Her shooting attack is good, her spin is fine, her charge is unremarkable, but functions, and her make random office supplies big move is actually insanely strong. Yeah, part of me is taken aback by the fidget spinner, that's a hell of a topical statement, but I see it the same way I see concepts like heavy water and old-timey terms showing up in Golden Age comics, or flip phones and meme references in 2000s comics. Kamala Khan will never move past the 2010s in spirit, and is on the same character select screen, so hey, it's perfectly fine that she has these things, I think. Plus, it being the most powerful option for this move makes it funny in a new way. Ultimate Alliance 4 is gonna have the shrinking characters throw the hard drives of Concord builds on them at people. Ultimately, the only thing I can complain about is that her attack stat's a bit lower than I think it should be. She's harder to make a threat, but like, not so hard that you're ruining your life by picking her. She's lower due to her not being as amazing as others, but she's good enough that I can't think of much else to say or any reason to put her lower. Had I not gotten a horrific multi-day vomitous hell flu while writing this section, I'd have popped it out in a half hour, honestly. Good stuff, just a very limited amount of stuff. Yeah, I don't have a song here. This is gonna be a pretty serious one. Also, my dad's in the other room when I do these, so it's all sounding kind of muted anyway. Don't really want to start with that. And from a character I needed to do filler for to feel like I had something more substantive to say about, to one I'm kind of scared to talk about, because if I'm going to talk about adaptations, I'm going to have to talk about the world surrounding this character and the real life implications of how he's been used and so on and so forth, as well as my own personal connections to him due to my own background. See, those of you who got at least a little bit far into my Gunvolt video will know that I am Jewish, and as of writing this script, it's understandably a bit of a social demerit to be that right now. Even worse when you're one of the unfortunately few that is very much not okay with the current actions of the unelected, unwanted invaders who demand to speak for me, and when they do, it's about how much they love murder. Unfortunately, I'm very much a singleton on that thought process among my family. I'm having to record this bit very quietly because I don't need my dad overhearing it. In November 2023, he brought a gun upstairs, and if he's willing to view children that exist within the vicinity of his hatred as worthy of total and unconditional extermination, I don't doubt I will no longer be his child in his mind if he hears this. I personally, of my own accord, chose to keep following Judaism beyond being shown some ideas and doing Hanukkah as a child, because I already felt that there was an active force beyond that we can understand in my life, and I wanted to find a way to look deeper into that. Too many good things have happened to me by perfect chance not to think so. But the Catholic side of my family kept bringing up how righteous they think the violence that Yeshua apparently told them to do. Still reading the good book looking for any of that, but hey. So I knew that ideas like hell and original sin weren't things I was willing to visualize an all-loving, unconditionally forgiving universal parent being like, or else I'd go fucking insane, and contrary to what some, including other Jews, might claim, that is not actually part of that. Not in the same way it is for the other Abrahamic religions, at least, and that gave me a lot of comfort, and I felt it told me something I wanted to go. Muslims are not in any fashion as regressive as they're accused of being, especially the fucking cartoonish shit I've been subject to viewing on Facebook feeds as of now. I'm kinda genuinely at a Charlie Hebdo had that shit coming part of my life. Also, I still have trouble seeing the multiple prayers a day and the sanctifying of strictness to be anything other than treating God as a beast to fear, and that's not really the direction I want to go either. I know that's probably not actually what it's like, but I can't get that out of my mind, so I've elected to not involve myself and, just live and let live, Is it that hard? Like, I know they don't see it that way. I do, but that's not their problem. Even though I know that damn well if you're actually properly practicing it, no other religion actually wants the subjugation of all others in the way I've interpreted things in other ones, but ultimately the practice that felt the most in line with my philosophy is Judaism, which is why I'm shocked that my community didn't see the years of rejection I was put through for having a Christian mother. Matrilineal descent is a conservative view I do not need to live to that, fuck off, might have made it clear that the hyper-regressive undo button of Israel was never gonna fool me, because it is fundamentally not what I'm here to be. It represents the opposite. I have more to say about the personal troubles I've had about that, but those are not really important in comparison to the magnitude of the pain and harshness being performed on those victims of genocide right now. So go donate to that, please. I'm speaking in a very selfish way by putting myself first here. But what the fuck does this have to do with Magneto besides his background? Well, that's the thing. The X-Men and mutants in general have always had an element of real-life commentary to them. Even in the pre-Claremont Holocaust backstory, you genuinely call yourself the Brotherhood of Evil, what the fuck man era. The idea of helping despite prejudice and harming people because of prejudice was there, with the dichotomy between Magneto and Xavier. There's parallels to make in that thought process. The idea of mutants as analogous to minorities and racism have been the site of many difficult and complex literary debates. Or at least the parts of them that aren't Kitty Pryde embarrassing everybody, I mean. So naturally, Magneto being given a Jewish background isn't just some random thing, it's an integral part of the way X-Men tells a story. And for me personally, as he's arguably the most prominent Jewish comic character or character of all time, he's meant a lot to me as a kid before I really understood everything. Just because I have the brains to see past propaganda doesn't mean I'm suddenly on board with pretending like what the Germans did is in any way something justified or minimizable, nor is pretending what the French did, or the ancient Arabs did, or the Greek Christians did, or the Romans did, or the Babylon. You get the point. I do not believe that the existence of wrongdoing is the absolvement of other wrongdoing, okay? But that's what I started with. That was my starting point of my thought process, so Magneto's rage was relatable to me. But that relation came with an understanding for me that I knew I was speaking to my worst instincts with it, because, like, he's fully moved past that part of himself and talking about doing what all the bad guys did to my people. The whole point is that he went too far. And so in recent years, the similarities between the Brotherhood and Zionism are not lost on me, especially since Claremont based him on an Israeli politician. So recently, as the horrors have gone on, Magneto has become more understood as an allegory to this. But the thing is, I don't really think that's totally on point anymore, because one, they also based Charles on Ben Gurion, which kind of muddies the idea that it was supposed to be a problem in the writer's eyes. But also two, Magneto is written like a three-dimensional person with strengths and weaknesses and has some good aspects to him, and you can sort of understand where he's coming from, which means that in comparison to the groups that I refuse to call people anymore, that's not really something I can see him as being a good analogy for anymore. He's a person in my eyes. Like, come on. Three, he's been given so many face turns and inches of gray area that at this point, just way too hard to see him as anything more than misguided, despite the times he has genuinely nearly ended humanity. This is comic books. People get over that. But unfortunately, this is superhero comics. The fact that his very foundational concept started in this distasteful manner is something that is really hard to cut from him. He's tried to go in the other direction. He cares about others when you really force him into a corner. He's not easy to peg, but you know, writing means he's always going to go back in a movie or go back in a show and so on and so forth. And four, the X-Men are considered a hopelessly flawed metaphor at best nowadays because they are themselves an obvious threat, like tangibly in their stories. Yeah, it's good that they want to try and help, but Rogue kills everyone she touches? Come on, guys. There's kind of a reason for the mistrust here, unlike how there was for the Chinese. Half of these characters are capable of things so ridiculous, not even delusional Twitter rightoids can think of ways to accuse black people of having done the same, and those guys called rock and roll music the devil. Unfortunately, I just can't see an equal comparison between a starving and abused slave child in Sudan and the guy with always turned on laser eyes that are actually a portal to a dimension that beats the shit out of you. It feels a bit off. And the thing is that the issue with the core X-Men heroes is also something that goes both ways with the Brotherhood. It's hard for me to see Magneto as ever going too far when the one thing literally every single race, color, and creed of human on Earth in the Marvel Universe will actually come together on is the adage of muties must die. guy. The people lynching Beak are closer to Westboro than Hamas guys. So at this point, with the understanding of decades and decades of storytelling and development, Magneto is still in this weird place where he's very antagonistic, but also hilariously easy to convince to be a good guy. Whatever some of the writers initially wanted for Magneto and Charles, the Malcolm X Martin Luther King dynamic has ultimately won out in the minds of fans, and good old Dr. X was fucking based. I'd let him execute me any day, so here we are with that. Seriously, that guy gave us the samples for the best Naganuma songs, and that is the least I can give him credit for. But joking aside, the point is that though I understand where the conversation is coming from, I don't care who Magneto was based off, as he's progressed into something else, and continuing that thought feels foolish to me when there's a distinct form of who he is at this point. Something that is still very much easy to criticize, but I don't think relating to it should be something that tells you that someone's a Nazi or something yet. But also, besides what I've talked about so far, I'm not so deeply invested into this that I care enough to argue about it further than here. Don't comment about this conversation. I don't want to do anymore. Mark and Ben are here and were always better role models to me anyway. Well, Ben is. Mark is more of the concerning homeless man who needs therapy, not her, and at least Quicksilver isn't here to be the Jussie Smollett incest remix at this point anyway. Plus, UA3 just kinda has its cake and eats it for this interpretation of Magneto anyway. You fight Magneto and the Brotherhood through the whole X-Mansion in a brutal battle that leaves it decimated, but then Proxima Midnight shows up and suddenly he's aura farming for our benefit. And then also gets his ass handed to him, and then you just have a casual, well, I guess we're teaming up now conversation with him in the next level, and honestly, the fact that they just gloss over all of this history is just a bit funny to me. I'm kinda losing it. Ultimately, this is a truncated form of his usual character arcs, but it's still really jarring in a way. Like, seriously, Magneto is characterized in this game like if a specter lived in your room and flicked you in the genitals every now and again, but otherwise didn't go that far, but you really wish you wouldn't do that, and it's sort of violating. But then a breaking and entering happens and it gets hit in the head, and then suddenly it's ripping people's skeletons out in your honor. It's like, I mean, thanks, man. I still wish you weren't flicking me in the genitals like 5 minutes ago, but Jesus Christ. It's like a miniature Independence Day where all the people of the world come together to fight aliens as if we wouldn't all sell each other out immediately in real life. Especially when we're talking about the Marvel equivalent of the Black Hebrew Israelites, which is also more appropriate for Magneto's modern writing than Tel a fucking Vive. Sorry guys, Minority Hitler is too much of a draw, so we had to demote him to Minority Eisenhower so he can be playable. Unfortunately, that demotion came with a pretty hefty neutering of his power. He's got a really clever moveset, I'll give him that. Magneto's one of those characters whose ability started really simple, but it's become more and more overpowered as time goes on, because we keep finding flecks of metal in new and exciting places. Pretty sure the guy can just do gravity now. This was a guy that was supposed to be a jot under the psychic powers of Jean Grey and Xavier, but now he can just essentially puppeteer anyone he wants down the street, and if they give him too much lip, he can use the iron in their blood to seal them lips shut. This is a guy beaten by wooden guns in the past who can now just put his hand on the ground and spread liberation all over your face and the walls behind you. My favorite Fortnite season so far that I've played is Wrecked. I know how sick this guy's powers can be. And ultimately, that translates super well here. He's using gravity bombs to control space, and with the Sir feat of enemies, it's very welcome to have. He's got my favorite archetype move in the game, which is the AoE Energy Pulse, that I like to call the Astral Blender. And of course, I must speak highly of the scrap metal Gatling gun, which allows you to stand around and just circle his bullets about. You can recreate a good chunk of his boss fight patterns like you just modded him in. However, there is also the matter of his move Master of Magnetism, wherein he summons 2 giant scrap balls, fires them, but since they're disjointedly put on both sides of his hitbox, it keeps them from actually hitting anything dead on. So like the Helix gun in Enter the Gungeon, a magician's knife trick, and the works of Bono, there's nothing but misses. This move alone holds him back way too far. He's very powerful, bulky, and very useful in certain ways, but nearly every other character going forward has 4 good moves and he only has 3. This may be a bad note to end off on when I started with the most serious part of any video I've made, but indeed, a well-formed character is relatively low because you're trying to make use of the balls dodge QTE from the South Park game. Unfortunate. The cold shine of a steel blade, the breaking of spirit and bones. That's no straight chill down your spine, 'cause she's already in your home. The galactic assassin will give ya a thrashing. Beware, Gamora's alive. Gamora is very much a sort of Jagan from Fire Emblem type character. Like, if we're comparing her to a bunch of other RPG characters, I don't know any others off the top of my head exactly like this, which is why I went with Jagan in the first place. Essentially, she's the strongest thing you'll have at the start of the game, but soon more versatile and customizable characters are recruited, and she becomes middling. She's very outright the fast sword warrior type, and since Quill needs time to get his powers ready, she's your best bet for the really early game stuff, and then you get a faster character, and a stronger weapon wielder, and a better projectile user within 1.25 levels of gameplay, and all of them just get immediately handed to you in a big bunch, like if a wizard cast instant impotency beam on her. Considering she isn't an old man like most Jagans are, the fact that she's the fastest outgrown one of that archetype is unbelievably ironic. She's like Green Black Widow, so a huntsman spider, which sounds in character, or a jumping spider, because she does have some jumping specials, or the lesser Link spider, because she's constantly trying to be serious and hardcore, but is just way too adorable to actually succeed at this, so she's always coming off as an angry teenager, even though her dad is Space Gaddafi, or a cucumber spider, because I want her to peg me too many. Though calling her an archetype feels correct, there's so many like her in this game, I don't know if she's the main one. Like so many of the Guardians characters, Gamora's backstory and continuity have been hard to parse. Her main plot of being Thanos' adoptive daughter is the same in most universes, but her relationships, look, powers, and so on vary to the point that what one is supposed to take from experiencing her as a character is unclear. Her overall message of what she represents and her powers and so on is really hard to parse, like the biblical Gamora. Most people know her story in the MCU, but her time in the comics only began resembling it closely after that film came out, but I don't really mind that because otherwise she's been kinda aimless. Just one of a million cosmic backgrounders bouncing between Nova stories, Adam Warlock stories, where she unironically had more to do with Moondragon than Moondragon's father, and finally funneled into the Guardians, where she was finally allowed to have a real status quo. That status quo, of course, being her acting as an oddly antagonistic but not outright villainous force that then becomes a sci-fi hero who has to be a central combat force for her team to make sure nobody gets thrown out of the airlock like the astronauts cast as pieces of jetsam in the Zero Gravity Christmas play of the stupidest alien movie yet. So she's like a less hot version of the Ultraman monster. I can't even tell you where her go-to comic quote-unquote costume, the weird nondescript Mjolnir Mark -2 Commander Shepard with no fashion sense Bayformers ass white armor comes from, though I do like it more than her generic 90s looking as close to naked as the editor will let us because comics will never not be for children half bikini, but that's also available if you unlock it. Honestly, this character's an enigma to me because she seems like the standard grumpy one of any team she's in, a la Knuckles, Piccolo, Goemon, Flask of the Pequod, or Nathan Clifford, Attorney General of the James Polk administration, but her journeyman existence until she became famous messes with defining her. I guess she's well done here because the only parts I can grasp of who she is are present, but that's about it. This isn't bad, however. I like her general character concept, and she is fun to have here. The roster has a bit of an even split between characters that are fun lovers and the characters that are equivalents of sticks in the mud, like a field trip buddy system that ends in a historical resource being set on fire. And since the Guardians of the Galaxy are so heavily weighed on that former type that you'd think that the Benatar was a clown car, she's incredibly important to balance them out early on, and she doesn't fade into the background as much as many of the other characters do because of her relevance to the Thanos mythos. She's the one character that I was genuinely sitting in a cutscene going, she better be in that intermission once I'm done here, because they can't possibly introduce Thane without acknowledging what the daughter of Thanos thinks. Unfortunately, no awkward step-cousin conversations between them happens, so half points. But as I said, she is sort of front-loaded presence-wise. Most of her stuff is in the Guardians-focused opening level, and her gameplay is no different. As I said, she's an early powerhouse, but eventually she gets outpaced. She's not bad, but even if I don't forget she exists like I do with Black Widow, I keep forgetting to move my cursor onto her and to use her. I just go, oh, yeah, she's here. Anyways, she's very much defined by her special moves. Her heavy and fast attacks aren't bad, but she's a speedy, light mosquito type character. Fast but not heavy hitting. So you do best to pair them with her very fast and also powerful special moves. There's a whole gamut of melee weaponry, abilities, the sword jab, the sword jab, the sword swing, and the shooting them all in the face like fucking Rambo. I really like the sword swing. But all of them are quite good and have an exceptional amount of synergies with other characters, which is where she shines in the late game gauntlets, by the way. But they eat up your special bar really fast, so using her alone can be an issue. Ironically, the special mission where you fight Nebula as her alone, despite her being the first boss, is one of the hardest ones because Gamora just isn't built to solo stuff. Gamora is ultimately here to burst in, do big damage, confuse you about her allegiances and thought process, then dip away in seconds, like the Bayonetta demon. And that's all the Gamoras I can think of, so now I get to have a free chicken parm at Boston Pizza. Told the manager not to make that bet. Anyway, Gamora's fine but flawed, but still cool. 7 out of 10. When Captain America spreads his mighty wings, all men who defy his wings he'll fling. 'Cause he knows when he fights that justice is due, so don't be fooled by the red, white, and blue when Captain America spreads his mighty wings. Falcon is a peculiar character, isn't he? I can't think of many characters that have been as long-running as him and close to other iconic characters, but still feel like they have been left in a perpetual cycle of, oh yeah, they're also here as much as he has. Really, his only competition is other comic book characters like Speedy, every member of the Bat family after Damian, John Kent, all post-John Stewart Green Lanterns, no matter how much Jessica tries. Holy shit, DC sucks at legacy characters. Though I suppose you could also say that for like that cow from the Mickey Mouse cast you don't know the name of, don't pretend you know her. But it's weirder to me with Falcon, because it's not like he's been held back by executives who think Robin is lame or whatever. He's been in many things the moment Cap started being really well known. From the Squad to the silver screen. He's literally headlined a movie now. Unfortunately, it was so mid that now the man who literally carried the shield in his first comic story arc still can't be seen as the most obvious bearer of the Cap mantle over the guy who was dead so long that Sam outpaced him in screen time forever ago, even though he was introduced first. But both he and Bucky debuted in the same film, and we don't want to unpack Snap Wilson, and God forbid a Yowie writer let a brother in on the action, so now he and the Winter Soldier are equals now. LOL. It's some real bullshit, but ultimately, no matter matter what the fans think, the man has ultimately made it, and old Buck, I'm talking about the metal arm guy here, guys, pitchforks down, missed out. So Sam does eventually get his justice to an extent. Now, if only his movie had been good and he was in Rivals already. Come on, guys, Ultron's a flying healer. Let's get a flying Vanguard in and get real toxic. I want to pilot so much black excellent I might feel like less of a small worthless worm person in my real life. I didn't have an embarrassing gangsta phase in high school like the real white boys, and now I'm an adult, so it's either talking like this or acting extremely cringe throughout my 30s until someone calls me out, where I will then proceed to become so racist I unlock Ultra Instinct just cause it turns my hair white. And I'll use that immense ability to start a talk show where the first and only episode will be me ranting about how I wish they'd used Sam's Captain Falcon, not that one, persona in this game so he'd have more to work with and thus be more than just okay. Which will immediately confuse the cavemen who watch that kind of shit, and I will be viciously mauled by the live audience like what they did to Craig Kilborn the moment his last episode wrapped filming. Anyways, what I'm trying to say is that Falcon plays like the Trevor Noah of this game. He's pretty good, but man, his predecessor offers a lot more and shows up too much, so it sidelines him. It would be like the Toyotaro effect, but the character in question is just a little too okay with the Iraq war, so here we are. Falcon has a lot of little things he can do, but ultimately, he's a guy with a jetpack. Give him a pistol and it'd be like if the Rocketeer was playable, and he does have a projectile, but it feels like a carbon copy of the basic attack Kirby uses with the wing power, in the sense that it's so underpowered it feels like a dead battery. But his other moves are just different ways to backhand enemies with his wings. And all of these are just flying versions of a lot of basic stuff. He's got a slam, he can swirl about, he can charge some of his normals, but aside from the fact that it's being done with the world's least practical jetpack, they're kinda hilariously basic. Like even Widow gets her stun batons, Falcon just decks people with like his normal dude hands. Not even a super soldier like Steve. This man is just kind of a fucking machine, honestly. Run in there and just kick people in the face. Unfortunately, as impressive as that is, he is an average Joe punching above his weight, and it feels like that. But what saves him is his presentation. This is the first Marvel thing outside the comics in years that acknowledges he can actually talk to birds in one of his conversations, and I do love his costume. I've talked about how comic-esque this game's art direction is, but I haven't really complimented it in a deep fashion that describes things yet. A lot of the costumes, even though they are comic-like, are actually still unique versions for UA3. They do hit similar beats to the classics, but have specifics to them. So even if it's reminiscent, this still feels like its own little world. When we're not talking about the alt costume that's the world's biggest failure at looking tactical, Falcon's main costume has similar beats to the classic gymnast look, but also has its very own feel. Everyone else had a more popular suit since the Metal Ages of comics, or are using an MCU adjacent design, but Falcon, despite definitely not being that classic gymnast costume, isn't too deep into the militarism as the other Cap characters have gotten in recent years. There's something inherently Silver Age feeling about those wings and the dive bomb lines and all that. You take the lines off his suit and you would get a completely classic design. Like, compare him to Bucky, who I think most people don't even know has a classic look by now. When Falcon showed up in the MCU, they made the wings super industrial looking and muted in color, and it led people to thinking he really was nothing but a lame jetpack man, and that's why the classical design here matters. It is not devoid of modernization, but Falcon's design here does make multiple statements. One about the game and the overall idea of reintroducing the comic universe to the mainstream. One about how cool non-MCU Falcon and Marvel in general is, and while I'm plundering the ass dimension for points, one about how tenured Falcon is. If he was just a DEI newbie, he'd probably be more mechanical. But Falcon was a 70s character, and ultimately I think he's been sidelined as part of Cap's story for two main reasons. One, because for the longest time Cap was about as mainstream extremist Quaaludes, and 2, well, remember how the Nazis tried to threaten Marvel's offices for regular Captain America? Imagine telling 1980s post-hippie phase drunk-ass median conservative dads that Cap is black now. So, in a way, it both feels like a modernization, but it also feels like a way of saying, no, he's always been here, to a new audience. Now let's speed through the rest, because the amount of prolapsing my anus has to do to yank all of this stuff out has left me bleeding out. I am totally serious about my views though, and this still is my favorite Falcon design regardless. He might be my favorite looking character here, so I'll forgive a bit of mid-gameplay for S-tier theatrics. Nice stuff. When criminals run and crooks cry, you know the man that'll send 'em high. Lost his family to a gangster's gaze, so now their dens he'll fully raise. Evil steps can never be sure when they meet the Punisher. You know, the fact that superheroes are a genuinely described community within the Marvel Universe is funny sometimes. Like, they aren't very separate. The Guardians come to Earth all the time, everyone ends up in Asgard sometimes, the X-Men, Defenders, Champions, and so on all kind of just cycle into any Avengers shit they want. It adds some fun elements since these guys are both a workforce, but also necessarily a social grouping. Yeah, these guys are primarily task forces and water cooler pals, but because they are of such rare breed, they have to know each other personally in a way. Like, even if you're part of a very tight-knit specific part of the world, you will eventually find out about Spidey. You'll run into an Avenger. But then this whole concept gets muddied when you realize one day all of these bright youngsters at the X-Mansion are gonna need to learn about crazy Uncle Frank, who we can't kill because sometimes he shoots someone we kinda didn't want to deal with. Yeah, sometimes he falls into a bad crowd, or is a bad crowd, or established the modern conception of the bad crowd in the minds of the general public, but also too many of us aren't okay with killing, so we're stuck. Yeah, Frank Castle's a terrible fucking person, but he's also a compelling terrible person. The best kind, because it lets me indulge in my worst thoughts without consequence. Though considering how much he gets chewed out and beat up by other heroes, he sure faces consequences. Unless, of course, his comics are being written by someone who likes him and thinks he's right, then suddenly you're gonna read the most horrifying propaganda this side of Jack Bauer's Paw Patrol Sona. But besides the prodigies of Miller and King writing whole miniseries worth of wishing they could just go into Compton with the troops, there is something fun about Punisher's place in this whole thing. He divides the whole community in Marvel. There's few characters indifferent to him. You either love or hate him, and what keeps him cool is that he is on the hate team. He wishes he was everyone else. He wishes they were more effective. He wishes he wasn't this person. He wishes he was something else. Just like I wish he had been Crossbones and only used the blue skull costume so I can pretend he's Crossbones. But let's unpack that first part, because it's more relevant than Crossbones, unfortunately. Punisher is a character that's not low because he's poorly characterized. He's as unpleasant and disappointing to listen to as always. In fact, since he's a member of the DLC that they put in a series of gauntlet battles, his ends with a fight with him, which feels right. Yeah, he's being brainwashed, but this is the guy who once went on a rampage against littering because of prison drugs, so he could have easily just had accidentally stored some cumin beforehand. He also looks great in this game. He's got the proper obsidian block of meat look that works best for him. He's just a little more cartoonish in physique than the others, and it works. Heck, it's not even really his moves that keep him low. Of all the gadget and gun characters, he is the most unique in usage. His smoke bomb and stab attack is neat, even if it's not functional as a smoke bomb. The fact you can strafe with his gun is neat, and how does he get a sniper rifle but Black Widow doesn't? Like, I get why he has it. The very first image the public got of him was that gun. It's just I wouldn't have guessed he would be the dedicated sniper of the team. No, the problem is me and me alone. Punisher's got a cool and unique kit, but I just don't know how to make it work. He's like what Rocket would be like as a solo character, and so he feels weird in the same way to me, even though he clearly isn't weird. I find myself spamming his special moves mindlessly half the time like he was dropped into a parent-teacher conference in the Postal universe. The strafe is hard to hit properly, and his normals are projectiles that make Smash Mega Mans feel like George Foreman's right hook. I feel like I should be using more tactics since they gave him odd movement, but they don't really work that way because of the general gameplay. Like, I can do a lot of stuff with him when I really put my mind to it, but I don't feel like his weird style of attacking is actually changing the way I approach fights. Part of me also wishes they just give him his weird stuff. Seriously, despite being one of the grittiest, most grounded guys on the roster, you'd be surprised at how much crazy shit the Punisher has been through. And I'm not saying his gameplay would have been enhanced if instead of the awkward gunshot moves, he instead used strategic race swapping and sacrilege, but I am saying I wouldn't have minded them as DMC style switching ideas. Frankencastle, at least. Yeah, he's good, but not in my hands, so C tier. Holy light blesses darkness, harsh lines banished by hate. Don't try to hide from justice's might, 'cause the holy man stalks the night, here and there and everywhere. Nightcrawler ensures you best beware. Oh, why, Kurt? I love you so much. Why did you not click for me in this? I can see how sick you are to play too. This is one I genuinely feel sad over the placement of because Nightcrawler is my favorite X-Men member. A lot of the characters in this tier are kind of here because of my own failures to use them really well, to be honest, but none are as strong in that department as Kurt. One of my favorite things about him is his powers. Bamfing in and out all over the place and disorienting people, allowing him not only to get openings on opponents, but offering a slew of non-lethal options befitting his character. There's so much you can do with just this simple ability, none of which you actually get to use here, but hey, the man is a seed of mutant Allison Redford, so let's just say maybe he's a dick right now and is just happy to slash people. Plus, the man knows the Bible. He has every excuse in the book memorized alongside the exact coordinates of every cliff on Earth. But I think what really makes me like him and find him interesting is that when it comes to the main debate of the X-Men books, he is sort of the greatest success Xavier's philosophy has had. What better way to prove that the mutants are not the threat people treat them as and can be a force for good than the man who looks like a Vivzy Pop character that has more porn of them than frames of animation in the show so far, who's actually the sweetest cutie patootie to ever live, who's such a perfect Christian boy he literally became the Pope that one time, what the hell. When talking about Ben, Magnus, and Mark, I try really hard to be normal about them since I don't want my religious background to make me want to defend their harsher points too much, but I'm not Catholic, so I can glaze Nightcrawler all I want. Anyways, Kurt could have caused world peace if he was at the Council of Nicaea, and would have pantsed Martin Luther. And these elements are well realized here. You don't get a lot of him, but he still hits every beat you'd want him to do in the moments you get with him. Like, you get to talk to him like once, but you get the cordial attitude, you get the welcoming, you get the perfectly delivered mein Freund. And yeah, they avoid the Bible, but they seem to avoid all religious imagery in this game. Not like any of the Jewish or Muslim characters get that part of them mentioned either. Though, for him, it does kind of feel the most gaping, honestly, since his whole design is meant to contrast that part of his character. Nightcrawler without the Gideons is like a Jonas Jonasson book without the obnoxious Wes Anderson crap that adds way too many pages and is ultimately a meaningless, half-substantial pile of bullshit. Yet he still has most of that Nightcrawler charm in this iteration. His moves are well conceived as well. Probably the most appropriate teleport up and slam down move, certainly the most versatile since you can aim it much better, but a lot of this game is in small arenas, so he's gonna get piled on no matter what if you try to use it. His teleport slash move is fucking awesome though, and it would be even cooler if I wasn't trying to work in an action RPG where enemies don't sell for anything less than a tightly wrapped ball of hundreds. His twirl move is pretty sick, but Deadpool has a teleporting one for some reason and Nightcrawler doesn't. So no it doesn't. Deadpool's spin Katanarama does not teleport. It's just Nightcrawler's that does that. I don't know how I made that mistake. Probably the fact that Deadpool has a million other teleporting moves copied straight from Nightcrawler,
and therefore I kinda got mixed up.
And also a decent burst move. As well, if I'm remembering correctly, Nightcrawler is the first character I've spoken of with the teleport double jump, which is fantastic for timed mission. It clears so much distance. It's really satisfying. And yet I can't seem to get him going. And unlike Punisher, I'm not sure it's my fault. I think he's waiting for marriage. His attacks are super straightforward despite his powers making them look complex, but it means that I'm always trying to use them in complex ways and they don't end up having the impact I would like them to have. And also, it feels like if his whole thing is finding weak points of moving around like that, they shouldn't they? Ultimately, his biggest issue is that for all of the fun little teleporting flourishes he can use, they don't really add much to the fact that he is mostly a generic, speedy, medium hitting character when big hits are really favored. He clears out the little guys and his moves are cheap on the energy cost so he can spam with the best of them. It just feels like every time I use him, something isn't there and it bugs me. I love Nightcrawler too much to put him low, like lower than this, but I also feel so cold I can't put him higher. Gunpowder sounds louder when brought up with monstrous power. When Bloodstone takes aim, enemies fall lame. Mess with her, you won't be the same. You know, I think there's something ultimately funny in what context and history can do in a social sense. I mean, there are already technically major social mores, but I don't know, there's something like specific to it in certain ways. Cause like, when the first few Marvel Ultimate Alliances came out, the people invested in them were younger and comic books were for people who fantasized about violent revenge, not people who actually do it. So a lot of people, and I see it admitted all the time, speak fondly about being introduced to the non-Spider-Man, Hulk, Fantastic Four, and X-Men characters from those games. But now that Ultimate Alliance is an established series and the MCU has made fucking Crossbones a household name, I love you so much, people associate those characters with these games and have a broader idea of what a Marvel roster should look like, and forget that meeting the weird nobody newbies is fun sometimes. What I'm saying is, no matter where I actually rank her, I am so happy that Elsa Bloodstone is here, and the confusion people have shown to her inclusion feels like point of her being here is being missed. At the time the first Ultimate Alliance came out, people didn't know what Moon Knight was. Most people didn't, at least. And it's the same idea here. Though, I suppose there is part of me that can't hold it against the people who are confused, because if we're being honest, Marvel has become such a known and loved name in the media landscape that you don't really have a lot of space for the riff and raff when everyone is a good bet now. There's just too many must-haves. Paste pot fucking Pete is in the code for rivals. That's like if you made a new GoldenEye style James Bond game and let people play as Hugo Carnifex but not Oddjob, like come on. Or if you made a Metroid chess set starring Spire as the king. Or a Les Miserables fighting game with a random policeman. Wait, they did that and it was badass. Just like Elsa is. It's just that now that Marvel has expanded so much in the general social understanding, it really feels like she's the only true deep pick of the whole roster. So instead of feeling like this look into the weird depths of Marvel alongside a whole bunch of peers, it's more of an out-of-place product placement for one of the most worthless event comics of all time that had happened recently when this game had come out. But I still like her enough as a character and as a general idea that I want to be reasonable here. Unfortunately, being reasonable means I need to pretend to be fair, so we need to go both ways, and the fact that she plays good but not amazing is going to be a problem. Why do I let myself do this? This was a Switch exclusive of a niche title. I could just lie and spin any narrative I want. You don't care. Oh well. Overall, she is really well characterized. Her opening cutscene makes it clear you're in for hunting rifle Bayonetta, and that that is exactly what her personality and battle style is like. Right along with the pseudo Cockney seductress accent. It's really on the nose in certain ways, but honestly, I think they get away with it. One, because she's a pre-existing character beyond all this, and two, it's just what she's like. It's not like this is the most unique style of character. Plus, everything she tells you is all you really need to know about her in general. She's just a monster hunter, and that is the main thing she offers. She has good knowledge of everything you're dealing with in the dark dimension where you meet her. She's able to identify a few other issues over the game, and that's all you can really ask of her unless you know who Ulysses Bloodstone is, and then maybe there's some more you could have asked her to mention, but you don't know who Ulysses Bloodstone is. Come on, I had to find out about him as well. And it's not like it's the only thing they leave out, but I'm not going to pretend Next Wave is important enough for a mention, sad as that makes me. Beyond all of that, though, she just shows up in a place that makes sense for her and has a sensible reason to be there. Most of her stories are her showing up to the main heroes when they're in a fucked up slime dungeon, and then acts really competent about the slime dungeons, and is also clever and British and so on. That Britishness probably being why she knows so much about slime dungeons. See, the thing is, I am simplifying her a lot, but as someone introduced to her and the concept of the Bloodstone legacy through this game, she ends up fitting in really nicely. Like, I don't have any questions about why she's part of the group. She shows up and beats a bunch of monsters with guns and nothing else. Widow got a free pass without even needing a cutscene, so come on, this has gotta be easy, right? I think what helps her fit in, actually, is the fact that, like how so many of the classic Marvel heroes are based on old pulp characters like the Phantom and so on, her being based on classic pulp adventure characters a la Dr. Sin is very in line with the creative process. I could see her teaming up with the Shadow and the Green Hornet and all that really easily, honestly. Frankly, I kind of want that crossover comic now that I say it. I'm also a big fan of how her moveset is designed and how absolutely dedicated it is to its one singular note. No one is more dedicated to long range than her in this game. She has one melee special move. It's an auto combo into a gunshot, and it still blows chunks. You need to be far away and just firing constantly, which her spin move actually allows her for, unlike some bow-wielding dipshits I could mention. Her stand there and dual-wield double-shot attack is actually one of the most monstrous ranged attacks in the game. It's single-handedly as effective as the beam synergy half the time. However, she is still let down by the game's movement to an extent. She herself is really basic in mobility, and she's also not even that fast. She doesn't have a double jump, she doesn't have a huge roll or anything. So even though you really want to be doing all this sick gun kata with her, and to an extent you really can because her moveset is really well thought out, the basic mechanics of being an action RPG kinda let her down. She feels like a major force, but more times than not, she's way too positioning based and can feel a little sticky. Still, once you figure out the timings of her attacks, it's a huge, wonderful reward, so it's not like it's terrible. I like using her a lot, and her being here at all is already her best trait, but she's still going to need a C tier for now. She could get gold at Olympic skeet shooting, but this is the winter biathlon, and the bi part is competing with Ghost Rider. Not really her fault. It's unfortunate that the cookie crumbled this way. I kind of wanted to make her higher, but this is where we're at. The murk of the mouth will send you 6 feet south. I won't be beat, so don't you pout. A raucous experiment, his head he won't orient. It hurts every day, but you don't hear me lament. You'll be a dead fool if you mess with the pool, 'cause I ain't nothing if I don't bring you to school.
Oh man, that was forced.
Adding Deadpool to really any Marvel project is always a gamble with the nature of his character. The gamble, of course, being that it's going to be a coin flip of whether he's going to be annoying or decent, depending entirely on the writing direction and those who are doing said writing. This is as true for any games as it is for his comics and his movies, honestly. The man is a genuinely interesting and clever character and has a strong emotional core you can really get attached to genuinely, but comic books, both as a reading experience and as a creative process, are kind of for people who have been ravaged by reality so many times that they've mentally regressed to the 6th grade and can't understand any nuance, so you always hold a risk that you end up with trailer for the movies that are meant to attract guys who are terrible at conventions. Deadpool, who's nothing but a worthless, annoying reference machine. This is your Deadpool from his dedicated game, the Ultimate Spider-Man episode, the absolutely horrendous garbage fest that was the Old Man future arc with Spider-Man, and the 3rd movie. But as horrible and grating as these things are to experience, the worst part is that these failures allow an in for shithead know-it-all reprobates that pad their sentences with over-elocution in the hopes that what is ultimately childish ad hominem riddled backlash will actually sound like a clever takedown of Deadpool's whole existence, while discrediting and ignoring stuff like X-Force, Hulk vs. Wolverine, the 2012 run, and the first 2 movies, where the gamble paid off and he gets to be Deadpool. He's a very volatile and hard to nail down character, and I mean that figuratively, but literally it would also be really hard to nail him down because he could just pull any bits of himself you do nail just right off and walk away with a zinger that you just can't reply to. Not just because he'll kill you or you won't be as clever as anything he can come up with, but because there's absolutely nothing that's mean enough that you can tell him that he doesn't already tell himself in the mirror every day. I genuinely struggle to think of a more self-hating comic character when you really get down to it. He's a terrible person, he has no respect for anyone and especially not himself. Deep down he thinks everyone else is too good for him, and they totally are, and he has to lean into the worst parts of his identity in most of his appearances, both because he's now mandated to do so he can serve his worst fans, and also because he would just fall back into his origin as just another faceless, futureless, Liefeld, spur-of-the-moment puff character otherwise. Deadpool's not fun to have around because horrible, overly real arguments follow him. So imagine my shock at how well Ultimate Alliance 3 was able to do him with the limited space they had, when my first impression of him in this game was seeing that god-awful taco costume as a pre-order bonus years ago. See, even though in text he is the quintessential lol so random, endless twee bullshit, this man gets to be the ambassador of the first Marvel DC crossover in years in a bid to win over slop-loving wastrels who endure nothing more than YouTube shorts, life is pain. Oh boy, funny taco song. Oh man, he's so mad about his tacos. Oh boy, that's classic Deadpool. Look how much Cable hates him. Lol, Lamau, someone deserves to die. But here's the thing, he's actually really down through most of this game. One of his quotes when selected is, "Are you sure? I'll give you a second to change your mind." And for every zany one-liner he has, there's another that specifically makes a jab at his own life and his own personality. He constantly calls attention to how lecherous and vindictive and ugly he thinks he is, and the only barbs he shoots that aren't also meant for himself is his hero line against Thanos, where he gets kinda mad at the end, honestly. Him and Thanos actually have a lot of beef. It's treated as a bit of a joke because it's Deadpool taking Thanos' girl, but they have fucked with each other really hard when you get down to it. Add to this the fact the other X-Men actually genuinely lament not getting to eat his tacos, so it's possible his anger about the carnitas carnage was actually about the fact that he didn't get to share something he clearly worked hard on with people who offer him genuine feelings of worth. He's an exceptionally sad clown if you look just a little bit under how he's portrayed in this game. Like if Pagliacci's whole bit was making Pagliacci jokes. It helps that he's not a huge story character, so he's mostly silent through the game as well, not constantly trying to do something funny when you don't ask for it. But ultimately, I think that he is decently balanced as a portrayal for this kind of truncated Marvel experience. He certainly doesn't match the ear molestation hell of playing the Lego games to 100% where you're hearing him all the fucking time, but what's also helping him is a genuinely really nice moveset. I mentioned that he gets to teleport to a Nightcrawler segment, and this is apparently the main element that they added to this version of his playstyle from the first and second games. He has the same teleport jump, teleport slice, and adds a teleport to his spin, but unlike Nightcrawler, who struggles with crowds, Wade has a genuinely super powerful bomb spread that makes the fact he has to stop for its dumb joke actually worth it. I was also surprised at just how powerful his Uzis were in this, until a friend showed me that in the original games, Deadpool's guns acted like actual guns in the sense that they were like pump shotguns crossed with that bullshit kickback gun from MIB, but this time the annoying skin suit Bugman is the protagonist, which may be a gross thing to say about the guy so cancer-filled you'd think he had a cannibalistic episode at Red Lobster's June-July birthday special, but with the way he degrades himself and stands around in his attacks like he wants to die means this is ironically the only game I've ever seen that gets his character right and actually balances his abilities. I don't know if it was even intentional, and ultimately it's still a very standard playstyle that I can't put that high. The guns work fine, but aren't breaking the entire game this time is what I mean. So overall, he's just very solid, and I do wish I could put him higher, and he is an upgrade on the Nightcrawler playstyle really, but we're at the point of C tier where it's less about major failures of the character's own and just that they ended up lower feeling than others for me. That, and maybe I'm giving them way too much credit, but I would rather assume the best. I do like Deadpool, and I'd prefer to like him in more stuff than the amount of stuff I hate him in. So here we are. Dark Bruce Banner, belted by gamma rays, turned into the Hulk, ain't he on glamour rays, wrecking the town with the power of a bull, ain't no monster clown who is as lovable as ever-loving Hulk. Hulk. Oddly enough, Hulk is one of the most daunting sections I've ever had to write since, what really is there to say about him? His gameplay isn't exactly hard to explain. I'm pretty sure you know exactly what he does. You've got immense strength and bulk, you get in close and you pound on the enemies like they're Rihanna because you're already playing as the Chris Brown of comic books, both in the level of fame and the disappointment knowing we let this shit go as far as it did half the time. Hulk did not genuinely have an all-timer run in my opinion until 30 years of his existence, and then Immortal had to be the next one, and I'm gonna die on that hill, frankly. It's my biggest hot take of all time, honestly, if we're talking about the sheer popularity of a character. Hulk is a character who's been able to rest on his laurels because his abilities and story are already so deeply proven. Stories like Jekyll and Hyde already proved the concept before he even existed. And for a while now, he does pretty consistently have decent hits, at least one good idea, one good issue every year or so, even if it's not always the strongest runs. See, now I'm qualifying myself. You can't hate me now. Nanny, nanny, nanny. I'm not touching you on a intellectual level. I'm not touching you on an intellectual level. La na 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 na. Sorry. And a lot of these good ideas have been really quickly building up over the last little while. What do you mean Red Hulk was a thing of the 2000s and not a classic 70s story arc? But then the ideas peter out and you can only make him more angry and stretch Gamma further and further until it's indistinguishable from magic, aside from the fact that you cast it by waving your hands into people instead of at them, and then like 5 other personalities show up and clutter the main concept, and like 3 of them don't even really have Banner involved, and where has Betty been for decades, and what the shit is Claw, and when did we decide that this was at all worth a fuck? At some point, you're losing more than you can gain by the 4th Professor Hulk story arc. Immortal meant something to me because for once they realized they're in a cycle that is simply not allowed to end because of the character's popularity. Unfortunately, thanks to his mishandling in outside media, such as the fact that he's perpetually a secondary part of the MCU because his film flopped, or the abhorrent Agents of Potential man being about as enjoyable as Hatafatan Blut, he's not really left with much in the popular culture despite who he is conceptually. All this to mean that I shouldn't be surprised that in yet another third-party telling of Marvel, he's not very compelling in this game. I don't even remember if Banner is mentioned once outside of the character bio. Hulk is a bafflingly unimportant part of this story. None of his villains, none of his lore, just a really big attack stat. And it doesn't help that his one job is to be the massive damaging brute, but one of his moves is this annoying to use and ineffective charge attack that's hard to control, and a grab that barely works at the best of times, so there's really no good way to start just smashing your hand against the controller and maybe getting some satisfaction out of just going haywire like Ultimate Destruction let you do. Yeah, he's got his thunderclap and a decent stomp, which are very effective, and his normals are crushing, but it just doesn't feel like enough for the idea of Hulk. This is a guy who can punch so hard reality shifts. This is especially the case after playing as him in the aforementioned PS2 Ultimate Destruction game, and as well as his tank role in Rivals, where the guy has more to do with magic, I mean gamma, in his moveset. So why is he so high up by my standards if I don't really have a lot nice to say about it? 'Cause I'm a pussy. I know how highly rated he is in the community for this game. I know how much his sheer attacking power is valued. It's so high, all of his failures are kind of overtaken by his ability to just outstat most of the game. Who cares about function when he's so min-maxed that it just kind of doesn't matter? Yeah, it doesn't feel satisfying to use, but the numbers are just so big that it works anyway. Like if you just gave Dan from Street Fighter nothing but instant kill attacks, it wouldn't make him feel good, it would just make him way too powerful. Despite all of the criteria that I've emphasized, Hulk is highly ranked here because I know darn well that my criteria and what most people's criteria is just isn't going to mix, and I need to make some compromises by putting him at least at the top of C tier. It's as low as I think I can get away with, even though I kinda like him less. Objectively, I do understand why he is functionally so well liked. I understand that he is attached to a monstrous set of stats and a decent moveset to use it, that even if I don't like how a couple of the moves feel, they're still really good objectively. But I think that looking at these characters as nothing but bundles of numbers attached to them is a very surface level and valueless way of looking at the things in this game that reduces the artistic merit of it and is essentially just letting the shit that Marvel vs. Capcom died for go on unchallenged. This kind of function thing has already failed. But still, these things are the easiest and most understandable criteria for most people playing, so it would be harder to argue against than I want to really go into it with. I just don't value him enough as a gameplay experience to do that effort. So I'm putting him at the top of C tier. For him, we'll call C the compromise tier. I compromise on my values, you all compromise on not giving me shit. Please be cool again someday, Bruce. I don't want to feel this about you.
And that's C tier. Lots of strained bullshit reasoning, huh? But I'm at page 45 at this point, so I don't really care about that right now. Let's talk level design. This intermission's gonna be ranking the levels. That's it, let's party. Number 12, Atalan. The weird threats Marvel made to make the Inhumans important throughout the late 2010s was a trip, huh? Never willing to pull the trigger on a movie, but they sure tried to warm us up in the games. I liked Atalan in the LEGO games, but good lord, there is only a hallway in this game. It's so obviously something the suits forced in and never got an ounce of love from the devs, actually. It's frankly almost funny if it wasn't so sad in hindsight now that the Inhumans have been all but wiped off the board. It's like a playable coffin, to be honest. Just a really unenjoyable time. Number 11. Annihilus's weird bullshit dimension. Nothing says $30 expansion pack like reusing Wakanda and then also repurposing the worst finished level of the base game. I have nothing here. It's rocks with bugs. I could go experience this a few hours from my house in the Badlands. This fucking sucks. Number 10. The Dark Dimension. I love this level in the story, but it's way too long and way too padded. I feel my eyes glazing over it more and more every time I replay it. They keep flipping the screen to show it's a weird reality, but it means so little in my eyes. I like what happens in it more than I'll ever like it itself. Number 9, the Kree ship. You gotta be a really fun tutorial level if you make the top 10, and indeed, this is a fun tutorial level. It doesn't spend too much time there, so it doesn't really lose its steam, and it's got a really fun through line of its own internal story. It builds up really nicely. The game goes at a breakneck pace normally, so having this nice slow-paced mystery, relatively slow-paced mystery, at the start, helps it immensely. 8. The Raft. A classic superpower-based prison break at the behest of world-ending super threats is the perfect way to follow up any inciting incident, not just in superhero stuff, but in every genre, from rom-coms to Shakespeare. Shylock should have been throwing hands with the Rhino. This one uses the fact it's a superhero prison to the best possible ability, from high-tech cells to dangers delivered from malfunctioning equipment. Just don't ask law enforcement why most of the enemies have powers related to mutants. That's not important. Number 7, Shadowland. Probably one of the nicest looking levels in the whole thing, which is saying a lot considering it starts in a grimy alleyway. That shadow portion and the rooftop fights are the tits. I just wish it didn't bog itself down with the sliding puzzles and all that, but it ultimately works fine. Well, the level works really fine. The fact that there's this giant ninja facility right in the middle of New York that no one seems to comment on is not really a great time. Number 6. Nowhere. For a hallway that hosts nothing but a set of boss fights, they sure picked really pretty arenas. Nowhere has always been an eclectic place, so every member of the Black Order gets a cool set piece in relation to it. And honestly, even if it's not that deep, there's a shocking lack of cosmic areas despite this being a Thanos story, so they really make the most of this area for what it is. Honestly, it just impresses me. Number 5, the X-Mansion. This is apparently a very clear homage to the X-Men Legends hub world, which is neat, but it overdoes the set pieces, so there's very little exploring to be done. The nature of the story around it means most enemies are few and far between, and none of them are in the mansion, so it ends up going really quickly. But also, it's so sick to be here after years of burying the X-Men. It might be kind of simplistic, but I don't know. Can't say I don't enjoy it, and it does make a pretty good place for a lot of set pieces anyway. So, it works. Number 4, Latveria. This is the only original area in the DLC, and it's thankfully one of the game's best. And honestly, quite original for this game specifically, since there's not really a single city level in the game, is there? Not one where you go around streets and such, except for this one, which makes the fact that it's really empty both worrying for what Doom has in store, and conveniently good for performance. Nahaha. Though I suppose that sense of tranquility is undermined by the endless enemy spawners, but the thing that really carries it is the castle segment, which is a highly detailed and action-packed area that's just a joy to fight through. It gives you a massive sense of scale and feels like a real journey by the end of it, even if it's just like one half of a very short DLC campaign. And this is all just in one level. Though I suppose it's held back a bit by, nothing. I just like the others more. 3. Avengers Tower. After a while, the grayish techno bass stuff a lot of the levels have gets a bit boring since you get into a lot of them in a row early on, but Avengers Tower makes it feel fresh again with sweet sunset vistas, Stark branded fun times, a huge amount of varied areas that makes it clear this is where the Avengers work, and the fact Ultron is chasing you throughout the whole thing adds great amounts of tension to it. Honestly, I think the most underrated level in the game. I don't see a lot of people talk about it. 2. Wakanda. After the disaster of Atalan, following it up with a level as detailed, varied, set-piece rich, story-heavy, and so on is always going to seem like a major jump, but Wakanda is such a full package it stands up with absolutely everything else. The ancient ruins running through into the city, Claw throwing you into the jungle, every beat hits hard and it just feels beautiful to work with. An absolute belter of a level. And number 1, Asgard. I was so worried Hell was gonna be the most Thor would get in all of this. Another goddamn rocky alcove with an okay castle that saves it a bit, but that is not what would get it number 1. But as an addition that leads into Asgard, the most beautiful, cleverly combined, and challenging area in the whole game, oh, now we're talking. I love the Thor mythos and Marvel's take on Norse myth. I'll get into it more in Thor's section, but this area is just a perfect encapsulation of its surface aspects, at least. Honestly, I wonder if the neo-Nazis trying to invade the Norse zone is a metaphor, but it's probably just because there's not a cap level, which the fact I've been reminded of now means this is actually last place. That's it. Gwen Stacy's life gets hazy, lest you look to a world where things get crazy. The ghost of a spider, the load ain't much lighter. Great power means you can't get lazy. When evil comes, you won't know when, so be ready to meet Spider-Gwen. There used to be a saying among comic book fans that went as such: no one stays dead in comics except Uncle Ben, Jason Todd, and Bucky Barnes. And this statement is very evocative of a time when people used to think that comic books gave a shit, and I personally think they still do because some characters have mostly remained dead, but the thing is, general comic fans don't care about Scourge or Marvel, so it doesn't get noticed, and otherwise, grave digging is a compulsive element of comics nowadays, to the point I no longer fear the death of popular characters because I just don't expect it to be permanent anymore. It's essentially just a hiatus now, and that's only gotten more and more the case as things go on. On that note, fuck you, Spider-Gwen, and fuck you in advance, Gwenpool, when you inevitably show up in the next Ultimate Alliance if that ever happens. Dear lord, we still have 3/5 of the roster left. There's a whole 1850s minority worth of ratio. We gotta hurry up. Thankfully, the B tier is going to be a simple one. These are really, really good characters that you should use, and they will be effective, but I rank them lower due to personal taste or misgivings. They might have like one bad element to them that can be sidestepped. You may not even hear me say anything bad about a character in their segment, you'll just have to accept me liking others over them as enough reasoning. And speaking of 1850s marginalization, let's talk about the original comic book girlfriend. Not her, not her, not her. Actually not her. Okay, now you're just making fun of me. And certainly the first tragic, high-profile character death of the medium. Suck it, Kyle Rayner, you can fold the multiverse into yourself, but your girlfriend led a really uncomfortable and necessary conversation about female characters as plot devices for men, while Spidey's girlfriend's death was so earth-shattering for the medium, she's why that conversation had to be had. Booyah! Power scaling the death of loved ones, baby. No one does it like me. No wonder I'm haunted by by spirits. But indeed, Gwen is one of those characters that's infinitely more important for what they did than who they were. No one gives a fuck about the Ultra Humanite besides the fact that he was Superman's first sort of powered nemesis. He wasn't even good enough to be in the main universe of DC. On that note, no one checks on the Justice Society's Atom because he's not the one that did anything that matters. And for Gwen, well, what can even be said about her as a character? Seriously, name a trait of original universe Gwen that isn't smart-ish, nice-ish, generic-ish, girl-ish. Let's just ignore that one time she fucked Norman Osborn because the comic book character shit writing liability clause is not a joke-ish type character. She was everything except a hard rockin', big sloofin', très chic adventure girl, except in retcons. Yet no one even asked what was up with that characterization when they decided what we needed was exactly that in an Elseworld story. Yet, lo and behold, the idea was kinda tits, and Earth 65 became a beloved version of the Marvel Universe, which is why she was swiftly incorporated into 616, leaving 65 to rot, and that world has been summarily ignored as Marvel finds new ways to spread Spider-Man so thin you could put him on toast. But hey, nominally, the general underlying concept that made Ghost Spider so interesting is still available for her in 616. The idea of giving Gwen agency and unfridging her to an extent is super cool, and this was a fun and modern way of doing it at the time. She felt like she had a sort of edge to her, even though there's so much different between her and the original Gwen. It felt like there was still that sort of edge to her because of the subtext of who she is. It's still the idea of swapping Spider-Man and his original girlfriend, even if they're characterized differently, and they play with that aspect in a lot of ways while also making something new. It also helped that it was written as just good Spider-Man stories, but with her. But, like with the move to 616, this means that she's being undermined by what that popularity brings for characters like her, which is, of course, the higher-ups giving her the grand honor of possible girlfriend for the actual Spider-Man successor. To say that Ghost Spider, Spider-Gwen, has been mishandled is a charitable description, especially when the non-charitable description of the concept of Gwen Stacy as of today is, oh my fucking god, what do you mean the 6161 is back as Gwenpool when we already lampooned the fuck out of that very concept, and this is right after we made Mary Jane a super uncomfortably racist looking Venom because all of this shit that Spider-Man's done now needs to happen to his girlfriends? Seriously, someone needs to give these Marvel writers some wet willies already because this is an overdone geek-gasm shit show, and someone needs to reestablish the pecking order on these nerds before they do something fucking insane like having Spider-Gwen and the original Gwen mind meld their souls together. Oh my god, why? I hate how fucked Spider-Man is as a concept right now. It honestly feels like the writing equivalent of a character just being diseased with bad ideas, and unfortunately Spider-Gwen has become a living biome for those symptoms at this point. But hey, at least that means she gets to be in a lot of stuff now. Spider-Verse is good, and for this game, it is nice to have a little tiny bit of the multiverse stuff before it became a super major thing, and thus her being around was a nice bit of flavor at the time this game came out. Maybe we'll see some of the new Ultimates next time, and if they keep it conservative, that won't hurt. Plus, hey, she's still a fun personality to have around when done right. All of her move names being these lazy, been there, done that technical statements, and her being totally checked out and annoyed by being pulled into some other place's crisis helps her stand out among the group. Plus, her, Kamala, and Miles are the designated team battle of this game, which is fun and helps show off both her uniqueness as a character from OG Gwen, as this is still a teenager, but her playable value as well. She hangs around the sides of the arena shooting spread shots while the other two go in, and this is how you want to play as her as well. She's either always trying to be away and splitting out attention of enemies, or affecting all of your team and helping out. As I said, in Venom's part, they make the spiders distinct by giving them simple yet very distinctly functional versions of similar moves, unless it's Venom phoning it in. Gwen is the crowd control character. Her machine gun web shot splits into 4, her swing move goes in a wide circle, her slam can teleport so you can use it for positioning, and her hardened web construct is swung in a wide berth as opposed to Peter using a more directed one in a horizontal way. I'm not going to try to overanalyze why which character is which archetype. One, because I don't want to unpack the black one being the most aggressively inclined, and 2, I'm not sure what about who Ghost Spider is lends her to crowd control. I mean, she plays music, but she's the drummer, isn't she? That's not the crowd player of a band. She's not a full support character, so it's not just girliness, which does mean we skip Jessica Drew's creepy pheromone shit, thank God. I think any of the spiders could have done any of the roles. Hell, Gwen's alternate costume is her Clintar suit, so she could totally do the Venom stuff as well. I just think they just picked her for this type of character, and it works really nicely. That said, I do like the pop of bright pink her attacks have. It's really striking stuff and ensures her personality still shines through. It's overall a darn good adaptation of the character that doesn't get too muddled in the annoying shit she would later have. She's the book version of the Michael Bay Transformers movies of the cast, if that makes any sense. All the fun bits, none of the blech. See through the mind that can see through all. Return from the dead, she'll never fall. There ain't no monster she can't tie in a knot. So watch your step lest things get white hot. Jean Grey, the Phoenix Force is bright. Okay, fuck Hulk. This is the greatest casualty of my selfishness when it comes to choosing rankings. Let's not mince words here. Objectively, Jean Grey is the absolute strongest non-full gauntlet Thanos character in the game. It's just that she's so damn good that it takes away from my ability to enjoy the game. Seriously, when I play as her, I sort of feel like a weird reverse version of what the parents who had to watch kid Wayne Gretzky smash their kids in Pee-wee hockey did. It's like I feel really bad, but like it's my own team that I'm kind of rooting against, because I guess maybe I'm an estranged parent in this. And ultimately, when we're talking about the other team in the context of the game, it's the big snarly murder monsters and metaphors falling apart. I think at this point in gaming's history, we've come to expect overpowered DLC characters. After all, what are we paying for if we're just gonna get dog shit? These aren't Teslas. We don't get off on paying to lose just because someone way higher than us socially told us to. And yes, as much as getting fin-domed by Jean Grey is way more appealing than Elon, I consider the Phoenix Force to be the Elon Musk of Cosmic Marvel, so potato potato. And I mean this seriously. Think of the last few Dragon Ball FighterZ characters. Smash 4 Bayonetta, the extended edition of Barney, a very special delivery with the fellatio between the suit actors between takes left in, the Mighty Eagle from Angry Birds, all DLC that breaks the whole game. However, Ultimate Alliance 3 has avoided that for the most part. Punisher is one of the first unlocks and he's downright passable, and most others are pretty darn balanced if you're not Reed. Then there's Jean, who was literally voted by the fanbase for this game as the strongest character for the big abilities she can pull off. But philosophically, I just don't know how I feel about her being seen as the definitive best hero for any reason other than the fact that her abilities break the rules. She's like Urshifu, where yes, you are breaking the rules and therefore it is the best possible use case to have this character on your team, but like, do we think they're good because of what they can do other than that? I mean, for Urshifu, yes, but I don't really know for Jean. Yes, she is characteristically powerful. I remember Marvel vs. vs. Capcom 3's original release with the terror Phoenix put all over the place, but I also know that a frail, only okay otherwise character with a single incredible boost ability isn't as great as it could seem. Unfortunately, where in Marvel vs. Capcom 3 it was a desperation-infused final bullet Tintin-ass insanity play, in Ultimate Alliance 3 it's just a constant efficient supply of anthrax-infused Poliosaurus Rex bullets. She is a delivery system of misery. She is the Malcolm McLean of the heroes in this game. The Phoenix is so powerful, its appearance is always a major deal, and even though this is part of the first 2 waves of DLC, so the story is told through blurbs on the gauntlets, you do get to see the Phoenix affecting the world with the Phoenix Force. You get power-ups from it and everything, as do enemies. She is the center of an event, and that's what she's best at. Well, that and dying tragically, so she somehow has less agency than the men in her love triangle that shouldn't still exist. But the former isn't really going to happen a lot since she's so damn powerful, and when her HP is reduced to 0, you just get a free revive. And I want you to remember me saying that so when I describe her powers, you can add it to the end of the statements without me forcing my vocal cords too hard. And the latter issue is a non-factor since she, Cyclops, and Wolverine barely interact at all besides a few textual lines that you have to buy for her, which I suppose is a bit of an upgrade, but it also means that she feels a little tiny bit a lot phoned in for what she's supposed to be story-wise. Really, she should have been a full original level. This is Phoenix Force we're talking about, and that's way more egregious than anything that happened with the Marvel Knights DLC previously because they don't usually have that kind of power. We'll get to it. I do like the DLC, and I like that they even bothered to make blurbs for it, and I think it's better to have something than nothing, and I will appreciate them for what they are, but if there's any character that's really harmed by it, it's her. The rest aren't, but she very much is. So, her good gameplay adaptive aspects are thus matched by assy ones, but absolutely nothing about her nuances matter when she's mostly known for doing ludicrous damage, having massive attacks at every range, most of them also being area of effect, and using this massive fire pit ability that saps energy points from enemies that then charges up your entire team again, meaning that when you have her on your team, every character has functionally infinite special attacks, thus trivializing the game. Okay, that silence was me pausing for you to add that one part in like I told you to. Moving on. This is ultimately why she hits the middle of the pack for me. She works perfectly well, but in fact she actually is so good at working that she's your best tool entirely. She's a multi-tool that just morphs into whatever you need at any point, like if Bob the Builder was an alchemist. But that means she saps the fun out for me. I want to overcome challenges, I want to feel like a big man, but the First Lady of the X-Men constantly reminds me that I'm not. What I'm saying is that Phoenix gives me penis envy, and that's why I regret comparing her to Elon Musk, because that implies I'm jealous of Elon Musk. My head hurts. Fuck this. Just go to the next one. God damn it. Nathan Summers has powers no other could bring to the forefront without a big blunder. Beyond any mutant, beyond any hero, he'll save the doomed future before time hits 0. Don't count him out, don't leave any doubt. In the past and the present, he'll straighten it out. Well, they do say parents should want things to be better for their kids. And this joke worked way better when I thought Jean was Cable's mom, because it's like one single jot better, but I haven't read X-Men in a while and forgot about Madeline Pryor, so now we're just kind of left with a depressing realization of how far from the tree Nathan Summers fell from Scott in this game. But at least we're in the above average tier now, so that's less a shot at Cable and more of a great moment for Cyclops. But right now, we're not at that great moment. We're at Cable's moderately okay moment, so let's not get too hasty. We still need to give the boy his participation award, because if you think we're too nice to children now, wait until you meet the guy from a world where we stopped being nice at all. Cable's a peculiar character in this roster, and considering how many times I've described a character like that, and will describe a character like that, since this game's really good at distinct design, he must be super weird. And for him, it's mostly a matter of his time period. See, this game is a product of the 2010s, which was right smack dab in the middle of Marvel's all new, all different, and MCU fever eras. So, it's mostly the classic characters with a whole new sheen and the new hotness. So the middle years between those are a bit underexplored. There's not a lot of dedicated standalone 80s through early 2000s characters available here. Yeah, there's a lot of team members like Gambit, but no one who was like holding down their whole book for a while. And Cable is technically a team member as well, but he was much closer to Ladder for this argument to work. And it's not like anyone's really itching for Echo or Cyber unless you have the kind of massively misplaced nostalgia once only thought to live in Xbox fans. Nothing about comics was actually thriving creatively in the 90s. That shit was the pinnacle of horrible hindsight. Yes, at the time it was an insanely valuable market, but it's valuable in the same way the Michael Bay movies brought value to Transformers, in the sense that the franchise is objectively superior in quality nowadays, but is in some of its worst financial straits now because people flocked to the dog shit pieces of crap and have had their minds completely changed about it. Rip TF1. But everything's got at least one fan, so there's also this genuine gaggle of idiots who thinks that we've lost a quality to the products now because the ones that made money must have had something to it. It wasn't just market speculation running on the false promises and destined to be broken dreams that the modern world demands people be mongoloidal enough to genuinely think is possible to live in, lest the system shit itself and fucking die, leaving a gaggle of Western decadence to be preyed upon by a world desperate for violent, hateful revenge upon them. You know, a future just a jot less bleak than Cable's. See, you do have a few proper 90s characters in this game. As I said, Gambit is here and Deadpool is here, but they're both very much in their absolute most modern forms right now. We all know that when I say 90s characters, I mean ones that still to this day embody the Todd McFarlane and Rob Liefeld jerk-off sessions, not the few that ended up working. We're looking for Youngblood and Angela and early Savage Dragon and the rest of the what the fuck are we even doing here players. The 90s was a time of overblown speculation on the comics market looking for the next big thing, the next number one that will be a big seller like Superman. It wasn't gonna be Bishop, but that meant adding all kinds of new characters, big debuts, huge moments, new blood, shedding old blood, all over the extreme new blood-filled stories. Cause we're all worthless children they think they can fool easily cause they can fool us easily. But Cable is thus a standout of this era because he was actually developed and was one of the first to the party and got real stories. So even if he's not technically different from the gaggle of dime a dozen idiots, he gets to be an actual three-dimensional character, go figure. But unfortunately, Cable's biggest weakness in this game narratively is the fact that he was a middlingly important DLC edition. He doesn't headline that DLC pack like Jean Grey does either, so if hers is issues, he's having issues as well, and he's not heavily included in the F4 story. Many DLC characters do get at least one decent length conversation in the intermissions of that campaign, but he doesn't get to have a standalone conversation. No, Wade needs to butt in and tell you about who he is in a summary that feels like they got the same Make-A-Wish kid they let write the 2013 Deadpool game have another crack at it posthumously. Cable does act nice and grumbly and hilariously hardcore as you would want, but otherwise he kind of just feels underutilized narratively. But what saves him, so much so that I still play him a lot, is that he's one of the best ranged fighters in the game. His is one of the few basic attacks that is a shot of a gun that actually feels powerful, and much of his kit is about nullifying other projectiles and playing keep away. He has an absorbing field that allows him to reflect abilities. He can set up an auto turret. His being a mutant savant gives him an even more effective gravity bomb than Magneto's, and a regular shield. It's a bubble shield to offer protection to his back, but it's not that big, so it's only for him. He is all about sending back pain that never reaches you or nullifying it, and honestly, that's a really unique and enjoyable game plan nobody else has, and it doesn't feel too overpowering. I just wish it was in a package that used the best of who Cable is as a character more. You only get his weird tech Jesus infection thing as a heavy attack, really. He's a product of the 90s that's actually viable enough to justify his use, but does have drawbacks that keeps him from being a contender to really take the big goal. He's the laser disc of Ultimate Alliance 3 characters. Works really nicely and honestly has a lot of fun, unique elements, but it was never the future, was he? I've got nothing for this one, I'm sorry. We will not be talking about Byrne and Claremont's creepy obsession with teenage kitty pride in this section. Colossus is too cool a guy to let the dudes who had the same girl keep saying the N-word like it's clever social commentary, as if I really want to hear this kind of conversation out of the pen of guys who make the driven snow look like the Black Rock Desert in Nevada. Ruin it for me. Now let's get to talking about this character like adults. I like Colossus because he talks funny and is big and strong. He's a living Cold War political cartoon, but the simple fact that he's almost unflappably an ally makes him a fascinating commentary not just on Russia in the era he was introduced in, but his existence in general is a commentary on America's place at the time. There's a ballsiness to him just being who he is when the pressure of the era was likely demanding that they write him to be a bastard. But between being forced to be Cyttorak's holder, his sister Magic getting captured by the darkness, the legacy virus, and insert example that isn't on the Wikia so no one knows how little X-Men I actually read, him having betrayal scares has almost become a running joke with the series, but I assume at least. But of course they don't know that I'm assuming because I didn't read that last part about examples out, so they'll be none the wiser, and I'm definitely not reading this part out too. Honestly, I don't know what I get for writing confessions inside of my scripts. The confessions to mass murder I snuck into Carrera's segment last year got really hard to scroll past. Oh well, fuck these people. Why should I care what they think? I have way too large a penis to be a comic book fan anyway. At least I think that's a good thing for me. I could probably think about why that is something that I fixate on, but I'm too busy making long videos to show I'm correct all the time to think about why I really liked wearing a dress in high school. Shit, did Colossus just suplex that motherfucker? Damn! Almost as much of a running joke as his intense Russianness in general is. Yeah, seriously, my joke about him being a sympathetic caricature is barely one. He really lays it on thick, and I'm not just talking about his body slam. Like, he is a caricature, but he is also sympathetic. Those are the two big things to explain of him. His name is Pyotr Rasputin. You know, like my American friend Jimmy Roosevelt, and my Canadian friend Bill McDonald, and my Chinese friend Ching. Okay, maybe I'm too white for this kind of commentary as well. That's what makes Colossus so difficult to talk about. I would love to use the fact that he locks himself in the room of Cain Marco as a jumping off point to talk about his history with the Juggernaut and how that could be a really cool callback to it. But like, that could just be because they're both strong guys, so the developers put them together. Because the thing is that yes, he is part of his family's beef with Cyttorak, but like, he is not the most personal part of that. That is mostly for the annoying lady from Rivals. He just feels a lot of responsibility on the sidelines. So yes, I could mention all this stuff, but we don't really know if that's what the moment was about, and it's not like the game actually takes any time to tell you about this history. You don't even really get that stuff in his character bio. You never hear about Mikhail or Colossus's paintings. He's just
sort of there, like Kurt is. In fact, his role really is similar to Kurt's. Show up, fight well, say Tovarch, even though this isn't the context for that shit culturally, but it's his Mein Freund, so he has to say it at least once. But unlike Nightcrawler, he's flung away to the free, whoops, ran out of time update hellscape. So ultimately, he gets the worst of both worlds. He's very much truncated by being in the original story, but is also truncated by being in the DLC. So anything I could bring up is almost entirely fan fiction about what the developers meant. But hey, for what it's worth, he does have a silver face, so his addition is still a very net positive for me. Because you see, other than the belligerence of the Cold War, there's a third culture at play with this specific iteration of Mr. Rasputin. The fact Team Ninja is Japanese, and the last time Colossus was a major part of a Japanese game production, it was alongside Zangief from Street Fighter, who had a mecha form that's explicitly Colossus inspired. So now we have a whole other group's view of the Russians being pushed into an adaptation of an American view of Russia. I have zero proof that Mecha Zangief and MVC are direct inspirations for Colossus's gameplay in this game. That's once again some fanfiction I'm willing to write about this. But like, also in my defense, I mean, he just has both of Zangief's most well-known moves with the slam and the lariat. He has a moving defensive move mimicking super armor and a low-speed dash to close distance. He's also got more grappling moves than any other character in the game, a whole 2, which is a tremendous amount of specialization for this kind of character work. He is very much meant to play similar to one of his most famous other media appearances, but when he was a different character. It's not like we're want for MVC references too. Blue Venom is in this. On that note, I look forward to Tokon replacing these as alt costumes going forward as the endless march of time subsumes us all, but not so much as time has subsumed the grappler playstyle, cause this is both Colossus's strength as a diversification tool and his weakness because, good god, I hate the grab moves in this game. I ranked Hulk low for having one. The fact that the grab moves don't work on the enemies with stagger bars, meaning that they only really work half the time and completely depend on other enemies being there, which is a resource that no one else has to deal with and is constantly being cut down by the way you play the game, just makes them feel really terrible. What's not helping is that most of them really only compensate missing one with a generic slam attack that usually does the exact same amount of damage as the sweetest kisses of first blooming love in the early springtime on one fateful dew-speckled Sunday morning after church. So what makes Colossus such an exception for me? Well, there are exactly 3 grab moves that I excuse in this game. One due to its utility that I'll touch on later, and the 2 Colossus has. The key word for this is commitment. Most characters that have one don't use their grab well, cause as bruisers, there's zero reason to not just use their way stronger, more straightforward moves. The compensatory tickle monster stuff feels like an afterthought, but Colossus has a utility move and a charge so average it may as well just also be a decent utility as well. Your best option will always be the grabs, and to make this workable, they made sure they were moves first, grabs second. The lariat is an effective crowd control move, and his body slam is just as powerful. It's just both of them have less range than if you grab them. Getting the grab just adds effects to them. Yes, it's better to get it, but it doesn't kill his ability to fight. And commitment is already a lot of Colossus's character anyway. This is the man who puts himself in front of his team. He's immensely loyal and not a huge trickster. When he transforms, it's the whole body. When you play him, you've got to go in. For the spaghetti of influences in this man, he's actually one of the least complicated parts of himself. He is just sort of someone that is likable because he's him, even though what he is can become an abyss. But once you crawl out of that abyss, you just have a sturdy, reliable guy who has a lot of unique elements to love. Anyways, I'm gonna move on before I get KG beasted or class assassin
masonated or masotted because of the Nito section. Spider-Man, Spider-Man does whatever a spider can, spins a web any size, catches thieves just like flies. Look out, here comes the Spider-Man. I'm not doing the second verse. How is there a second verse for this guy? No one else. This one is going to be a daunting prospect to write about. Put that jar away, I never agreed to that. But even more than that, it may just be the most that jar too I've ever meant that statement. Because even if I had only written about popular stuff and not my niche bullshit for all of these videos, there's no character I've ever discussed that is as famous as motherfucking Spider-Man. I don't think there will ever be a more famous character I speak of unless I sell my soul to a Christian fundamentalist group and start telling you about the power of Christ. But considering places like South and East Asia where Christianity is not a big deal but Americana is, we may just have a character more powerful than Yeshua himself. Spider-Man is a character so popular, he might as well be an institution. He is so popular that he is always allowed to punch above his weight despite being treated as a street tier character, fighting off whole alien invasions and shit. He's got a whole multiverse of himself, multiple of which have been brought into the main one because the fact that these characters are also Spider-Man made them that popular as well. When Twitter argues about the Mount Rushmore of superheroes, he's the only Marvel hero that's consistently on it because Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman all have something irreplaceable, but despite that, he's also way bigger than all of them, maybe combined. The fact the raft level is filled with his villains is annoying to me, but in the same way I like purple more than blue, but that's not gonna make the fucking sky and ocean less powerful to me. Frankly, the fact they only had 4 spider characters in this game is the real marvel of it all. You could make a full Ultimate Alliance roster of just Spider-Men, and considering how many Marvel fans seem to actually just be Spider-Man fans the way they talk about the other characters, it would probably be the best seller of the franchise. In so many ways, Marvel is Spider-Man, which is why he's currently a washed-up shell of his former self in the main comics. But like the new Ultimate Universe, he's fresh and funky and still cool everywhere else, including here. But the problem is that his sheer scale means that trying to describe the enormity of his existence is about as feasible as beating Michael Jordan at basketball while having your hands full juggling 2 other Michael Jordans who are also on his team. Do I go for cartoon references? Which fucking one? Man, computer graphics have gotten so good, he looks better than the 2000 Free Show that I'm pretty sure my knowledge of only comes from other games. And like, compare him to other games? That's not fair. His appearance here is a limited prospect in a team game that is entirely about truncating these characters to their essential forms. Comparing that to games that are entirely about him, and he has more games than most characters ever will, period, that doesn't work. That doesn't compare properly. The comics? Yeah, I could probably do a fun bit about how the original Ultimate Alliance had the original Ultimate Universe Spider-Man, but like, I don't know how to go about that because I haven't read those. They're really ugly looking, and they aren't exactly present for this game. And I suppose there is something to be said that I got this game for less than that recently announced shitty $50 CAD Marvel Legends of Spider-Man. Seriously, imagine collecting Transformers as bitch. The MCU may have robbed us of our popularity, but we still rule the toy aisle, as Ozymandian an accomplishment that is. And hey, there is an octopus villain, so like, do I want to make a sex joke? You see my point? The most obscure weirdos in this game still have histories that make omnibuses that you can just unscroll like the fucking Torah. And Spider-Man has that on top of years of holy wars over how his suits look, over how he's characterized, over how he moves, etc., etc. So even if I decide this is a generally good adaptation myself, I I can't actually know for sure because of how gargantuan his history is. I don't know if I have the expertise, and I know that there are people who will tell me happily and at very great length exactly how wrong I am if I say anything. For a lot of characters, there is a generalized ideal that I can compare their adaptation in this game to, instead of having to look into the nitty-gritty of them to see what's really going on there. Like, I don't need to act like Venom's start as a villain, or Wanda's fuck-ups, or Magneto's two wolves, one of which is based and the other one is based if you snort bath salts, Tony Stark's excusing of the military-industrial. Okay, maybe comics would be respected more if we stopped doing stories teenagers who know too much about neocentrism would like. But the point is that I don't really feel the need to, like, judge the characters for those things, because I know what their platonic ideal that you see on lunchboxes is supposed to represent. I don't think an individual story version of a character should undermine who they are unless it's Hank Pym. But when it comes to Spider-Man, I would have had to make a concession of context, get that out of my face, if it wasn't so hard to reach consensus on who Peter is. He was an asshole nerd originally, like shockingly accurate to the modern Silicon Valley type and not the sweet boy that he's usually been made into in other adaptations, especially now that the movies are the main way most people understand his character, and where even the best ones put him between being milk toast and cheese bagels. But that was just who he was at the start of his character arc, and no matter how obsessed the writers are with keeping him in a creepy Logan's Run style retcon zone and constantly forever young, he has had his time as an adult doing science and teaching and mentoring others before they decided to take him on that humiliation tour. Despite him begging for help from Goblin, the constant rehash of the few stories that worked in a bit, fumbling MJ, fumbling Black Cat, letting MJ become Blackface Venom, getting Miss Marvel killed, fucking up his relationships with every single other hero, and giving constant layups to the character equivalent of your childhood pet dying with no end in sight, people still love Spider-Man and want to see him get better. Talking about Spider-Boy, by the way. And that's because for all my bitching about scale, there's the fundamental fact that Peter is a simple character with a simple concept. He is a good guy that wants to do good deep down. Spider-Man is the friendly neighborhood. He's the walking, smiling houses that help pick up trash. I mean, he always eventually gets back up. As the famous quote that he always says goes, "Samantha Brown, you need to get out of here. Your vagina is haunted," comes great responsibility. Spider-Man is someone who most purely of all wants to be a hero for the sake of heroics, which means the world, when you consider what made him popular at the time, was that his wanting to do that came at the cost of his regular life. He was one of, if not the first heroes who wasn't able to just hide behind his alter ego. Going out as Spidey, something he will leave his deathbed to do, costs him time with friends and family. That's why all his villains are people with that same kind of life issue. Sandman's kid, Lizard's constant failures, Eddie as he is, and of course Norman and Harry as the goblins. The Guy's Yearbook and America's Most Wanted are interchangeable, but he keeps trying to help even them. One of my favorite Spider-Man stories is the one where he visits a dying Sandman and they speak like real people for a moment. The humanity of superheroes was really born with Spidey, so I think it only makes sense for him to be the touch point for the Guardians when they appear on Earth. Like a greeter at the least violent Walmart. It makes sense for him to try and ask Norman to help after his boss fight. It makes sense that he's the support class of the four spiders. His webbing ability is like if Doctor Strange's flames actually functioned instead of being a less graceful ribbon dance. His flip attack doesn't do the damage Mile does, but also adds the binding effect. All of his moves are primarily about establishing the bound status to do more damage for everybody. But they also have decent damage on their own, sorcerer, and Pete's going to need it because as an early unlock, he goes through so much in this game. My one big issue with him in this is that they never really acknowledge that this isn't much his scene. It's Miles who does the "it's bigger than us" speech. Spider-Man's popularity means that everything around him gets wrought up in popularity, which ends up being misery for him, really. The Defenders have to split Kingpin up between the 5 of them in this game. Black Panther gets Claw and and MODOK is more of a general villain. Captain America and Thor's villains need to hang out together, but then we get Peter's nemesis, a duo fight against his mid-tier rogues, a Mysterio, and a two-phase Doc Ock as just a quick treat before Goblin. The game dumps like 10 characters on you in one fell swoop, but no one else's rogues are in this facility at all. Black Spectre, Bushwhacker, Crimson Dynamo, Fing Fang Foom, the Mandarin, Sabretooth, Mordo, Abomination, Silver Samurai. You could have anyone in this place to give an idea about the world, but now I wonder how Peter could have so much trouble getting outside help with his villains, when clearly Marvel's version of Queens is a Dynasty Warriors level whose soundtrack is entirely made of fire alarms with the amount of ops and smoke going on, all for a character who just kind of plays like a modest support. There's so much Spidey to go around, and even here we get a generous slice. He is a warm introduction to this world in this game, just like how he was for all of Marvel to most people. And so even though he feels bigger than anything I could talk about, I don't think he actually thinks he is, and they do that well in this game. Cross the rainbow bridge to Asgard, then move to a lower floor. Find the frost-covered land of giants, and see what Loki holds in store. Let's talk about the unlockable characters in this game, or more accurately, those that are unlocked through non-story or DLC progression-related means. Technically everyone but the 4 Guardians is unlockable in the sense that you need to make them available to yourself through the accomplishment of certain parameters, but I feel like if you see baseline progression in a game as a major labor in the same sense of like a secret unlockable, and not just flags being noted with the expansion of your overall capabilities, you might not be enjoying the game much. Yes, you did accomplish something, but play the intended main experience of a game you bought doesn't exactly feel like it's in the spirit of, like, secret unlockables, special unlockables, I guess, to me. And I recognize that this is semantic as fuck, define unlockable as a reward, like an option to go for. And playing a game should be its own reward. Doing extras and going above and beyond initiates the arrival of new experiences that differ significantly from a standard playthrough. Otherwise, it's just essentially withholding to a certain point. And yes, this is some Roger Ebert level denialism on what is objectively the truth, but have you considered that I'm better than you? For example, I got all the stars in the optional challenge mode in Ultimate Alliance 3, and am almost done with all the DLC gauntlets which repurpose these. This of course means I have authority you can't match, especially if you're genuinely the kind of person who watches videos of this length. What, you don't have a family or friends to occupy you while you eat or play games? You're creative enough to draw but will listen to some twit selling out to big business like a reverse version of a Renaissance commission? Neither do I, that's why I make these videos over my summer. Please keep letting me insult you, I need this. Is something Loki, one of the characters you unlock through these challenges, would also say because he's as insecure as a Turning Point USA interview with Macbeth. The reason I bring up this form of unlocking with Loki specifically and not Magneto, who was also one of these types of unlockable characters, is that with Magneto I had a lot more important shit to talk about, and I didn't want to make it overly long, and 2, because if I did, I would have to end what was otherwise kind of a serious moment with, but he's also the last one you unlock in this way and is kind of shitty, so bad. And that felt like it was gonna kind of undercut things. See, my issue with this type of unlocking, or at least when it comes to how much I think it characterizes the state of these characters in this game, is mostly because ultimately it feels like it kind of was a half thought. See, there's 100 or so challenges that you need to go through to unlock essentially all of 5 characters, 2 of which don't count because they're immediately unlockable as an apology for not being in the base game. The fact this format is thus inherently attached to the 3 remaining ones means that they take on new meaning from it even more so because they're the only 3. You'd think they'd pepper in a bunch of them in there if they really cared about this format. But ultimately, now we need to deal with the fact that these 3 were seen as special enough to make you do extra for. To hide away as a special privilege for the bold as opposed to the plebeian employed people and their having good enough time management to realize doing those run down a third of the level under an insanely tight time limit to the point that if you see Start Tower even one more time in your life, you'll probably rebuild the Twin Towers so you can do the encore of the century isn't a great use of their life. The huge kill 300 enemy and bosses ones are hype though. The point is, these guys better be worth it, especially when they constantly bring them into the story to use their 5th special ability, ball tickling. Oh, you want the defenders all together against Fisk, right? The mutant team up to be playable? Well, better get grinding, cause I'm still in RPG and you're here forever. And none of the characters of this type feel more effective than the bastard of Niflheim, the guy who is definitely a frost giant. He just makes Casper Cole look dark-skinned, Loki the God of Mischief, which is a title that really undersells the guy who was sneaking out to summon the Mother of Pus upon Asgard to try to steal the throne since he was a child. But God of Mischief is way more poetic and fancy sounding than God of Punked, or God of Boners, or God of Your Mother, or God of Male Pregnancy courtesy of his own brother if fanfics are to be believed, and so on. Loki is either massively benefited by the mystique of his unlock criteria, or is harshly underserved by it, and it entirely depends on which Loki you're talking about. If this is the comics one, then the mysterious master of magic and mysticism is boosted. He's always been this difficult and powerful being who's a match in wit to Thor's immense strength and a match in metrosexuality to Thor's immense bisexuality. He is an enigma so deep it necessitated the joining of the Avengers for the first time ever to defeat him, so long as we forget that his own plan is what ultimately led them together. He is Marvel's Snidely Whiplash, only held above Wile E. Coyote level by his genuine menace at times and deeper character moments. To have to go out of your way to get him makes perfect sense, certainly more than his other counterparts. But then you have the inverse idea based on the MCU's Loki, the living honey badger version of Brad Pitt that makes suburban white women of all ages act in a way that the cult surrounding Gibbs from NCIS would think is a bit Manson-esque. So his being an unlockable might just come as a siren song for retention of 2013 Tumblr users, in the same way Thor is for 4chan still, but like the God of War one because the Marvel one cared too many times. But thankfully the game leans comic words as always. By that I mean he has the face of a man who came up with the ingredients of his frat house's date rape drugs, and were it not for his furs, he'd be wearing a goddamn Riddler jumpsuit. It also helps that his storyline in this game is a cavalcade of fuck-ups. Yeah, buddy, this set of MacGuffins is gonna let you solo a bigger team than ever, not like any of the other times. Go get 'em, baby. And yeah, Hela who hates you and Hydra who hate everyone will definitely not put you in a cell the moment you've outlived your usefulness, because you've never been the pawn of a group with bigger ideals, ever. Loki is a character who is only not dead because of his connections and his immense bluffing ability. He's the Buggy the Clown of Marvel. Comic book power scaling is so insane that Gladys the elderly librarian who once met the Punisher is now at least building level, so the Buggy here is still kind of fucking insane. See, what makes the fact he's a secret hard to get unlock less of a pain than Magneto is ultimately the fact that he is busted as shit. His ability to clone himself made for a formidable boss fight since he could single-handedly keep up with your team limit. He's one of the most powerful ice element users in the game, with an absolute shield shredder of an icicle storm and a frost blast that is essentially a flamethrower but for cold, like a rap solo by a sociopath. His clones come back to help with his energy balls, so along with the 3 other characters you can pick, he's bringing nearly a full doubling of the firepower available, so long as you're willing to accept that you're the kind of ADHD that doesn't let you clean your room, but does let you play 10-hour games of Vampire Survivor. But you're playing Loki right now. I think you knew that in this scenario. Loki is a gratifying character here because even though there are better mission unlock characters, he is the one that feels the most special to have due to it. All of his alternate universe Houdini, who should have been punched in the chest more style antics in the story, serve to show you what he can really do, and his face turn right at the end makes the lack of immediate Loki joins the battle graphics make his use of blue balls even more effective, which is quite an accomplishment considering his competition involves of Silver Fox Grandpappy Supreme, if I had to pick a dude, Elektra, and a man made of actual steel. He's the one that permeates into the game's structure, so I must commend how sick he is. So then why is he in B? Because the missions get really high in level recommendations, so you'll never get to see him or use him until really late in the game, unless you sidetrack yourself before the very last level. You're going to have the problem of the fact that you're just not going to get to use him in your first playthrough, and it kind of undersells his abilities. See, for how sick he is, I feel kind of stupid because his not having a playable story role makes his presence hard to parse. I just don't associate him with any level or moment or anything that I was in control of. He's the shitty plastic coin you get in a pack of Pokemon cards you stare at after everything's opened. And since the exotic DLC is a great way to grind levels, you either get him before the more unique and solidly placed characters, or you get him after, so he's just in a weird place in the grand scheme of things. The mission unlocks have a character to them that is inherently part of their being because of their place in the world. Fun bosses, fun moves, fun lack of relevancy gameplay-wise. The greatest trick Loki plays is making me forget he's an option half the time. I love him anyway, but being the George Harrison of a 50-character roster is a bit of a miss. Carol Danvers, the lunar lander, becomes a captain of alien might. Her powers reach beyond normal sight. Fear not that she dares, but take utmost care. With the strength of 1,000 to spare, Captain Marvel makes all evil beware. Hey, it's 2025 and everything's going to shit, but if you complain, people dunk on you. You miss wokeness yet? Cause I fucking do. I'm a white boy. I was apparently a victim of the MCU, but right now the act of empathy gets me called slurs that don't even apply, and I'm kinda at a loss at this point of how the President of the United States threatening to enslave my country and my own conservative provincial government promising to bankrupt me for going to the hospital is supposed to be better for me. Especially when we did all of this in the interest of spiting Captain Marvel, the fucking bootlicker piece of shit who was way worse than Tony in Civil War II. She's everything that you should like, you vicious pricks. She's the nepo baby successor to a space cop and then gets more annoying over time. The fuck is she doing in Alpha Flight? Fuck is that Warbird story? The fuck is she doing getting knocked up by her own future son in a retelling of Looper orchestrated by typewriter monkey 947? Okay, maybe I see why she was seen as such a grand moment female characters and why redirecting her was so important. Yeah, she was an overbearing and overdramatic weirdo for years, but who wasn't in the Silver Age? The fact a love interest not only rose to gaining permanent powers but outright took over for a male character in the time period she did it in is actually pretty insane. Just cause she was then subjected to 1980s and 1990s comic writers' idea of female empowerment, which was as helpful as Auschwitz's tap dancing classes, doesn't mean Carol Danvers isn't a milestone. In hindsight, there was really no surprise they leaned into her as the big girl power character for the MCU, and suddenly she was everywhere, but clearly her spottier history is one they kinda want to cover up. She was always with government-adjacent entities, a NASA scientist initially, but swiftly became more dominated by the Air Force backstory. But also they want to keep her getting fridged with the rogue depowering. She's been yanked back and forth between the best and worst intentions of the comic book industry due to her female fury reputation. That's what really bothers me about her feminist slant nowadays. Not because I'm a fragile little shit that thinks Brie Larson is gonna break into my house and somehow both make me into a male Bruce
broodmare and force me to be trans, which only makes sense when you realize the people getting scared of that don't actually think it's gonna happen and just want you to think it so they can get to the slaughter they want. No, it bothers me because her old stories come off as Marvel writers seeing a chance to do all the fucked up storylines that they did to women but on an unaccompanied hero, and her new one is a focused, tested, executive approved girl power where the cool girl for women to relate to also just happens to love the US military ladies. Row row. No matter who she is, there's an element of men who can't help themselves. Also, she's really boring now, so fundamentally as a story appreciator, I favor when she was treated in a fucked up manner, which makes me have to deal with the fact that I'm way too much like tough than I want to be, but no one's actually gonna listen to me, unlike him. It's not that her current characterization is bad, it's that it's not present in this game, really. She's prominent in the final battle, leading the charge in a few moments, which makes the fact her only story in this game is a few small, kinda generic conversations that mostly amount to be serious and get the job done, like she's superhero Dilbert in a cast of Wallies and one really loud Howard, when she should be more of an Alice. She has the Fist of Rage as her primary ability, after all. Kinda weird to let go of the Kree before really going in with her in this game, to be honest. But honestly, it can kinda just be chalked up to the fact that they made this game during an era of her existence that was just way too safe. It's the costume, really. I get wanting to move away from a leotard, but the jumpsuit ain't it. The suit in this is so generic and it didn't have to be. The sash is already a strong, iconic costume piece, and they kinda underemphasize it. I get that the leotard was also generic, but now this is so basic you can recreate it verbatim with the generic hero skins in Fortnite. And at least in that game, the only reason you'll get called slurs for using her is because you deserve it, and not because someone never developed object permanence and is afraid ass will disappear if he can't see it 24/7. I'm pretty sure the bomber jacket was added after this game came out, but if they make a fourth one and she doesn't have that, then they failed, cause that is a fucking look. That is what she should have been from the start of this rebrand. Works so perfectly, they better have it next time, that's all I'm saying. Thankfully, her moves are already a fucking look, and that look is don't look, the sun will blind you. Her abilities are almost hilariously archetypal, but are saved by just high aesthetics and lopsided stats that aren't so lopsided that it actually ruins things for me. They look gorgeous as the immense output of energy on her end really shows off the immense power at her disposal. Just letting some out is part of her area of effect attack. Her beam is good, her punch shatters HP bars like Kit Kats, but she has lower defenses and less outright cheating abilities, so she's not in Gene territory. That said, I wonder why Binary is in her super move. Does it actually power her at all? I never felt the difference, but it is a cool detail regardless. Ultimately, Carol remains a powerful, if slightly hollow feeling choice. It's all sort of the gameplay equivalent of shaking one's hand in an motion, but not out of boredom, more out of confusion. So she's in the middle. Congrats, Carol, you're the bee's knees in the sense they'll probably leave without stinging you, I hope. Don't become a wasp. Steel so cold it rips through your spine, red so bright you know you've run out of time, escaping the embrace of death, spiting what's wholly left, the mystifying, electrifying assassin is here. And now, as soon as I bring it up, we have our final legitimate mission unlock character. Loki may have had the most appropriate use, but Elektra has two major things going for her as an advantage. One, she's just as useful, and two, she's the first one, so you're not as sick of this shit by that point. The absolute only point I will ever give Ultimate Alliance 2 over any of its peers is that having playable villains was pretty darn whackin'. I do wish they'd kept them going, honestly. I felt like Spider-Man offering Goblin a hand was an allusion to that aspect, but also that it didn't fit the Vision ultimately. Just like how the Vision didn't fit into the Vision, hardy har har. But that also means that the anti-heroes stick out way more and makes it kind of weird feeling. Ultimately, we're caught with a couple of legit villains, but also now we're stuck with I'm not unpacking that. Adaptations take so long to start with you, so they give the wrong idea. You haven't read his shit, you don't know. And then, please, for the love of
God, please just pick if you're good or bad. We can't have your only storyline that matters be Bullseye killing you with Elektra. Though apparently the reason for this characterization might be because she's literally possessed with Irenaeus, was it? Did she have a Greek ninja theme the whole time? I may not be familiar with her solo stuff as much. I actually have more blind spots than you think, man. I've been fighting narcolepsy this whole script writing process, and I might be losing my shit a little right now to the point where I'm actually being spoken to by my parents who are worried about me. Get off my fucking back. I will read some later. You don't need to call me that kind of... Where'd this mirror come from? I need therapy, man. This is getting too real. Speaking of needing therapy, Elektra. I've seen enough of her early run-ins with Daredevil to know the basic gist, and what surprised me is how much it was entirely her own fault. Yeah, her dad seeing her get weird demon dreams and encouraging her to learn martial arts is the equivalent of teaching a ferret stealth, so it's not a wonder she became obsessed with a vigilante and joined like 5 different assassin groups, each one out of spite for the previous. This lady has her own weird and bloodthirsty desires on top of all the really fucked up stuff she was put through. It's like physically abusing a marmoset. Like, yeah, they were gonna rip your face off, but now it's for sad reasons and not just because of nature. It even works here because she for some reason decided to try and solo the Hand in the middle of them summoning yet another fucking demon to shove into her, leading to her boss battle. I can see why she and the team are pretty standoffish to each other whenever she gets to talk. Only Daredevil is kinda nice about her, but she trusts us about as much as we do ultimately. There's a brutality to her not even Magneto or Loki offer, and it's honestly quite fascinating to have her here. I want to read more of her solo stuff after this. I wasn't just saying all that for the self-hating joke, I do want to do that more. Plus, it helps that she's as vicious as possible in her playstyle. It's like the programming process for her involved taping a picture of the panel of her getting stabbed to the screen of whoever was programming her, with a post-it note next to it that said, "Get that fucking get back!" but like in Japanese. She's like Carol in the sense that she has a decently standard kit, but instead of energy attacks, it's an average Glaswegian debate club starter kit. She is the go-to ninja character of the cast and does exactly what you think that means. That's right, motherfuckers, it's pepper eggs and bullshit housing design time. Oh, wait, no, she's one of the cool fictional ones and not the real ones that were kinda ass in comparison to Samurai. Silver Gang! Silver Gang! She rapid fires deceptively powerful shurikens, does martial arts spin kicks that are also deceptively powerful. Usually those two things are chip damage with ninjas. But Elektra didn't seem to get the memo, and considering her path to power, it only makes sense that her stab move is powerful as fuck, and her kunai would probably be powerful even without the C4 strapped to them. Maybe she's hitting weak points, I don't know. She's a really gratifying character because she has enough speed and power to really make use of them, but also, unlike so many glass cannons in the game, she can take like 2 hits at least from the big guys, and you actually feel like you can use her movement to get away from stuff. Ultimately, she's the most bang for your buck character that you unlock in non-story or DLC fashion. So then, why is she B tier? She covers her understandable flaws with appropriate strengths and makes sense character-wise. I can't tell you yet. Gonna need to do a 2010s Cartoon Network series on ya and hide mysteries in the walls and shit for why she can't do that right now. So we'll pick her back up in a bit for now and shake her like an ugly newborn. For now, solid character, 8 out of 10. A heart of gold encased in stone, for his existence he wishes he was left alone. But when you fight with him, you'll never wish for more, 'cause the thing leaves nothing in store. You know, I doubt it was intended, but it's funny that one of, if not the most famous Jewish characters of all time, really the only competition for Magneto, at least since Shakespeare, happily calls himself blue-eyed all the time, especially since he was created less than 20 years after World War II. But if anyone can reclaim it, it's motherfucking Ben Grimm, the ever-loving Thing. There's something beautiful about the Thing. I think it's just in his simplicity, something that very few new heroes can functionally have conceptually anymore. The early years of superheroes were naturally filled with the simplest concepts first. A big strong guy, a guy on fire, another guy on fire, a super soldier, a speedster, a detective who's really effective, the one that ripped him off, an esoteric metaphysical lantern that allows one to create mental constructs.
Easy shit.
But for Ben and the rest of the F4, it was the introduction of that interrelated humanist element that Spider-Man would later develop even more. It's not that heroes didn't feel a certain way about their abilities beforehand, but the idea of the powers being a straight-up cursed and seen as such, with others feeling guilty about the situation because they are almost totally unwanted, well, I'm sure it also existed, but he predates Hulk by a bit, so we'll call it his advantage anyhow. As a counter to what I was talking about in Magneto's section, where he feels like a mirror into everything I hate about the person I am, Ben represents what I wish I could be. Kind, loyal, self-aware, witty, actually applies his Judaism in productive and world-benefiting ways instead of pissing all over the concept of humanity in general. Seriously, don't BDS-approved groups, I'm so mad. Someone who rises above the things that keep him down and chooses to do good even when he's imperfect. I don't condone that Immortal Hulk moment, but all I ever found a way to emulate with him is his skin conditions and depression. But the thing is, those are as integral to him as anything else. This is a real wise-ass motherfucker, the big Bronx bastard whose very presence emanates New York fumes for better for worse. He cannot shower. But his problems aren't a killer for him, at least not all the time. He'll always use his abilities to the best he can, no matter how much he hates them. He wants to help his family. He wants to do right by others. To keep with the Judaism parallels, his rocky form is reminiscent of the legend of the Golem. The Golem is essentially a genie where you can give it any order and it will just do it for you constantly, but it will eventually backfire. Personally, I see it as a commentary on how something that has no soul cannot perform the acts that please God. It will do stuff with no nuance or true understanding of why. Only a person can do these things. And Ben, despite seeing himself as a monster like the Golem, is the most human of most of the heroes. It's the soul bursting through someone who should just be going through the world on autopilot because he's so down on himself. Which is helpful for him since his other big trait is being unfortunately outclassed. Sue is doing defense and attack with her abilities, so his physical strength isn't doing much in comparison. Johnny is as hot as a star. Reed survives so much and is smarter than God. Hulk is definitively stronger. He just isn't doing much besides a similar to Captain America always get back up attitude that keeps them from having to give him a power up because he's got grit or something. And yet, this leads to him making his distinguishing factors really apparent, and it ends up adding a lot of interest to him. He's like underused in competitive Pokemon. All your favorites are here now because the shitty new ones power crept him. Notice how I'm not specifying which gen I mean here. He's like a Harvey's or Fatburger, where he's not at the top but is clearly over a bunch of the fast food bullshit. Like the Golem, he's not Frankenstein, but I like him more. What they do to keep Ben from falling behind is specifically the way he uses his form. Sue's abilities tax her a lot, and it's not like being on fire lets Johnny lift buildings. Ben is arguably the most dangerous physical element of the four, and that means he can do things they can't, even if his ceiling is lower. He also keeps his mental faculties unlike Hulk, so he's a clever fighter, except for when Joe Fixit shits on him, but we'll just call that the writers being on Hulk agenda posting sprees or something. I realize I'm sort of just glazing Ben right now. It's been about all his best aspects so far, but of course it is. His true superpower is his winning personality when he's the 4th best She-Hulk, regular Hulk, Ghost Rider, 7th strongest Fantastic Four member. He is a chronic sufferer of big guy that gets turned into late stage Rousey by an even slightly stronger guy to show how much of a big scurry threat he is, itis. The man's life is pitiful. He's doomed to live it 1,000 years and no one believes in him. Look at any fucking thread on social media about him and any other character. Comic fans will always find a receipt for him fumbling that fight. How are you part of a team of world destroyers, but the idea of you holding your own against your own main villain on your own is laughable to your fans? They gave him one power-up years ago and he just gets fuck all ever now. It sucks being Ben Grimm, so he has to have his social skills, or else what advantage does he have? The fact they can't pigeonhole him like that in games is what? Remember Marvel Nemesis? That was great, wasn't it? Oh, you don't remember it? Well, of course you don't, because it was heinous and he sucked in it.
I just brought it up because I recently saw a comment on the as of now recent Marvel Tokon trailer that said they should have made a 3D brawler like that cool game Nemesis, and I've decided to use my minimal clout to put that person on blast because this is the internet, aka the global league of villains. There are no heroes in this world give up, except for whoever looked at Nemesis and decided not to do that again and instead designed the thing in this game because, oh, they did my boy a good. He hits as hard as Hulk with less prerequisites. Yeah, one of his moves is also a charging tackle, but it ends in an actual attack instead of just fizzling out like Hulk's does. Like he's a late career Hulk Hogan, or a mid career Hulk Hogan, or literally seconds after the Andre fight, Hulk, I don't like the shoulder bash, okay? Otherwise, he has a Rekka ground pound move, which is a special version of Colossus's heavy attack, which, hey, like in the comics, he outclasses that guy at least. A pittance, I suppose, but my family is in North America because of the Tsar, so fuck him. He also has a moving shield move that is like the biggest shield of any characters, which gives him a team role. It's all as solid as he is. So why B tier? He's still really slow, like horrifically slow. He's got a lot of tools, but playing him occasionally feels like playing a really powerful snail. He's the Tarabon to Gamora's Gamora. It's not a deal breaker by any means, but it means the fun takes time to get to. It's petty, but it's gonna be a tight race here going forward. A dueling psyche with two worlds of hatred can't be brought to peace unless it's sedated in a bath of blood. In the shine of a sword, the blade cuts evil away. Something I've become a tad bit annoyed by as of late, mostly because the shit I like gets dismissed for it, is the criticism style over substance. I find this to be such a cop-out statement most of the time. People tell stories through visuals. How something is framed and characterized is essential to the language of art and imbuing meaning into things. Style is inherently substantive. The idea that substance can come at the expense of style is frankly nothing but an admission that one cannot handle engaging with something in anything but rudimentary ways, and their opinions should be discarded entirely. I've only ever seen it used on stuff that is too esoteric to be understood by the general public. Outline No More Heroes or the Zima Blue section of Love, Death, and Robots. Or just anything other than that. It's just never ever valid. It's simply a dismissal. Now, that being said, this is a lot of big words just to say, damn those Blade movies, huh? Did you know he was in comics beforehand? No, you didn't. It's kind of amazing how we just accept that too, considering how annoyed people are about the effect movies have on other characters. Blade is essentially defined by those 3 movies. We'd have 4 to define him now, but making movies about black people makes Disney executives go into convulsions, and they need to go to the vault and watch Song of the South to cure them. So that's taking a while. His trombone skills, Saffron and his daughter, the fact his name is Eric, no one talks about that. He's Wesley Snipes' vampire Sona. He's the big badass soldier. He's hype moments and aura. Speaking of the aura thing, I totally thought that alternate costume was just like a joke or something. Like they were doing a Blade if he was in 80s comics thing. Like making Alex Mercer wear a clown outfit or the bevy of comedy skins in Street Fighter V. Like this is blaxploitation Blade. Shaft Blade, Blade Dynamite, Blade Force, Velvet Blade. Wait, his daughter wasn't introduced yet. Get him in the dress anyway. He's already a goth king. He can do double duty. Especially since most of the women he meet are already fucked up vampire countesses. Saffron isn't goth anyhow, so he's got to fill both things. But yeah, I do understand his movie fame more than most of the other characters, because those are genuinely just high-class action movies. They're why I think that style is substance. They're slick, tight, really intelligently built films. Of course, I say movies plural because of 1 and 2. 3 is when we go from Underworld's envy to Underworld's bitch. They had strong visuals and insanely well thought out choreography. Yeah, they aren't narratively that deep, but the skill in which they were made should still be valuable. Through strong artistic concepts, they sell you on Blade regardless of if you know of his previous
Don Cornelius ain't fucking around era. And honestly, finding out about that after just made me love the character way more. He's this odd addendum to Marvel that I don't know if I really have a parallel to describe it to. Like, he's a less direct member of the universe and far closer to how technically Battle Fever J is Marvel, but just off to the side and we don't talk about it. On that note, number 11 on the most wanted character list is every single member of that, including both Miss Americas. But anyhow, Blade is still simply that guy who is cool and people want him around regardless of his status. I wish I could say more about him, but the way I know him is simply as the walking Belmont Schwarzenegger fusion of the Marvel Universe, and it's beautiful. And here, he's no different. Half his quips are either terse or make Cable look like he's from Bourne's generation, and his moves are all purpose-built to be as sick as possible. He doesn't just have a sword slash, he has a sword uppercut. He doesn't just throw a chakram, he spins it about. He doesn't just swing a hook and chain, okay, he does do that, but he hits that stance with it. He doesn't just shoot a shotgun, he rapid fires the thing. His unique element is that even though most characters have at least one move that they can charge up to a stronger form, all 4 of his moves can be charged, and he can do so twice over. So he gets up to 3 or 4, if I'm remembering correctly, multipliers on every single one of his attacks. It's insanely satisfying to use. But also that gimmick sort of holds him back a bit, and that's why he's at B tier, because it slows him down immensely. However, unlike Ben, where that slowness feels like too much of a nerf, a Blade attack feels like the clapping of Zeus's mighty pecs shaking the ground around us. It's just, in crowded moments, he can feel a bit underdone because his base form attacks are serviceable but subpar, and he can get interrupted a bunch. But it's such a good feeling loop that you kind of forget that after a while. Remember, B tier is in the perfectly usable now. There's nothing to actually worry about here. Yeah, he's the movie guy placed into game form, but that shit is still sick, and 7-year-old me would not forgive me right now for putting him low because of that. Blade is carried by cool, but that's like saying Hannibal of Carthage was carried by elephants. Of course they're defined by that. He invented that shit. Take your opening hand, ante it by 1, lose it all again, 'cause the dealer has won, but when victory comes near, it'll burst out here. That's just the Gambit's fallacy. Sorry. Speaking of characters carried by coolness, though not to the severity of Blade, let's talk about good old Monsieur Labo. Gambit is a genuinely fascinating character for me, but not in the way that would make sense for me to say that. Yes, he's got a proper and deep character dynamic that is defined by his past as a thief, and how he advances both himself and mutant kind by reforming from it and also reforming those within it himself. He's got a lot of pent-up guilt for his failures and stuff like the Morlock incident. He's important to the GOAT Spiral, and anyone who uses kinetic force instead of just straightforward versions of powers is always cool to me. And yet all of this does not take away from the fact that if we're not lying to ourselves, Gambit is a character that survives entirely off of aura, both power-wise and in the general zeitgeist. He's one of those characters I've seen so many people love, but mostly just because he looks cool. Like, I only found out he was Rogue's love interest from a recent issue because no one actually talks about him beyond how sick he is in general conversation. I have a lot to catch up on, and no one was willing to help with that. That being said, it's not like that coolness isn't valuable. Last year I went on a few tangents about Gunvolt bosses looking cool and how that I felt was a good enough reason to have them where I had them. The goal of a character is to inspire some sort of response from those experiencing them, and he does do that. Future Trunks, Invincible, Hot Rod, the entire Devil May Cry cast, and so on are all people who do this. Lots of interesting stories, but mostly pure vibes. And then also getting your ass kicked, which is what you could say about Gambit here. The thing is, of course he's a legit character, but also I love Marvel vs. Capcom, and so does everyone else who likes him. On the note of everyone else, if I hadn't picked up a comic book like them, I would simply not know anything about him other than that. So I guess that means he's usually poorly adapted then, and indeed, this is what's keeping him down in this game, though unlike a lot of other games, Gambit has the excuse of being a DLC character, so he's already playing with a reduced hand. But this is Gambit we're talking about. A reduced hand does nothing to him because he makes his cards count. Specifically, by using his powers to make card counters look like smudges on the floor when he's done with them. The guy's abilities are some of the most versatile of any Marvel hero. Storing kinetic energy into anything means he can play both a supporter role by empowering others like that sick scene with Wolverine's claws, but also an attacker because kinetic energy is just a comic power system's way of saying, we just want to let this guy do whatever he wants. The man is just a contained Yoshikage Kira who is sociable. Very sociable. The man has only had 2 partners of note yet somehow still got himself an X-Men specialty love triangle drama shit show because he got both Belladonna and Rogue that down bad. The only person he doesn't seem to like at all fundamentally is himself. That and also all the horrible murderers he's met over his life, but like they gotta prove themselves to be evil in a sort of reversed self-centeredness, and his issues with others come from there. Oops, I accidentally started talking about aspects of him that I actually find neat, because I'm secretly kind of annoyed about the way he gets reduced. What does this have to do with him being able to make any item into an impromptu IRA heritage moment? Nothing, really. I mean, I could make up some shit about how his use of a bow staff and cards, more reserved weaponry, and a set of objects demanding one be secretive and sly contrasts his explosives. Like he's holding something in about himself the whole time, and he has to let it out strategically. But also, sometimes, like in this game, he just does it in the form of a massively damaging ground area a la Scarlet Witch, so it's not one-to-one. But unlike Scarlet Witch's, this one's actually kind of effective. But then there's the explosive card trap move that's clearly playing along the trickster idea, but his best move is just a massive, unsubtle barrage of machine-gunned out thrown cards that you can mash. 52 pickup becomes a reference to the amount of teeth he can knock out of you over your lifetime. This attack is why he's so high up, by the way. Not only do they keep him cool feeling, but I'd argue that this machine gun card barrage is the strongest attacking special in the whole game. It shreds everything. Shield health, the environment, your eyes, because it's an insanely searing pink, and it's got an immense amount of ammo to boot. His other abilities are decent, but this is the thing that truly pulls him from the bottom of B to near the top. Doing all of this despite the fact that, if you've been paying attention, I'm sort of blasé about the character and his gameplay and his integration, though I'm pretty sure I've hid that about as well as he hides his bulge. He's one that perplexes me. I've been discovering things about him as I write this, cause once the flashiness of his existence wears off, we're left with sort of a lopsided character who has one super overpowered trick. He's a glass cannon, but not in the sense that he can't take a hit, but that his sense of being shatters in exchange for kinda fuck all, on top of a bunch of hobbies. You know, I think I'm moving him down to C tier mentally, but I'm gonna leave him here cause I need him to work off Blade in the opening. I'll be honest, I did not write this guy's area in a good mood. I don't think I agree with that statement anymore. Like, I'm just gonna backtrack on that as I'm talking here. You know, he'll stay here. But I do still want to move on like past me. Kinda like Gambit does. The hero for hire and the dragon's grand thrall. When they work together, there's gotta be a brawl. Criminals and beasts, spirits on the mob. If you mess with them, you'll be left a true slob. Luke Cage and Iron Fist, evil best not exist. And now for a first in my ranking videos, a genuine, no technicalities tie. And unlike Margaret Moonlight and Nathan Copeland, it's not out of my desperation for a single droplet of substance, but because these two characters are genuinely unavoidably linked in my eyes. Listen, I know Danny Rand and Luke Cage have their own solo stuff, and that is the majority of their existence. They have their own themes, they have their own stories. Hell, Danny now has an outright outright successor that's on his way to becoming one of the most well-known versions of the character, one annoying DPS push that inspires your least favorite teammate's racist impression at a time. In some ways, I understand that for a character that is hyper tied to a real commentary on a real issue, thinking of Luke Cage as half of a duo with a white guy who stole some Asian clout is probably a bad look. But I'm sorry, my introduction to these two was the Heroes for Hire billboard in the LEGO games, and then I discovered both through their crossover comic series. Whether off on their own thing or in the broader Defenders verse, it will always be Power Man and Iron Fist Heroes for Hire to me. And for what it's worth, I don't think I'm being finicky about this. Their time as Heroes for Hire is genuinely important to each other's history. Iron Fist lost his book due to low sales. That's how he was even moved to Luke Cage's book. Having the fantastical elements of Danny's kung fu movie archetype play against the street-level groundedness of Luke Cage's crime thrillers in really novel and engaging ways really gave them something that no other comic had at the time. Having to ground himself allowed Danny to bring out a more spiritual understanding of who he is and his powers, and better grasp how his mysticism is tied to the everyday, which has played into his character ever since, while Luke got to face higher level obstacles for the side of him that is less dour to make great strides. He takes on a sort of 1970s blaxploitation element even more than Blade's old costume. It made him more versatile. Heroes for Hire has become sort of its own entity and changed members a lot, but they are now a known and considered element of the universe. Events check on them and how they're effective. And it started with this duo. It's a duo you just don't expect to work, but here they are. And so no matter how much I want to take each character as they are in this ranking, how these two work together in a team game is as important to me as how the X-Men would or anyone else that has a relationship. Yeah, Daredevil and Elektra are also defenders, so all four work nice, but ultimately they feel like two teams of two. Like when a 2000s cartoon has its generic four protagonists and they always end up split up by race or gender because they're not woke enough yet. Oh, right, Fire and Ice. There is a mystique to this unlikely pairing that I genuinely can't think of any other replication of in any other hero book, or even Marvel itself, or at least not one that didn't feel like holy terror for median liberals who are still so happy Kamala lost secretly so they can keep talking down to minorities that wanted her to do something. But these guys wouldn't work together so well if they weren't already well defined. I love Power Man comics and his insane dialect, though apparently this dialect is sort of a hyper problematic reduction of jive talk that was based on misinformation written by a hack sociologist and is now really tone deaf today, which is unfortunate because it's super endearing, but now they make sure he's kind of the only character in any situation who talks like that, so it feels like sort of an endearing thing. It almost feels like a super hardcore realistic cowboy movie like True Grit, but starring one of John Wayne's characters, so you have this larger than life caricature of an idealized outlaw vigilante fighting off issues in a more realistic form of Americana. It's just instead of deserts and racism, you have the streets and racism. But like the racism is bad this time, as in they're bad at talking about it. But for its time, still bad at talking about it. Honestly, the show was a godsend for people to actually learn about this guy. Otherwise, we'd have a lot more discourse than the Jamaican accents. He's the man with no name but for the mean streets. He's both strong and bulletproof, but also more quick-witted than you may first think. This comes through in his gameplay. He is to me the best big body bruiser type in the game unless you count somebody way later. Ultimate Alliance 3's RPG elements and its beat-em-up action game elements usually mix together nicely, but sometimes stats seem to cloud the view of characters. It really depends on what you value more gameplay-wise, in my opinion. Maybe in the more Diablo-like originals, where the characters are really built moveset first and don't have a lot of abilities to escape and move around the arena, he's not that great, but I think that UA3's defining element in comparison to the others is that kind of movement. Emphasis on think, because because this is mostly a theory, because as I said, I haven't played the others, but I'm confident in this guess, however, because how I've seen the tier lists by experienced players pan out. So, once again, from what I understand, UA3 is just built for a faster, if slightly less strong bruiser like Luke to really work nicely. Maybe Hulk's sheer power matters to the feckless losers who spent their lives in a Warcraft guild through high school, but I'm a Giga Chad who pushed everyone away and wasted his formative years refusing to socialize and grinding Devil May Cry rankings, so I don't really understand why the slow, lumbering, still easily staggered guy with a few good moves, but as many situational ones, is better than the faster, comparatively bulky and strong and more varied Luke Cage, whose moves work just as well. And his grab move is at least a disjoint. This is that third move that I'm willing to defend. This is more effective to me, ultimately. I just get more out of him gameplay-wise than I do from characters who at best can offer a set of numbers that don't translate to feeling good in my hands. But come on, he's not that speedy. Just enough to keep up with the way faster and comparably strong Iron Fist. Danny truly embodies that hardcore kung fu aesthetic, to the point that to integrate him and Luke's worlds together, the third level has to go from back alley square into giant fuck-off pagoda fortress within like one hallway in a way that is completely ridiculous. Subtlety thy name is the hand blocking thine own face. His introduction cutscene is the most obvious showing of the Dynasty Warriors' pedigree in the game's direction, and introduces the sudden cultural shift. Considering you meet Daredevil inside the building, Iron Fist, the obscure Marvel character that got away with his name despite the Transformer, is our guide to this segment of the game. Danny was an outside element in Kunlun, but as the mystical forms invade the grounded world, be it ninjas or Daleks that one time, he's the one who's best equipped to know what's up. So they end up sort of trading their abilities to guide you throughout the level, and it's kind of cool to see. Very subtle, but still. That said, I don't appreciate the sudden pace-killing sliding block puzzle in quotes, because they're all right next to their corresponding buttons, as if to show that the hand recently cut out linguistics from their lifelong ninja curriculum, so their current generation is too diarrhea brain to actually use codes to move around the place, so they had to preschoolify everything. But what's extra annoying is Iron Fist's need to mention all four auspicious beasts of Wuxing like he just read about them and is super excited to let us know which is which. The most it does for me is give me another white boy who forgot about the Golden Emperor of the Center like I did in my Gunvolt video. Now my local branch of the Taoist I Ching Study Society can't make fun of me anymore. Eat that, Jin Shing He! I'd call yo mama observation the way I'm 4 broken lines deep in her. I am not escaping Samsara this cycle, am I? What was I talking about? Oh right, Sinophile Green Arrow. Ultimately, he's an odd but good-natured guy who is also a cannon so glass the shards are part of the DPS. He's blazing fast and does huge damage, but cannot take a hit for shit. Him and Luke thus cover each other, with Luke drawing aggro, Danny doing his hidden runs, and both are handing out glorious ass-whoopings together. In a game about Marvel teams, making these two synergize is important. I know Lin Lue is a different character, but I'm hoping an older Luke is playable in Rivals soon. They top B tier because they do have pronounced drawbacks, and thus really rely on each other, but the way they synergize in such a powerful way makes them feel complete. They are viable alone, but together they are the best. Alright, and that's B tier wrapped up. Now then, this game has costumes, and since I need to fill 2 more intermissions, it doesn't matter that I don't really have a lot of jokes for most of these costumes, we're going through them anyway. Also, this is going to be an overall summation of the alternates available, so that means the recolors as well. A character could end up beating out another one because they have better recolors, even if the one they're beating out has a better costume. So that's just how we're going with that. It's about how good a character gets to look at any point, which is the criteria here. Everyone's base costume is pretty good at the very least, so there's always an option to look fantastic. But if you never change clothes most of your life, it doesn't matter if you're wearing Jason's golden fleece on top of a full replacement of one's skin with pure Gucci, you're eventually gonna start to look like the kinds of hobos that only exist in the imaginations of people who could come up with anti-homeless architecture the Rios Montt regime could only dream of. So who's got the drip and who's got the $400 chewed up white t-shirt Kanye West might have touched? Let's hit the runway, girls and boys, and I'm of course referring to the opposite gender of each of those when I mention them, cause even when I'm doing a spoof of modern wave feminism, I'm a damn misogynist and men come first. Hoorah, hoorah, hoorah! The Fantastic Four! Enough of the goddamn Future Foundation already. There's decades of Fantastic Four stuff, and by default they're matching. But no, we just need to bleach them every time now. Johnny isn't even part of the Future Foundation. He was dead during that. And all of the alts being the red version too? God's sakes, it just makes every part of unlocking their stuff unexciting. I don't care for these. It feels lazy and copy-paste. Yeah, sure, it's a good look to an extent, but not 4 times over. At some point, we need to consider Thing's Trenchcoat, or Jim Hammond, or The Maker, or Malice, or heck, maybe give each one of them a different era of the F4 costume. You know Sue would eat the 60s look up. Anything more than this. We only have one costume pick per character, and this was a total cop-out. Elsa Bloodstone. Unfortunately, having a new character in means less options, and Elsa has like none. All she gets is essentially 4 alt colors, with 2 of them not having a belt, and I only like one of the 4 and sorta like one from the rest. And then the other 2 are nothing to me. Just kinda fell to the bottom here. Sam! Part of the reason I went on such a tangent about Falcon's costume is that I knew it would be a letdown when it came to this part. Yes, I really went on about how classic adjacent his normal costume in this game feels, but the alt color is the classic colors, and it just ends up showing off how much this game's costume is not that classic one, which ends up harming my view of it and thus my own stated opinions, and thus bruises my ego and makes me feel confused even if it looks good, and therefore I'm annoyed. And that's not even starting on the absolute sea of boring ass faux military garb that his other look gives him, cause what I really want is for him to be less interesting and to remind me of the time he got fucked up by Ant-Man. Just a massive missed opportunity for this character, honestly. I just hate the look so bad. Hawkeye. I should love the Ronin look, but like the times he's been Ronin in the comics, it always feels like it's designed to be just a bit too trying too hard. Like, I don't know, as silly as his classic look is, there was sort of a quiet badassery to it. Like, yeah, he's from the circus, but laugh at your own risk. His modern t-shirt and Ray-Bans look is quite a clownish look, yes, but it's not got the same aura. And the alt coloration of his regular look is so subtle, you'd think they didn't just phone it in, but the concept itself was faxed on landline, and it took so long that they had to just improvise something. And yes, I do love Ronin's white and jelly-filled look, but then I sort of forget who I'm even using when I have that one. The 1 hit out of 4 isn't even in the spirit of the character, so very low rank. Colossus, the bandana's cool, I guess, but otherwise meh. Cap. Cap might be the biggest disappointment to me. The Captain America costume is one that is simultaneously impossible to re-perfect, but also super easy to iterate on. US Agent, Captain Hydra, Nomad! And we got him with the cowl off. Yeah, one color is sort of US Agent, but another is fucking more blue. Totally uninspired. Ghost Rider. Honestly, if it wasn't my affinity for Cap, this would have been even more disappointing to me. White leather jacket works great, and the black and red alt of the alternate costume helps, but I'm sorry, in a world of Danny Ketch, Robbie Ray's Zarathos demon looks, and so on, the Evil Knievel-ass jumper suit feels like it's way too basic and silly of a choice. Like, they read one Ghost Rider comic and that's all they bothered to look into. Just balls. Don't like it. Black Panther. Black Panther's thrice-blessed armor is badass looking, and the fact it moves as briskly as he does while being bulked the fuck out is impressive. Too bad they forgot to give him any decent recolors. Purple is my favorite color, so having such a shit-smeared muted plum of an alt you can barely see is for the dogs. Gamora. Okay, I will be very biased towards the comic looks, but not with Gamora. I do not believe that the intensely hyper-serious warrior type lady who borders on space cop is going to be wearing the shit Succubi on Meatloaf albums would. Like, yeah, slay, it looks good, but the armor is way better, and neither of the recolors do much for me. Gambit has a godlike alt color. I love the white and maroon, but oh, what is that Age of Apocalypse design? I get it's literally during an apocalypse, but like, put it back in the closet, bro. The jumpsuit doesn't work. S'il vous plaît. Doom. I don't know if Doom having 4 similarly shaped alts that ultimately have a very similar spectrum of colors, thus not really bringing out any of them, except for 2099 because he's an asshole, is really in character. Or maybe he would have a lot of extravagant ones, and so the fact that these ones aren't that much is kind of a letdown, except for Doom 2099, who is, but he's still an ass. But also really hard to unlock. Cyclops. So standard, I have no joke for him. Drax is also in this category, as is Jean. They just do what you expect them to do. It's the alt costume you think they're gonna have, and they look fine. And yeah, they look okay. Well, okay, Drax's green comic outfit looks absolutely horrible, but the purple one is the real shit anyway. Ultimately, it just kind of feels unadventurous, but I don't know really what else you could do, so we'll leave it at that for now. Wolverine! The brown suit will always be amazing, and Old Man Logan just makes sense. You just got to ignore the bingo coat version. Captain Marvel. As I said, I'm not a huge fan of her main costume from this era, and her old one is nice, but now just reminds me of the shit fits that got thrown over the character and annoys me now. It doesn't help that the recolors just aren't great. It's inoffensive, but you can do better. Widow is solid but unadventurous like her in general. Yeah, White Widow makes sense to have, and Yelena is a fun little spin on how the series used to make entire alt characters using costumes, but her main thing is just adding Sam Fisher goggles and a blonde dye job. It's perfectly fine, but not finely perfect, which means nothing, but that's what I'm going with to put her here. Elektra. Now, unlike Carol, Elektra has a proper reason to stay in that slightly sexualized schema. I mean, she's stripped in her first appearance. We've already crashed the second wave into a dock here. Or maybe this is an empowering thing, I don't know, that's not my choice to make. Just let people do what they want, God. I'm talking about it more than I want to, honestly. It's the OG Ultimate design, it's reminiscent of the Warriors, so I like it because of that. Cable. It's where the Cable's classic 90s costume somehow looks less 90s here than his default costume. I actually appreciate that he has more muted colors here. Unlike some other characters where doing that feels like a waste, his character feels ripe for it. Who wants toast? Frank. Punisher is this high entirely for the Blue Skull version. I know what it's actually from, but it's my Crossbones cosplay, and that's all I want from him. Doctor Strange. When not being the god of wizards, Strange does acting jobs as a 3D model for headache pill advertisements. It's really inventive, so I gotta give it a lot of credit for that, but I don't really use these. Just like I don't really use him. Thor. Beta Ray Bill. Jane Foster. Old King Thor. Thunderstrike. The 90s costume. Hero Reborn. Like 5 different Thor armors, and they picked the sad as fuck OG Ultimate look that is mostly notable for sucking ass and being boring and siphoning the majesty of goddamn Thor away. The blue is really nice though, and ultimately Thor is one of my favorite characters in this game, spoiler alert, so I'm gonna put him up there anyway. Daredevil isn't exactly flush with choices. Like, of course the alt colors is just the black version of the red suit, that's usually what they do, but you do have his starting out hobo look as well as the yellow suit if you really want to get adventurous, but you can't really do both, and the fact that the yellow suit is relegated to being a recolor of the hobo is really, really silly. But here's the thing, I find that hilarious so it doesn't bug me. Loki. He looks like he's in his PJs. Oh man, that look does not translate to 3D. It actually works better that way. I love it. No notes. Venom. That one looks like cum and that one looks like boogers. But hey, if you're not immature, it is a very cool look. Also, the blue one's always nice to see, even if this one's kind of a cowardly indigo instead of the nice bright blue that MVC went with. Iron Man. The Iron Man concept means he has such immense potential. And they went with not just the Extremis armor, which looks identical to the, is that the 45? I don't care, the default one in this game, from a glancing distance, but then they also both just have black and metal colors as alts. It feels so uninspired, and yet I'm a sucker for black and gold, and I can't act like it doesn't make me feral to look at it. Honestly, it's the best single recolor in the game, which elevates his whole fits. Hulk. Hulk is another one with mostly expectable costumes. Hell, they even sneak Ross into the alt for World War Hulk, which has the same Daredevil yellow suit effect of just finding it kind of funny. But the drawback is that the Hulk only has one character model, which means that the versions of him that sort of have different proportions like Joe Fixit don't look right on the regular Savage Hulk style body, which is all he has to him in this game. It just looks wrong. But Gladiator Hulk is like pitch perfect, so it's perfectly okay. I don't care. Star-Lord and Rocket and Groot. Both these characters get their modern Guardians uniforms. They look great, it's a strong unified design, even if I'm happy they didn't Future Foundation this with Drax and Gamora. Though, honestly, let's be honest here, it's just for Star-Lord's helmet and his suit reminding me of Starbrand from the new universe. Groot and Rocket are more Kickers Inc., all things considered, but it would be hypocritical not to put them with a character that has the exact same alt design, so they're here through nepotism. It's about Star-Lord. Psylocke. There's something funny about the way Marvel is able to take any demographic age level and do stuff with it. Like, anyone can appear anywhere. Seriously, Superhero Squad had Mr. Sinister, for God's sakes. That guy has been PG in like 4 comics ever, while everyone else in the roster has died at least once gruesomely. What I mean here is that this difference in demographics not changing who can show up in the game means there's something really personally hilarious to me about going from Psylocke's I can literally see the shading that was meant for camel toe look in Rivals to the 1930s girls basketball shorts here. I mean, it's still Psylocke and she looks cool and her alt is like really badass looking, honestly. It's just I get a chuckle from the whole conceit. Ultimately, it's still a good time. Miss Marvel. Kamala having what I call the lady who's been to enough cons to know to wear tights with shorts cause nerds are evil look is kinda perfect. She's a big hero nerd and her heroics have a lot to do with being a fan beforehand. If anyone should have civvies, it's her and it just works great. Also, the metallic pastel alt color for her regular costume is fire. Honestly, she has one of the like all-time new classic suits. Like, this one's going to go down in history. Deadpool. I will forgive him for having the only third costume in the entire game's roster, since they already had the model for Taco Night made. Plus, his Secret of the Atom look has a poignancy that keeps the dichotomy I've been talking about going. Yeah, I haven't really read that one, but just seeing a healthy yet hidden version of him with the same personal issues is honestly quite something outside of its own context. They keep threading the needle with Deadpool in this game. Honestly, I'm really pleased. Nightcrawler. The House of M look is just too good for him. Honestly, if I wasn't also obsessed with the simple jumpsuit squaring out his proportions, I'd say he should always be a little swashbuckling, but this is truly an outfit that you can spend high seas storms praying to God desperately in. Just a perfect look for him. Wasp. For a character I think is middle of the pack and I don't use much, I must admit that attitude has led me to missing out on how genuinely clever her set of alts is. The main suit swapping the gray and yellow to be reminiscent of her OG Ultimate and Earth's Mightiest Heroes design is the kind of brilliant use of color to reshape a design that I haven't seen outside of Skullgirls. It's really good, and of course the classic suit is an easy and reliable alternate, just solid all around. Ultimate Spider-Man. Spider-Man wearing their daily wear over the suit is a classic look, and Miles is the one doing it for this game. And yeah, it's damn good. Spidey going to school may be the albatross on the main series' neck, but I can't act like it didn't let this happen in a lot of good cartoons, and ultimately it just works really nicely for him here. Scarlet Witch. Wanda may not serve damage, but she does serve looks. They did that annoying she must be red forever thing, but they used a lot of warm purple and pinks and stuff to keep it feeling really clean and varied anyway. I just think it's really cleverly done, and I want to like her more than I do in this game, so I'm putting her up this way. Magneto. Magneto has the fun honor of being one of the very few who has 4 distinct colors in each and every one of his costumes, even if the teal and the black get a bit too close to each other. The black and white just looks too good, so the modern costume just has so much going for it. I cannot sing its praises enough, frankly. Peter Parker. The creativity they've done for Spider-Man's looks in this game is genuinely a sight to behold, to the point that it kind of ruins how I view the characters that they don't go this far with. The spider armor taking advantage of the red and blue suit's lines, while the symbiote suit offering a smooth look for the Iron Spider to look even better with, is just such efficient use. It gets classic, modern, the middle period with the armor. It's just really smartly done. Cannot speak higher about it. We are past the point where I have any insults to make. The rest of these I just happen to like more. Blade. I feel like I gave off the wrong impression when I compared Blade's costume to Shaft. I love that shit. It looks so good. 1970s black fashion is the one North American fashion type, besides potentially 2000s skate culture, that I think is an actual all-timer on the levels of the Victorian era or Three Kingdoms China or 5000 BCE when we all didn't wear pants. And his alt colors are just great in general. Good God, putting him in white did so many favors. This is a man that knows how to dress, which, knowing how most vampires dress, I guess that just comes with the territory. Luke and Danny. These two have an interesting contrast together. Danny's main alt color lightens him while Luke's darkens his, but then their alternate costumes go old school with Luke but modern with Danny, and Danny's alt color alt costume darkens his while Luke's lightens his. They just work so well as a duo, I swear to God, it rhymes. Crystal. Black and white goes a long way, especially with the pop of magenta in her hair, which kind of makes it feel like she's taking after her fellow Inhuman Medusa. This is what I meant when I said Captain Marvel should have her jacket. It just adds so much to the silhouette. Plus, Crystal's regular costume does the main and secondary color swap thing I spoke of with Wasp, but even better. It's just a joy to look at design-wise. Moon Knight. You sick of me being biased to the black and white stuff? Too bad, that's Moon Knight's whole thing and he owns that shit. The comic series that truly made me a Marvel fan was the 2014 Moon Knight run, so having the armored look from that was such a great thing to see. Thank God this game came out before the god-awful miniseries, cause you know that horrid Rags version would have removed this one's chances. The red and black looks good, it's just a nice costume. Storm. Storm is perhaps the most beautiful woman in comics and maybe in fiction at all, and part of that is her versatility. The fact that this absolute goddess of ethereal immensitude can also be the best punk look I've ever seen comics pull off, just absolute majesty, no notes. Gwenpool. Magenta and white is such a beautiful color scheme and I'm a sucker for it, and Gwenum is genuinely making me rethink my number one choice for looks. It even changes her voice. It all just looks so cool. Huge fan of all of this. And number one, Morbius.
Never thought you'd see Morbius at the top of a list, huh? Well, feast your eyes, cause good lord, that fucking Midnight Suns design is so good. My favorite alt costume in the game, easily, and it fits his moveset even better than the default. It's so quintessentially vampiric, yet also heroic, and it hits that balance so well. But of course, his classic costume is the definition of classic. That V-neck alone might be the most iconic V-neck of all time. The fact that they didn't have it in the movie tells me exactly what's wrong with it, besides the fact that it's wrong and bad in every single way. Just love it. Love every single bit of it. Oh, no notes. Beautiful work.
Spider-Man, Spider-Man, beyond whatever a spider can. You'll be shocked by his talk, won't see his stride, but feel his snide. Beware the ultimate Spider-Man. God, I like Spider-Man. I brought my dad to the first Spider-Verse when it came out, and I should have shown him Spider-Man's comics first, because his exact words were, "I did drugs in the 70s and they didn't do that." But you know what he did understand? That Miles Morales is Spider-Man. He's a distinguishable yet clear version who should not be hard to put together. You have to be attached to an irrational distaste for the idea of another Spider-Man to still be unable to see how this works. Miguel didn't go through this, and he was only 2099 in the title. In canon, he was just called Spider-Man. Almost like another Spidey isn't the irrational issue at play or something. I don't know what's so weird. It's the story of a kid from lower state New York juggling hero work and life issues, just with modernized twists on the formula. He's as Spider-Man as Lin Lue is Iron Fist, and Carol is Captain Marvel, and Amadeus Cho is, okay, maybe not that one, he kinda sucks for Fed reasons. But yeah, I can't possibly guess what gets on comic fans' nerves about Miles Morales. Boy, it's a good thing comic fans aren't known to be purveyors of the first part of Jim from Huckleberry Finn's name, so I don't have to assume that all these waterlogged cotton candy flimsy ass arguments against Miles getting the name Spider-Man are a cover for anything. Or perhaps more a waterlogged sheet of loose leaf they can make a papier-mâché mask with. The white suits them. Honestly, besides that bigger feeling than it actually is group of people, I'm honestly really shocked how well Miles Morales went over with the world, but I guess it's easier when you're making characters prior to when sad men in their 40s decided melanin was crack and must be left out of society, which is fortunate because that original run was ass. Ironically, as much as we argue about how he should distinguish himself outside of canon, these issues felt like he wasn't doing anything nearly enough to actually distinguish himself from Peter besides not being a victim of his inability to learn his fucking lesson. Though, granted, Peter learning about smart combat from the worst version of Cap who didn't want anything to do with him wasn't ever gonna work great, so I suppose that the Ultimate Universe Spider-Man were always kinda doomed. What's funny to me, beyond the metatextual cross-burning that happens every time he's brought up, shout out to the Death Battle community for immediately jumping on Deku racism memes and causing me to decide to name A tier after him to make sure Miles made it here. You guys make me wish I never wanted that matchup, though thankfully he was always going to make A tier, and that episode might be the new Zenith standard of the show, so fuck y'all anyway. Miles is marred by being almost too similar to Peter, to the point where it didn't really feel like there was much to him besides his skin. Put upon nerd, science spider, tragic uncle, yeah, there were some good moments and twists. Aaron being less of an ideal to attain but one to avoid was a cool play on the concept. His being hated by law enforcement offered new dimensions due to his race, so it wasn't just shock value, especially since both of his parents remain active for him. There was groundwork for fascinating stuff to do with Miles, but eventually it just fell back into the one step forward, several steps back type of tax season style Spider-Man stories I really hate, and then he had to do multiple universal crossovers with mainline Peter, which was showing a lot of desperation, and it felt like he was at most a reskin, fuck! They just swapped their shit around a little bit is what I mean. Thankfully, he's developed a lot since his shift from the OG Ultimate Universe. His time on the Champions as a group of younger heroes gave him a lot of stuff to work with, and his current one is trying really hard to give him his own flavor of adventure with weirder powers. Anansi is some bullshit though. Spider-Man fighting gods is something that should be saved for his obligatory fan-pleasing big moment in an event comic, or as an army in Spider-Verse. We don't need Spider-Man to be Moon Knight, we need him to be Spider-Man. Though, still, I'm happy to see Miles still thriving. To me, he's a representation that the world continues going. Peter will always be his age and be informed by his era that he was first written in. A currently modern take working alongside him is something that is worth enjoying. Miles' stories will always have the air of pushing further into the future, something Peter can leave when he's gone, even if he never will be. He's Robin, but able to hold himself alone, and this game does that so right. He hangs out with his peers in age. In fact, he and Kamala are almost never seen not together in this game, since they've worked together so many times. As I said, he's the one to bring up the scale of the situation in relativity to him and the others. Whether he's ready to take on the challenge is something he thinks about. The future is his bread and butter. He feels like a more future-focused Spider-Man than even Miguel, since he's trapped in a 90s version of the future conceptually. This is the iPhone generation, not the RoboCop one. Well, not the cool RoboCop, just the surveillance state, I guess. Probably unintended, but Miles is given the playstyle of the Spider characters that allows him to front-run in a very appropriate manner. He is the Spider with huge amounts of power comparatively, at least in a less abstract sense as Venom did. He has his electric element, which to my understanding is a big damage booster since fire and ice have other effects. His slam is the most direct one. His web is slower and singular, but it hits the hardest. He spreads electric webs all over the place to do huge area of effect damage, and has the only big punch hit type move of all four spiders with his invisibility shove attack, and it's a really good one too. He dishes out incredibly fast and potent damage. Yeah, not as much damage as Venom, but way more efficiently. While Peter weakens, Gwen whittles the crowd down, and Venom harasses, I guess, Miles finishes things off and is made expansively so he can do it with any team and not just the other wall crawlers. Just a really pure, solid character with no drawbacks now that we're in A tier. I just like the next few more than him, but I pick him the most out of all the spiders for sure. It just works darn well for what they're trying to do. A halo of fire, an angel of death. From beyond comes vengeance till nothing is left. The roar of the engine compels you to fell. The Ghost Rider rises from hell. As an odd start to the A tier, Miles was complicated to get my thoughts around because of the social mores surrounding him. This is a character that I like for deep reasons, but also some of them are informed by the way people react to him. I need to think hard and explain in detail what I mean when it comes to him, because otherwise people might get the wrong idea. Miles is in many ways defined by the world that spawned him, who he's following, his identity, and so on, both in the stories of the comics and in real life. It took a lot of work to write that, is what I'm saying. Now here's one that took me all of 30 minutes to slap together because he's on the entire other end of the spectrum. Ghost Rider is as simple as it gets for what the appeal is. He is an on-fire midlife crisis. He's the kind of design you'd see glazed to hell and back if it showed up in a new shonen manga nowadays, and they'd be right to do so because nothing is cooler than a memento mori that listens to Motorhead. They say the angel of death is quiet and gentle. That or sickly and pale on a horse more bone than skin, singing a hollow song of mourning. Unfortunately, this one's steed is hard and heavy iron. He's about as gentle as a Kodiak bear after a steel-toed boot to the nuts, and the mournful song is every single Avenged Sevenfold song played at the same time. Ghost Rider is simply the best visual Marvel has ever come up with, save for the Kirby crackle. He's as simple as it gets on the outset. Don't fuck with Satan, now go fight everyone forever. Not only shall you be able to destroy with nothing but a stare, except for every single time it's on an important character that we can't actually take out of the story, because you're kinda at the top of the B list, but that means a lot more important characters are going to need to just no-diff you. But you also get to farm such a tremendous crop of aura that you shall feed starving populations on your own. For it is not simply water and dirt that allows new forest growth, but the fire of rebirth. O Kali, bring your righteous destruction for the betterment of mankind. Ghost Rider is a character that doesn't need to justify why you should want him on a roster. What sad contrarian fuck starving to death in a ditch because he thinks that's cooler than the super overrated food and shelter would not want to play as this. He's a design on the level of Rayquaza or Johnny from Guilty Gear. So much raw, unfiltered, sick fucking badassery that it doesn't matter what depth they have when it's always more important that they are simply awesome, and what comes from the character is just a nice addition to it. Thankfully, Johnny's scarred Urethra Blaze has pathos and character to spare on top of all this. They say the path to hell is paved with good intentions as a way to discourage people from caring for others, but here the path to good intentions is paved with hell. So like bricks surrounded by the elongated foreskin of Frank Sinatra, I guess. Johnny just wanted to help the people who showed him kindness when they faced injustice and was fooled and cursed for it. But his sheer will to undo the injustices of the world has led Johnny to not just own up to his powers and make himself one-to-one with Zeraphos, the demon that possesses him, but to use them specifically to do all the things that Mephisto wouldn't want him to do, like helping Blackheart, or taking over Hell, or clearing out all of his armies, or fucking his wife and walking his dogs and eating the last double chocolate cookie out of the Costco box, and so on. Johnny doesn't like who he is and what he's done, but he will not stop trying to do right, even when he is currently having his soul fed on by a demon of ultra death. Even Zeraphos has his moments of justice, but the thing is, this game doesn't really go into that too much. He just talks about the general conceit and isn't really struggling it too much. He just sensed something wrong in Dormammu's realm and just came here. He's on the job in this game, and honestly, that feels really appropriate. It's how he mostly participates in team stuff. He just shows up because the spirits tell him he's needed and is just there to work for that and not really get too much into his own personal problems. And I think at the time this game came out, one of the storylines was him getting over those problems, so I guess it's pertinent at the time. He kind of flip-flops between it. We'll just say this is on the time that he's doing fine. But, that said, his inner complexity does show up in his surprisingly hard-to-wield moveset. Like, yeah, you're not doing fractions from hell or anything, but you can't just go berserk mindlessly. He flings his chain for area coverage. His triple power wave that sends a spread shot along the ground is really strong, but both of these things need to be aimed. His motorcycle can crush health and shields alike, but moves irregularly, so the best way to use it is in crowds of strong shield enemies? A character who can handle multiple of those? Ain't that a nice change? Literally almost everybody else, and also he breathes fire, which is just kinda good. The fire breath is kind of the only one of his abilities that doesn't have a secondary strategy you can work with, but it's your most consistent option. With the fire shot, you can actually go up to enemies and get most of them to hit into one guy if you want to play close up. The motorcycle can be sort of aimed in a few ways, and the chain, well, okay, the chain's an area of effect attack, but area of effect attacks already inherently have multiple uses. The fire might only be a straightforward thing in comparison, but that does make it its most consistent option, so he has coverage everywhere. Ultimately, Ghost Rider is just fucking awesome. His badassery is captured well, his character is all there if not too clearly seen, but his abilities are something to behold and end up bringing it together all in the same. And if you don't behold them, you're gonna get your ass kicked anyway, so get to it. A child of the earth rises to the heavens, an elemental fighter, 1, 2, or 7, the lord of the... I'm gonna be honest with y'all, this script took 3 months. This is the last chronological bit that I'm writing at this moment. Like, this is the last edit I'm making to the script. I am fucking done. This is taking so long. It's been like multiple bits of depression going on. I've been fighting with my parents all summer. It's been bad. It's been bad. I'm not doing this. Fuck Star-Lord. And the final member of the Guardians finally hits the stage. Thank God one of these guys made it to A tier, because when your team starts with the bottom of the barrel, reappears in the horrible, sodden, filth-covered last fifth of the barrel, and then the middle of the barrel after a day has gone by and the fizz is gone, someone better be that nice foamy tip at the top right when it's open fresh, because otherwise you're just going to have the first 4 characters you have be nothing but negative associations, which is not good for the game. The good news for Mr. Quill is that his place on the team isn't his only role here. Star-Lord is sort of positioned as the grand leader of the whole game's shebang, at least when it comes to playable characters, since he guides most of the situations, even though it comes off more as a middle manager role when you have characters like Iron Man and Beast and even Scarlet Witch being the frontline strategic forces in their important levels, while Nick Fury, who isn't playable for reasons I can only imagine have to do with Team Ninja being made up of younger brothers who had to play as him in the Punisher game and feel resentful towards him because I can only visualize programmers as 80s nerds, does all the exposition and barking orders. It's a very laissez-faire or democratic style of leading. Yes, I did take a business course last semester, why do you ask? Speaking of terms that I just learned and barely know how to use, as well as having no soul, Thanos contrasts Star-Lord's specific leadership in this game by being an autocratic leader, which, considering they're both cosmic characters, gives Star-Lord a sort of thematic mystique, since he's essentially this version of the Infinity Gauntlet story's Adam Warlock, because Marvel's steadfast and focused quest to ensure no one but Spider-Man is allowed to have unique villains means the guy whose existence is to be around Thanos isn't going to be involved with him in any way, because a film adaptation of Sonatus where the light enters that cuts out the Savards is a great idea, isn't it? I think he might be singularly the most responsible part of the game's reputation for being MCUified, even though I don't think he is the most MCUified character. The original form of Star-Lord isn't the anal consumption of Styx world champion or anything, but they didn't get Master Chief to voice him because he was always funny. But indeed, the jokester in this game is very much a Chris Pratt shit show. However, I would argue that if you really look into it, he does show a lot more of the serious faculties his pre-movie version had anyway. Yeah, he does make a quip, a lot of quips, a career-low Richard Pryor level of unfunny fucking jibs and jabs that slowly bleed you out level of quips, but he does also carry the Infinity Stones and is the main exposition for everyone else. He does show direct competency. Seeing how he plays around the movie's ideas and adds back some of the stuff that is otherwise lost is kind of interesting, honestly. The Guardians films are way better than most of the adaptations, but this game does not take the same approach as those and honestly pushes them a little further is all. So that's great. He doesn't make me wish I was on my Beethoven shit right now instead. So now all he needs to do is nail gameplay, and good news, you know how a lot of times the first few characters or options in this kind of game are generally either way broader than the later ones or way simpler, so either they end up being way too easy to learn but end up getting countered a lot by the more complex challenges, stuff like early beat stick cards from Yu-Gi-Oh! That Pikachu deck from early in TCG Pocket that you deserve every bad thing that happens to you if you played Mario and all the games where you can play as not Mario and so on, and thus are just way too broadly thought out to actually work on a complex level. But this can go the other way, where the sheer matter-of-factness is too much for anything that has extra steps to handle and are even too well enabled by it, like Pot of Greed from Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Diluc from Genshin Impact, or speed characters in Mario Kart, of which Mario is not one. Basically, characters that are just way too simple to use and way too easy to get through the game with. And since the Guardians are your 4 starters, we get a bit of both. Drax is the former, Rock Groot was never good enough to begin with, Gamora is great and sort of transcends any of these by sort of just being in the middle of both, but Star-Lord's a fucking menace. Functionally, Star-Lord is your introduction to 2 things. 1, general range characters. Technically, Rocket also gives you some ranged options, but he is a ranged character in the sense that your drunken stepfather throwing empty cans at you is a ranged character. Star-Lord shoots rapidly, he shoots slow but strong, he can fly so he can shoot from the sky. He works great as this general shooty character, but the thing is, this is not the most important thing that he does, because the second thing that he introduces you to is this. I've mentioned it in passing, but there's a system of 3 recognized, but there's a few other elements in this game. Yet, as there are specially labeled synergy attacks you press a button for, but there's also passive synergies as well. Fire-based characters can ignite other characters' weapons to add both burning effects and extra damage. Ice does the same but for freezing effects, and electricity just empowers them even further. There's also wind, but it's a base for the others to affect. If someone has a tornado attack, they can probably let it take on other elements if you have a character that can do that on the team. You know who has all 3 of the main ones, can shoot them very quickly, and happens to have a tornado attack that he can self-synergize with? Good old Mixtape over here. What elevates Star-Lord gameplay-wise is that he is one of the most reliable element users in the game, and the power boost that the 3 main ones offer is simply unmatched. Burning, freezing, stunning, and a boost in damage, those are always useful. Pair that with his speed and combo potential, and he may as well be Weather Wizard at this point. And hey, these elemental powers that his guns have are very understated in the movies, but are a main thing he can do in the comics, which just means that I'm more right than I thought I was about how he's characterized in this. Star-Lord is a basic introduction in the same way a chef's knife set is a basic introduction to cooking. Get it early on, but he can be all you need if you want to. 2 minds entwined to toe the line. Something, something, something. I can't make one of these without doing something xenophobic. I'm sorry to have 2 breakdowns within in an order. It's just this is where I'm at right now. You know, I recognize that constantly and without fail bringing up the racial and social connotations of each character where it's relevant, as if they are defining traits, is probably getting to the point that it's annoying for even reasonable people at this point. And to a degree, I get that. It's like, not every character needs to be defined by their race, but I really can't emphasize enough how slow comics were when it came to doing the right thing with different cultures and stuff. So a lot of the time, if you're a genuinely super big character prior to 1995 who isn't white, you're probably also a major milestone, which is both sad but also something that I think it would be a bigger failure not to mention. But the thing is, I've tried really hard with Miles and stuff to talk about bigger pictures stuff for them, because it's really important to me that I still treat them as characters first. But naturally, I think their characters are enhanced by this historical stuff, but I know that I should probably try to make a balance. After all, I know darn well that I am a little too ignorant to not say any dumb shit anyway, and so as I said, it feels like more of a failure not to mention it, but also I know mentioning it is still a risk. But I must make it clear that, like, I feel kinda trapped in this situation because I can't talk about Psylocke without having to acknowledge the whole double-minded thing in the room, and unfortunately, I do not have the skills necessary to unpack Betsy and Quanon. Like, I don't know where to start with this storyline. Like, how did they decide that this was going to actually work in any way, shape, or form? Psylocke was created in the late 70s. Making a character that was just a walking yellowface act wasn't okay at that point, and it took how long for them to undo? Like, yeah, one or two issues of accidental Orientalism flavored minstrel shows is one thing, but doing it for 29 years straight is just teabagging the Asian Affairs Minister while they nap at this point. I could tell you all about all her cool ninja stuff and all of her interesting lore, but it always comes back to the fact that for most of the character's existence up to this point, that's going to be underlined by the fact that it is some white lady taking over an Asian woman's mind for the entirety of all of this stuff. This is like if Deltarune was fucked up for the wrong reasons at this point. Like, I just don't know where to start. It's unavoidable. But the thing is that it is avoidable, isn't it? Because, like, most of her fans only know her for her incredible ass and nothing else. And since they just try not to acknowledge it most of the time in her stories, it's become kinda just a massive distraction. They don't acknowledge it in this game either, so I guess maybe I shouldn't talk about it, but, like, she has one conversation in the whole game that only gives us the most basic ideas of her psychic powers, so it's like, what else am I going to talk about at this point? And it's actually more accurate to say that they don't look into it outright. What I've noticed is that her main costume has a very specifically done set of facial features that make it clear that this is just Betsy in the costume, and it's kind of uncanny to think about if you know what you're looking for. And also, it's more of a wrestling singlet than it is a leotard, so it's not like there's any other distractions for us this time. And once you look really close at, like, her alternate costume, you can sort of notice that there's a bit of a change there, at least I think there is. I certainly saw it. And it becomes very clear that this was intentional, and now I just can't unsee it no matter what. So even though her conversation is just very normal shop talk about what she can do, I'm just sitting there going the whole time, and I don't know how to work this out. My shirt collar has been continuously tugged at with one finger the entire time I'm doing this. I'm starting to lose air, in fact. Honestly, though, despite all of the problematic issues to it, I think I just respect Psylocke's design more in this game if they would just accept that the 90s was a fucking mess and just use the Quanon look, because this clearly white Psylocke looks about as weird as Optimus Prime with lips, or a Fortnite collab that doesn't fit the hitbox, or when a newspaper comic's art style shifts a bit after 10 years and you realize why Bill Watterson knew to fuck off. Really, when it comes to her visual and character design in this game, she is the Icon's combat arena of characters. It doesn't bother me as much as I'm talking about, but it's also all I really know what to talk about at this point. She's very understated within the plot, but she's not that understated in the gameplay. You'll notice she's very high up, isn't she? And that's because when it comes to the gameplay sense, she's less icons and more brawlhalla, because man, that's a lot of clone characters. See, this is the thing I was talking about with Elektra earlier. As amazing as Electra is to play, Psylocke is just as fun with basically the same stats and moves, except they work much better. Just as fast, just as hard hitting, an explosive triple thought, a hard hitting stinger move, a physical kick thing, but this one's a combo, and yeah, she doesn't have the same ranged option as the shurikens, but she does have a really powerful burst, which is honestly more useful for this playstyle and just how the enemies work in this game. She hits like a truck, and since she's not designed by idiots, she actually crumples like one, but is so fast that you can deal with it. It's the same thought process that Electra's going on, it's just stronger in every way. So I could let myself be caught up and ruin my experience with all of the really awkward bits that I'm pretty sure I'm the only one noticing at this point, or I could just use one of the best characters in the game for the main gameplay portion and just ignore it like the game tells me to do, so I feel like kinda doing that. And hey, for what it's worth, even though that conversation is kind of basic, it does keep her really likable and interesting to talk about. It's not like she removes anything from the feel of the story at any point. Once again, like all the A tiers, she's just a generally great ad with little else to say at this point. And frankly, I don't want to say any more than that. Most of her minutia is stuff I described in Electra's section anyway, so this is where we are. Uh, yeah. Damn, this is the first section I've written since the No More Heroes video that's only a paragraph. Don't get used to that. Flying through the air, igniting like the sun, best be weather for, but especially the one. How bright be a fire when it's all said and done. The Human Torch's legend has only begun. Jim Hammond clears all day, every day. Fuck what you know. Justice for Toro. Sorry, I don't know what took a hold of me there. I don't feel the need to be a contrarian all the time, really, but it feels good, so I'm gonna anyway. That said, I do still love Johnny Storm, and it's not like they were gonna leave out one of the Fantastic Four members. It's like either all or none of them. I mean, besides the fact that if they're gonna do the fucking Future Foundation skins when Spider-Man was, no, Jim's in Ultimates. He'll get his day. No need to get salty. You've already complained about that. Johnny is fine. Johnny is good. You don't need to hate Johnny, Appleman. I need to get over the experience of bronze rank in Rivals. At least here I get to commit war crimes scot-free with him and not need to rely on the support of 5 brain trusts, because at this point I trust CPUs more than I trust team comp. Though considering the opponents in this game, maybe the living fucking sun who explodes in radiation is a bit overkill. Really, most of the stuff Johnny and the 4 fight, they are overkill for anyway. If I was saved from a mole man demon and still got 3rd degree burns when Ben could have just smashed it, I would be renting the Baxter building to Latverian B&Bers with the lawsuit I'd get off. But maybe that's the point. I mean, the guy's got immense power. He's the offensive linchpin of the 4 who can cleave through enemies as efficiently as he cleaves through nightclubs filled with loose women and occasionally men if his interactions with Peter say anything. He's a kid, a young adult capable of destruction so potent his main way of containing himself is being a moron, until he isn't, until it's the moment he's been waiting his whole life for, like his death that one time. He falls into the genre of powerhouses that hasn't annihilated the world simply due to his greenness. He's the Fantastic Four's Gohan, the Jack, the Franklin Richards, fuck, no. That's what he brings to the formula. The others help him become the best he can be. In this game, he is insanely powerful offensively, but like the offensive powerhouses, he doesn't really have the defenses, and frankly, he doesn't really have the speed anyway, so he's not soloing everything. You need the help of the defenses that Sue and Ben and, well, okay, not Reed, but still his team can offer him. Johnny, I do appreciate because as a recovering fighting gamer, I do expect DLC characters to be, how do I put it charitably, psycho shit made by someone who never learned to write within a word limit. Think about Smash Brothers. I'm just kidding, I wouldn't do that to you. Think about Tekken because you have taste. Think of Leroy and the Final Fantasy fuckers and so on. DLC is kind of expected to be the best, to make the cash worth it, and UA3 has some of that thanks to Gene, but it also has the opposite because Reed is stretched too thin. But they also just made Johnny a fun little guy with good moves and decent fundamentals. He has a fire spirit bomb, his fire meteor slam, his fire tornado, and his fire irradiated hellscape circle. And they all do ludicrous damage, almost as much as his barbs, which make Deadpool look like Edgar Allan Poe. However, as I said, he's also pretty reserved everywhere else. His stats are pumped higher than a Wall Street executive's shell company in some areas, but are super average in others, and he doesn't have any of the nutter butter gimmicks that Gene and others have. The coked up movesets of Punisher or Cable or anything besides just being a solid unit. You don't even really get much of him since he's in the final DLC and by necessity has to share his screen time with the 3 other characters that the nature of his concept attaches him to, one of which is more visually eye-catching, one of which is more plot relevant, and one of which made the entire internet go gaga. So he's genuinely just a strong little add-on that allows him to feel just right within the cast. He's the most uncomplicated fire user for sure. He has a set of small but valuable niches that allow him to become a really great part of the greater tapestry of the cast, like a bass singer in a choir. He just does what he's got to do, and that's to be some B-tier scrub ass held up by min-maxing. You know, like Johnny Storm is. Hem and gang forever, I will not get over it. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck. No, he's fine. He's fine. It's perfectly good. It's an A tier. Don't comment at me. Living on for 1,000 days, slicing opponents in 1,000 ways. A harsh life of grit makes a power unseen. It's the monstrous, marvelous Wolverine. Mascots are a funny thing to me. Yes, we could display to you the sheer scale of our world, but also we have this funny little dude who can't change in any meaningful way because your mother knows who they are. So we're gonna graft them to a billboard and make them the biggest thing on the cover. Even if they're actually damn good and well thought out, they'll always need to come back to the studio for fun little product placement segments. Make sure to draw the Mickey ears correctly, Mickey, or we're sending another one of your brothers to the scientific testing labs. See if we can grow a human foot on Felicity's forehead. Okay, maybe I'm being dickish for humor's sake, but there is something a bit evil about characters that seem to be designed to be only able to exist prominently as an advertisement. Like their purpose will always be a bottom line, even if they're not necessarily made to be cash cows. The fact they grew to be will always be a defining trait of them, an easy out for those that dislike them. Just call them an industry plant and take the teeth out of any merit they have, cause what idiot is actually gonna spend time defending Sugar Bear? That's gotta be a fucking horrific existence. Or it would be if this wasn't ink on paper we're talking about. But imagine penning a quick one-shot enemy for a Hulk comic, and then decades later they're making fellatio popcorn buckets of the guy that you're seeing no royalties from. I'd be a bit dizzy. However, where it gets really weird is when the trick works, because no matter how good something is, the association will always make you feel like a sucker. That's my dilemma for having Wolverine this high and freely admitting seeing his big ugly face front and center in the announcement trailer, and deciding that that was genuinely a sign that things were going to be okay with Marvel for me. Remember how desperate Marvel was to make people think they didn't actually like the X-Men during the era of them beefing with Sony Pictures, because it was one of the few things that the massive wailing beast of 1,000 faces they attached themselves to hadn't absorbed yet. But unfortunately for them, Gargula Freyon the Unyielding is a consumer of the human soul, not the human opinion, so they just couldn't force the Inhumans into our hearts and minds like tapeworms. Our hearts were simply too stuck on the all-white racism commentary hour. Sony had struck gold with their male Twilight-ass tight-lever shit shows that went on longer than you think, but considering the quality of the last few, you'd be forgiving for assuming they were being written and performed by faulty robot versions of the cast and crew, taken over by revenants like FNAF animatronics, set less on killing but on boring humanity out of spite. But one thing that was constant in all of them, except the last one I think, was the prominence of James Howlett, the Wolverine. Wolverine is an odd character when you think think about it, I swear to God I will smash that jar. He's not an original founding X-Men. He didn't even debut in their stuff and was just shoved into Claremont's 70s run due to good timing. However, as a child of the Bronze Age of comics, he was close to the era that led to the darkening of stories with Dark Knight, and a rough character with immense angst and an anti-authority hard edge was already going to be a major hit for that. Wolverine has almost become a franchise all on his own, the only mutant with his own movies and the main character of most of them, the only one with his own games, solo series after solo series, so many things that he does on his own, that his work outnumbers the panels some X-Men have had in total. And this is all on top of him being forced into as many X-teams as possible. All of this good stuff for him when his interactions with most of the main X-Men, barring his homoerotic stuff with Morph and Nightcrawler, is just a triangular spectrum of fucked up romantic foil, fucked up father figure, or fucked up violence comedy relief man. And I'm barely joking about that last part. He occupies essentially the same space as the comedy relief characters. Usually he's there for a painfully grim one-liner while Cyclops or Professor X or Magneto or Emma Frost or fucking Blob say more functional statements to the story. This isn't to say he doesn't have plenty of good stories. My Canadian bias makes me already like him since I've met like 3 BC guys that look exactly like this anyway. His samurai shit is unique and interesting as a development form, and ultimately I only see his inclusion as annoying at worst. I get some people gave him way too much credit, but there's been a surging backlash about him in response that's acting like he's entirely useless to the X-Men. I blame Deadpool and Wolverine. I think people need to accept that his popularity as the X-Man doesn't take away from who's actually the big players in the comics. He's Pikachu, calm down. See, those fucking card sleeves where Pikachu is hanging out with all the current generation starters is how I view shit like Logan appearing in Age of Apocalypse and all that. Wolverine and the X-Men is the cartoon equivalent of Poke Park. That's a new sentence. Are you regretting not subscribing yet? He's in a similar situation in this game. He shows up early in your first big batch of unlocks after the Sandman fight, but then when Sentinels fly after Ultron, he butts in and starts being front and center. His presence introduces the X-Men into this story, which is a demonstration of where the stories have been going since he first appeared. Otherwise, they nail his gruffness, his tsundere shit when he acts detached but very clearly cares. All of that is present and accounted for. The brawler-style combo system I've been praising absolutely screams with his presence, and that's impressive primarily due to his simplicity otherwise. Aside from his power-up move, which is similar to the attack boost Cap will give, but where Cap's attack boost is like America, it wants to help everybody, but only if they do violence for them, Wolverine's is like Canada in that he's a selfish prick who refuses to die. Go Oilers. His other 3 attacks easily slip in and out of each other, and his regular non-specials as well. And even unboosted, he's putting out car wreck damage numbers. Apparently his Berserker Rage used to give him a new set of abilities, but he really doesn't need them here, when all of them, from Berserker Barrage to the Uppercut, are different variations of absolute decimation like a mutant paper shredder. He is a visceral playstyle that somehow hides a lot of depth and detail despite feeling easy. Ultimately, it's a damn good effort, it feels unique, and I don't care how much nepotism went into letting it happen. All things return to Doom. Face him and meet your doom. Capitalize the name, don't try to match his fame. Whatever you do, you'll face doom. One character archetype I've never really liked in Heroes is the perpetually lame loser character. The idea of either a well-meaning or cartoonishly cranky idiot who can't get anything done and is mocked by the narrative and the characters themselves. Sidekicked is the most frustrating cartoon ever made. I skip cricket episodes of Always Sunny, and the absolute worst stock sitcom story was bully victim gets power and immediately becomes a monster. There's something something annoying about watching a low-level character be punched down on. It's my own damage, but it fucks with me regardless. That said, powerful, compulsive, failing dweebs that are also jerks all the time anyway, that's more fun. A huge, constant ego getting stunted on is way more enjoyable by necessity. It's easier to relate to being antagonized than to being antagony. That said, the reverse is the case for fantasizing. Unless you're a white South African, fantasies of power are way easier to think up than wanting to be victimized. But power desires are very much a major issue with people. Everyone's first philosophy has some form of absolute power fucks your mother absolutely, or some shit like that, especially in beginning social studies classes. So when somebody like a real-life dictator uses that fantasy as reality, it naturally pisses any person who isn't hoping for a heaven that consists of endless conveyor belts of dogs to rape real bad, because then you can see the actual damages going on. When you put them in fiction, however, it's easy to give them a comeuppance, and not only is it acceptable, but beloved by many. In fact, sometimes these types of characters are specifically made as insane as possible to make that feel good. Jack Horner, the Joker's early stuff, the Queen of Hearts, the Wicked Wish, Jeff Sessions, characters so insanely overblown they exist entirely in that emotional form. We had years of this being avoided as a cliche because it was so on the nose for a while, flanderization of an entire concept in a way. But the thing is, flanderization is a funny term to me because trying to put a shelf life on a character idea doesn't work. The term assumes that there is essentially a perfectly crafted version of something right out of the box, but especially long-running characters go through so much and so many writers and so many eras, it feels like trying to find this definitive version is like trying to pick a definitive puzzle piece out of 3 jumbled up puzzles in a box, and it was set on fire by Victor Von Doom! The most insane fucked up arch-villain of them all, and thus conversely the soppiest, saddest little twerp to ever exist. Someone who can't be flanderized in the literary term's current existence because he's already so extreme it doesn't matter. Doom is one of, and occasionally outright, the ultimate threat in the Marvel Universe. Even when there's bigger fish, he finds a way to take him on using a mix of tech and magic. And yet, he's not as good at tech as Reed or Tony, he's not as good at magic as Strange or Wanda, he's a perpetual second or third in skill, and that's where his character really comes to life because he's such a little bitch about it. His entire backstory is hating Reed for his skills that he thinks he should surpass. He feels he's being looked down on simply due to the sheer importance he places on himself. If he is not the best and recognized as such, he may as well be the worst, so anyone else showing him kindness or helps makes him personally angry as fuck. For him, dictatorship is a means to an end to getting himself into the space where he is the most comfortable, in a constant place where he doesn't need to solve his own problems. I remember laughing at that scene at the end of the more recent Secret Wars alongside him when the best fuck you he could be given is his scar being cured, cause now he can't act like a constantly put upon dick. But the thing is, this makes him entertaining to watch as hell. The guy is pure, unapologetic self-absorption, but in a way so extreme it makes him compelling. He genuinely thinks he is the great savior of all mankind's ills. He genuinely thinks he's the only one capable of doing so. And if those damn heroes would just let him become super big dick mega god, he would make all the correct decisions and fix everything. Everyone should be Doom. That's what the bots are about. The man's just insane and hyper competent, yet also hyper incompetent, and flip-flops every other panel. Doom is a threat to the fore, and the game makes it clear they're connected, but also he's just a massive issue for everyone, so making him the final supervillain of the game is fitting. And the game captures him pitch perfectly. His becoming a supreme being, sacrificing all of Latveria for it, bungling it anyway, then turning around and declaring himself an ally because you can't beat what's coming without him, is so Doom. It's so funny and perfect.
and then you see the damage he does to you and it's less so. This is also so well done in his gameplay. He has one of the most unique movesets, which is ironically about copying himself. His attacks are generally simple. There's the Marvel reference, the big laser, and a teleporting heavy punch that rivals Super Thanos's, as well as a big power wave. But all of these can be doubled by summoning a Doom bot, which lets him use them in two places at once, doubling his DPS. That, or he just throws it into a crowd to explode because they are the image of his perfection, but also lesser copies, damn it. His dualism is his whole thing. But where the joke finally comes ahead is the fact his moves are strong as fuck anyhow. He just needs these to do it even more. He's a strong A tier character and proves his might, then shoves himself twice as much in your face with his gimmick. Absolutely insanely fun to use character, fun to listen to and to watch get punched in the nuts. A very unique and personalized set of abilities and everything one could want from him. A+. In fact, getting really close to S, but also just misses being number one among him and the F4 characters, cause, oh boy, when she's invisible, she is invincible, so don't you dare cross her or you will be miserable. A family of four will never need more than a mother whose powers always got more in store. Sue Storm, aka mystical HGTV Martha Stewart space goddess, has always been fascinating to me because in many ways she's right next to Diana as the original female hero, and comes from a time where people with powers was a simple concept, with simple powers and simple people. Golem, long limbs, strong but girl, but then Mrs. fucking Stando power here where it's invisibility, but its nature lets her do more immediately. Seriously, Sue's powers are like the Speed Force, where it's not just good enough for it to be that power, it needs to be like this magic secondary form of the power, because Chet the football jock made a snide comment to a future comics writer about how Superman is already way too fast, so we don't need Flash, and so now we need dork-ass reasoning for assholes. And in this same way, you have this generic 1950s blonde woman tapping into the concept of negative existence, and she makes shields with it. Kinda encroaches on what everybody else can do, which is a fun way of saying she's way too good in comparison to the other three members of the four. Like, Malice is something I cannot get all Johnny Bravo for, like so many did in Rivals, because I remember how fucking scary she was in those stories. This is a woman who could simply open a force field inside of you or around your head, or any other of that Jackie Briggs Mortal Kombat fatality psycho shit, but is held back by 1, being a good person, and 2, being a gajinka of a Better Homes and Gardens issue from the 60s. This is a threat of a character. Yet she's also a sweetheart. Her evil half had to be forced out in unnatural and stressful ways because otherwise it's so unlike her. She doesn't do these brutal things because why would someone like her not want to just make shields with her abilities? In many ways, the Four's powers are all conveniently fitting to who they are as people. I guess the uncontrolled cosmic death beams were character design majors. The scientist can now overreach further than ever before, the cocky hotshot now shoots hotly, the meathead with a heart of gold is now meteor and golder, and the action housewife has a power set based around her ability to protect and support others. Except, like so many mothers, they can use that as a bludgeon too. Thankfully, besides that one out of context random scene that had its page spread over Twitter like every major comic character has one or two of, she doesn't actually do that kind of thing much. At least not to her kids. To the villains, she's doing juggle combos with load-bearing walls, which is one of her special moves in this game. What this means is that over time, her powers have essentially evolved into a pseudo-telekinesis mixed with unlimited Green Lantern battery charge. She can literally do what she wants so long as she doesn't get a migraine. She's got the most latent potential of almost any Marvel character, and that comes out in the gameplay here. She can fly due to her kinetic surfboard, she can shoot bubbles of air pockets that damage people, like if Josuke Higashikata from JoJo Part 8 slayed.
less. Wall combos, as mentioned as well, but all of that is just a garnish on her full team shield that is her main incredibly powerful utility. Enemies are really easy to stagger in this game, even with the shields, and they attack relatively slowly. So it's more their sheer numbers where you'll be taking a lot of damage from, and it's especially from the ranged characters that stay outside of the big brawl, unless it's a boss fight. This shield blocks said ranged shots. That alone makes her insanely powerful and takes her above every other member of the four on top of generally strong tools. The mother traditionally keeps the household going, and even though that idea is very much an Eisenhower Kinney's love of the 1950s coming to boot, it's not like it's not appropriate for Sue Storm, because this is one of the oldest families in comics, so there's going to be an ounce of this thought process still. And even if not, Sue would be offended if you didn't think she kept it all going, because at this point she's owned that. And I'm not going to be the first to say that, because her power set in this scares the shit out of me. What a show. I'm going to go clean my room now. Morbius, Dorbius, Habeus, Corpius, Orpheus, Morpheus, Ichthyus, Saurius, Amongabius, Tropius, the last Bius, how much wood could a woodchuck Bius inject morphine Bius into my dick Bius? This is the only time I plan to earnestly meme on this guy for this section Bius. We now enter the top 10. Feel like I haven't had a lot to say when it comes to the actual gameplay portions so far with the A tier characters. Like, it kind of just ends up being a quick little write-up right at the end after just riffing about the character for a while. And ultimately I should have expected that, because it's harder to write about things with few to no flaws, and more importantly, there's so many archetypes available in this game that a lot of the ideas have already been discussed. But here, the gameplay is going to be the absolute central conceit that I have to focus on, because after recent events involving this character, I know damn well no one is going to think Morbius being this high is not a meme unless I make it clear that he was genuinely the biggest surprise of the cast to me gameplay-wise. It's hard to write jokes about Morbius. Like, what is there to comment on besides the obvious? His cultural relevance is entirely based on one joke. Yeah, I could look into his rich history that hits almost every part of the Marvel Universe. I could talk about the depths of his character and the conflict of his being, the agony he feels about how he has to live and how he wants to actually be, his relationships to other characters constantly being at risk because of that, how he was like one of the original Marvel gothic characters that really pushed this unique feeling that is just ultimately completely lost now. I can't talk about these things because nowadays he is simply known as yet another comic character on Jared Leto's growing victims list. I already did, but now more than ever I sympathize with the victims of famous serial killers. Like, it must feel so bad to see someone you care about be butchered by a monstrous fuckhead on a trail of terror, and for their only memory in the cultural zeitgeist to be being a victim of this person. Like, there's just a list in the story of their life now. Sure love the part of the biopic where Jeffrey Dahmer said it's Dahmering time and Dahmered all over those guys. Okay, that's probably worse than a really bad adaptation of a comic character that kind of became a meme. At least Morbius is known now. If even just one person picks up a Morbius comic because of that movie, then it will have been worth it. For me, my choice is one of the hardcover omnibuses. I forget which era it was. It was just the one I bought at the time, which gave me a really nice look into the history of the character and why he's actually appealing and what's so cool about the concept, but also because it's very weighty and this is a really good hardcover, so when I get the chance to slam the director of that movie in the head, it'll hurt so much more. I'm sorry, I know that if I actually want to shift my opinion and Morbius himself from that movie and the overnight shift to his reputation socially, I should not be constantly riffing on that abysmal, unyielding piece of absolute garbage that vomited all over itself the legacy of a long-standing character, the art of film in general, the idea of adaptations, good taste, and Lisa Grabler of Moncton, New Brunswick, because fuck her in particular,
spectacular. But unfortunately, and probably for the rest of time, unless we get really lucky with like a Spawn the Animated Series level adaptation, this is going to be by far and away Morbius's biggest moment of relevance, probably forever. And it's horrible. It's not even funny horrible. All of the good parts were shown on Twitter anyway. Otherwise, it's just a miserable fucking wretch of a hell watch. And it's not like Morbius is some high-class ultimate tier character. He's barely on the B-list. So this is probably the best he's ever gonna get, and it bombed so hard that they literally brought it back because of the jokes about it bombing, only for it to bomb twice. We're likely just never gonna see him make cameos in the cartoons and such like he used to all the time anymore. Thank God this game came out first, honestly. And here's the thing, it's not like Morbius isn't to an extent a silly character. A lot of the time, he kinda is. He's a sort of heroic interpretation of characters from Marvel's horror years, and his comics and character are insanely hammy in that fun B-movie format which those comics took on. Every movement this guy makes is a dramatic poster. He's always wailing melodramatically about his hunger and his inner conflict of his existence. Man started as a villain anyhow. Hell, my favorite incidental dialogue in this game is when you clear a room and he says something along the lines of, "Wow, what a feast! There's enough for everyone, guys!" And one, I imagine Blade has to hold himself back from killing the guy every single time, but also I think it's really cute in a weird way. Like, he's trying so hard to be helpful and welcoming that you almost forget that he's responsible for the problems of the Midnight Suns DLC. It's like, this is a guy who wants to do right, who's trying to do right, but his inherent nature makes it almost impossible for him. And that's not like that's a completely unknown issue, but it's done in such a strong and central way with him that is otherwise not well done anywhere else, because they just turn it into not a fun melodrama like it should have been, they turned it into misery, and it bugs me a lot. That being said, all of that together, he is still the ultimate issue of the Midnight Suns DLC. Yes, you're able to free him from his trance halfway through, but it's about solving the issues that he is causing. And honestly, I was not expecting him to be, even in this very small and contained format, the central character of this situation. Like, he's being put on the level of Jean Grey and the Fantastic Four. It's like, that's genuinely a lot more respect than I expected him to get in this. I kind of just thought he was going to phone it in. But yeah, seriously, in the story, the guy was smoking that Willem Dafoe hairpiece microplastic windstorm second act of Black Swan runts and accidentally forgot he was him and infected a bunch of people that then manifest with weird abilities. There's actually a whole special extra version of the campaign that's just the main game but with these modifiers, and it's really cool. Like, they pulled out all the stops for my boy here. But I think that's honestly the best way to use him, because that's the way you can make him the most compelling dramatically. As I said, the man hates himself. After all the monster fun times are done, he's left alone, desperately trying to hold on to whatever little humanity he can still recognize in the person he is. He's like a version of Dracula that desperately wishes Helsing would hurry the fuck up already. He's trying so hard to be good. He's a doctor, for God's sakes, but sanity is constantly out of stock when he tries to order it on DoorDash. So, in the meantime, he tries to use his vampire abilities to save people. Well, okay, no, he actually uses them to kill the ungodly fuck out of worse people, which is technically saving others, but, you know, in a bit of a gory way. But hey, at least that means that in this game, he's very uniquely equipped. He's Wolverine with bullshit. His main attacks are different, but noticeably slash-based in the same way. However, he doesn't have the same stats. Wolverine puts out ludicrous amounts of damage. I'm talking being a major part of creating the Dirty South style of rap that eventually led to fucking Cardi using AI damage. Wolverine's moves are aggressively straightforward due to that, but Morbius's moves don't really lend to each other in that same effortless way, and he doesn't have the same damage boosting ability. But his speed and health are similar, and his damage isn't so much worse that it's a deal breaker, especially when, for me, he wins out over Wolverine due to sheer utility. He has the only enemy slowdown move in the game, which actually supports the team a lot more than you'd think, and he can self-sustain himself using his main dash attack. But that attack is also decently powerful on characters that he can't knock down. He also has a slash barrage, but most importantly, an anime-ass disappear-reappear slash attack that teleports him around the field. He's Wolverine with Nightcrawler movement. It's insane. With a bit of practice, you can indeed ball over these guys. He just does so much more that I find interesting and deep to work around, and that's why he beats Wolverine in the rankings, even though Wolverine is technically easier to use and has more straightforward stats. Every single one of his moves has a little something out extra you can look out for with it. It feels like he has a more complex flowchart even if he's using a very general and contained moveset like everybody else. It's just really appealing to me. I did not think he'd end up this high in my ranking in the same way I didn't think he would for me when I picked up his comics out of curiosity. I'm genuinely golf clapping for the guy right now. I think he deserved a break, and he deserves a break now. And even though this happened before the movie, I'm counting this as that. Holy shit, some of these guys were not made for music styles prior to 1980. This is the last of these I think I do, so nothing but normalcy from now on. And anyways, now for the real X-Man. Deadpool, you loser bitch who I hate cause I'm on comic Twitter and your popularity disgusts me cause normies like it. Wait, that's already how I act about most of these characters. I just think comic fans are bigger dweebs than even I. I can't be making these jokes. That's hypocritical. Taking me out of the equation, let's be honest here. If any character has become the poster boy for that sort of holier-than-thou attitude, it's fucking Scott Summers over here. There's a prevailing sense of offense on the part of X-fans with this guy. Anger that Logan's more popular. Anger that he'll never really be given much outside of the X-Men when everyone else does. Anger that, okay, I'll be honest, ever since the Krakoa era, I don't know what X-Men fans want at this point. I don't know what I want at this point. Especially with the inherently political nature of these stories that they've developed. It's compelling to see these ideas explored for sure, but it opens them to a lot of criticism on how effective it is that no other character really has to deal with. Lord knows I haven't been the most kind about the X-Men so far, with every time I take the chance to remind y'all that I don't read them as much as anyone else. But essentially, once again taking myself out of it, I've observed that there's sort of just this insane dichotomy between the X-Men Defense Squad that will go out of their way to overthink so much stuff, and then there's the people who underthink things and keep calling Krakoa Tel Aviv, and I'm worried there isn't much of a place to go that will work for anything or anyone. And at the center of all of this discourse is going to be the character who's at the center of most of this X-Men stuff, Cyclops, who's dragged about with all of these shifts. Sometimes he's treated like an absolute badass, like the recent issue where he plays chicken with the CIA guy, or he's treated like an absolute chode like everyone in Avengers vs. X-Men. What makes Cyclops work is that despite being enough of a standard everyday X-Man that I know that I can guess the quality of a run depending on how he's written, like if racists were right, it almost means he's by default a generally functional and likable character. He is a protagonist's protagonist. He's not here to be dislikable. In a game about the generalized characterizations of this world, that means he works great in this game. Yeah, he gets bitched out last minute with Colossus, but we see him right back to leading during the DLC, and it's great. He's shown as heroic, smart, resourceful, and most importantly, when it comes to adapting his best moments in the comics, ballsy. This is a man whose LASIK gives everyone else LASIK every time he opens his eyes. A guy who takes charge when Charles is gone. The guy who infiltrated Magneto's group using Magneto's own fucking name. This guy fucked up his marriage due to his dedication to the cause. He even broke with the X-Men at one point when they were being too dickish for his liking. He is so dedicated to this general idea that there is no title, there is no group, it is always for the cause with him. He fucking leads in the champions because of that thought process. He will not hold back and he will not compromise when a better solution is possible. And yes, these are all basic concepts of good besides his constantly getting stuck in shitty love triangles, but when it's time to lock in, Cyclops gives his 1000%. His standard guyness really betrays what is ultimately really complicated guyness. He has like 3 different messiahs in his family tree and like whatever the fuck Havoc is this week, but here he is just chugging along because he's that good. This goes with his powers as well. Yes, it's laser eyes until it's revealed to be a portal to the punch dimension, a universe of kinetic force, so it's actually glowy Rochambeau. And in the game, they capture this by having his gameplay be pretty straightforward. For the most part, he is the designated zoner of the lot. Just keep away, pretend to be using facial phone unlocking, fantasize about the sniper from TF2, fantasize a bit too hard and have to go somewhere private for a bit, stare at yourself in the mirror and question what you want in life, come back to the console, get a better look at Scott himself, have to leave again, remember Widowmaker halfway through, double your time, be disgusted with yourself, finally come back, and then press a special move. But they complicate it because basically everyone else that specializes in ranged combat has some kind of absorber or close range option, but Cyclops has one power, but uses it like a resourceful badass. He uses the kinetic energy to move himself around with a space-creating launcher move. He can widen his attack like a shotgun blast. He can use tracking shots, for God's sake. And of course, the standard Dr. Octagonopus Ra. Probably one of the strongest ones in the game, obviously. Because some of these moves can move him around, it's actually really fun to plan out how to use them in a crowd and slide about like that one fight scene from 97. Also, he could just punch people. Ultimately, it's just really intelligently done stuff. There's no frills, but all thrills when it comes to Cyclops. But now seriously, I'm looking at the wiki for his family tree and finding new messiahs I didn't even know about. What is this guy's jizz made of? The fucking god particle?
Mechanical menaces rust in her sight, monochromatic warlords bend to her might, no onslaught of death strikes or spirals of pure strife can ever quell the mighty storm.
Speaking of mutant gods, let's talk about Korra, but too cool for racists to be able to undermine. Storm interests me because on paper she's a definitive Mary Sue. Hyper competent, super powerful, constantly in control of her situation. Besides her odd fixation on Wolverine half the time, I'm not sure what I can say about her. Oh, look at me, I'm Storm. I'm Omega level. People revere me as a goddess. I've been worthy of Thor's hammer. I did that shitty Wonder Woman storyline about her losing her powers but actually made it work. I'm one of the most prominent female characters of all time. I am not only one of the most gorgeous beings ever put to paper on a good day, but I'm casually the best at the punk aesthetic when it comes to female comic characters. I have terrible control over all of my emotions that make me appear high and mighty and cause issues with my team and makes me feel isolated, and none of my relationships work out in the long run, and I'm kinda bad at socializing, and Appleman relates to that a lot and wishes he was half a percent as capable as me, and he thinks he can get one over on me as if he isn't recording this while making eye contact with a Sephiroth action figure instead of his friends and family because he can't communicate with anyone and his seasonal depression hits in the summer, so he's always a downer at this time of year where it's most painful to be, so he sits in the dark writing one sentence an hour because he keeps getting distracted because no amount of academic achievement will make his middle school friends' Instagrams look less overwhelmingly impressive. You greasy fucking failure. Thankfully, things get better when I play as Storm in this game, and frankly, just experience the character at all. I really like her concept and place on the team. She is in most iterations a rock for the X-Men. She was already a leader of her people when she was recruited, and is de facto the third in command once Xavier and Cyclops are gone, and considering Xavier spends more time in the comic book revival waiting room than not at this point, she's essentially second in command generally. Hell, she's been the queen of Wakanda and apparently was the damn queen of a planet for a bit. This woman has the most accomplishments of any comic character I can think of when it comes to this kind of power, much less a female one, but I still don't feel like she's actually overblown or a Mary Sue somehow. She's simply too obviously competent and intelligent to doubt, and that fact means that she's convincingly so to the point that I don't see a lot of grifters trying it with her. It's honestly a goddamn blessing. Now, to be fair, what it's worth, her backstory is one of fraught difficulty and betrayal, leading to her having done some very difficult and shady things that have also led to her having clear and present trust and temper issues that do make her a lot less effortless than she may appear as a group player. And these are all the types of character drawbacks that people would spend a lot of time paying attention to, the jackasses I'm thinking of at least. But I think it's really clear that it's something that they can only do when it's a character they think they can get away with it with. Look at what they're doing to my girl Riri right now. I'm about to paint the Black Knight sword white because it's time to get Reddit about this. I miss woke, damn it. But Storm is such a immensely obviously good character just in her sense of presence almost, that I don't think anyone has the balls to go at her about it, especially when I know that she has a gaggle of very dedicated fans that will immediately put you in your place if you get something wrong about her, and that comes to all of her character flaws as well. Honestly, it's kind of refreshing to see. And thankfully, her portrayal in this game sure keeps that alive. In a way, it almost feels like she's the X-Men's version of the strongest. She's Mutant Gojo or Tom Bombadil or something, and that is her main portrayal in this game. She shows up in Wakanda and slams a bunch of AIM soldiers effortlessly. When things became a problem, she immediately went to what was once her kingdom and started getting to business. Then you get to play as her, and she is a force of nature, both in name and in abilities. She specializes in thunder and ice attacks with one wind tornado that's stronger than Star-Lord's, but a little harder to synergize with since her attacks are the elemental equivalent to when a bad guy has a slow melee attack that does huge damage, but it takes forever to get there. But you can also control it, which equalizes things. She wreaks havoc on the field with attacks that cover enormous parts of the arena, further than a wreaking havoc would, since I'm pretty sure Alex Summers has decent BO. Her Ice Storm is like a less direct but more effective crowd control version of Loki's, her Thunder Strikes rival Thor's, and her Burst is something not even he has. This is a powerhouse that can support her team and destroy as much as possible on her own, with the only drawback being that her attacks are almost all wide-ranging AoE to an extent. They're very hard to direct on any specific person, so smaller bosses end up being kind of an issue for her, but that doesn't come up that much, honestly. I only noticed it because Claw is right after her, and that's kind of just an unfortunate matchup when it comes to how this game plays. But then there's characters like Dormammu, which she can just wail on. It's great. This is a leader. She supports, she attacks, and she makes you jelly that you ain't her. Real Storm, alright, both in her being and in the amount of stuff she can do. Kamala Khan sat smaller than Trife, but a cloud came by and made her larger than life, with inhuman power but a much stronger love. Kamala Khan's a real dub, shall smack ya and crack ya, then write about friends. Count on Miss Marvel to stand till the end.
I've mentioned it a few times in previous sections, but let's really talk about min-maxing real quick. It's a concept I understand without any issues when it comes to game contexts. Obviously, the concept of forcing oneself to completely let go of who one is to fully dedicate to their biggest strength is a lot easier a decision to understand when you have literal numbers attached to your being backing you up. Those numbers deciding the way you shall exist beyond your control anyway, at the whims of hateful gods that wish to hold you down long enough for other cretins surrounding you to have a fair shot. Of course, this is different than in the real world, where you have to work towards what you want to be, because we're all born able to do most of anything and need to rely on hard work, determination, and disgustingly rich parents to make the most of yourself. Point is, min-maxing to me always kind of felt like one of those strategies that, even though there's technical sense to it, it has a lot of that early 2000s video game logic lol cultural meme stench to it. Like if the NES poisoned Newgrounds dipshits of that era actually spent more time caring about the minutia of games and not just getting homophobic over the concept of not wanting to pick a character that feels like shit and isn't viable. They'd be talking about this type of thing all the time instead of just Mario breaking his legs when he falls or Mega Man's arm not moving up. But alas. What's interesting to me is the question of a broken move, most of all, which itself is essentially programmed min-maxing, but doesn't seem to be considered to be as intentional. Destoroyah's horn laser from Godzilla Unleashed, the Metal Blade, the Tiger in Red Steel 2. Pokemon has had nearly 30 years of this exact idea. So many of these creatures are defined by having exactly one move you want to plan around. But to some extent, I can see how a really powerful move on a character in a game like this might be a little more annoying. Like it's enforcing an over-centralization that I'm sure some people take issue with. And hey, it's not like I don't agree, this is sort of how I feel about Jean Grey's charge move. You just place it down and it does all the work for you. There's no force feedback like you get from smashing the hell out of a bulky enemy with a properly power-based character, only to be shattered like porcelain. You know, like Iron Fist, who's ranked higher for a reason. Not this reason, but still, it's 'cause of the Yowie. So all this tangent comes together to bring me to Kamala Khan, aka the new decade-old Miss Marvel. The first part about cultural differences because she is the definitive zoomer hero of the era, and the second part about actually defining things because talking about Miss Marvel in this game is mostly just a speed run to talking about her insane fucking spin kick move, or as I've decided to call it, giant foot spinny thing. 'Cause that's what it's called in the game. But also, if I was in charge, I would have called it the Chuck Norris action jeans are now outdated helicopter of Conan-esque hyper-torture, the rock polisher, and the rocks are the enemy's collective testicles. This move reaches far, it shreds both shields and health bars, doesn't take much special meter, goes in a full circle, is fast as hell, and does everything besides salt the earth where the enemies are buried. This is why she's considered a strong pick in general, and indeed, it really is a useful move. But then, why do I treat this move differently than Jean's overpowered move or anyone else's super spammable ability? From an outside perspective, I can see why playing as Kamala would seem like a brain-dead experiment in unchallenging patience testing, like the works of Antoine de Saint-Exupéry that aren't The Little Prince. There's a reason Carnets was posthumously published. And the reason I give Miss Marvel a pass is that simply she is only able to do this much with this thing because of the actual traditional min-maxing. See, her defense isn't amazing and neither is her speed, but her damage is absolutely bonkers. Iron Fist is a similar situation, as I mentioned. In fact, he's way more extreme since he can barely take a scratch and blitzes about like the Roadrunner. In theory, she's a more conserved state of what he has, maybe not even intending to be. But the issue is that Iron Fist's DPS is primarily done through the speed at which he can send his attacks, and very little else. They're very specific, they're very targeted. But Miss Marvel's ability of controlled gigantism, the first truly unique power I've seen comics come up with in decades that isn't just some form of elemental control or a joke ability, mean that her attacks hit like freight trains because she can shape her body into a freight train. So she maxed. But here's the thing, she didn't min as much either. Yes, her spin is quite possibly the single best attack in the game, but her giant fist, her straight kick, and her barrage are also contenders. Playing as her feels like if a bus driver let the intrusive thoughts in, and the game's combat is so smooth and satisfying that every big hit she offers is so huge it kind of just slams you a bit physically. So even though she's overpowered, it actually feels good to play as her instead of just a bit cheap. And she's doing this while being so corny. All the attack names are some kind of non-committal descriptor since she simply hasn't thought of a good name on the fly yet. She may wear the blue, red, and yellow, but she's greener than a fucking leprechaun, and that's been her character for a while. And honestly, that adds to her charm in this game, honestly. This absolute powerhouse who, at the time of this game's development, was totally new to the concept. She loves heroes in universe, but never saw herself as able to be one until the same things that create powers happened to her. As hilarious as it is to see her fangirl out about the big guys, the fact is this and her lack of move names shows she has a significant amount of doubt in herself still. She doesn't see these people as her peers yet. She may be capable in game, but in context she's blind to it. That's what made her so fascinating as a character at first. Even more than Miles, hers was a modern Spider-Man story to an extent, or at least a really classic hero origin in modern times. A freak appearance of abilities she needs to learn a philosophy around, with the addition of the fact she doesn't have the connections so many new heroes have to the broader community. They were these fun, low-committal comics that told a wonderful story on top of having clever meta-narrative conceits, and the game still captures the nuances of this to an extent. Not only is she fun to play, it sells me on her way more than characters with arguably similar issues to her. It's really too bad that this version of Miss Marvel doesn't exist anymore. Her backstory's been retconned, her powers are getting remade, she's barely a character of her own, much less someone with a fully fleshed out cast, now toiling away in the X-Mansion as she slowly gets phased out. The fact that she has appeared as she used to be in Tokon is to me nothing short of an anomaly. That isn't going to be the future for a while. By the end of the decade, this Miss Marvel will no longer exist, and the character that looks and talks like her is going to essentially be a doppelganger writing-wise. So, in a way, seeing her like this in her full glory in this game as the new hotness, this cool, recent pick, is poignant here. This little slice of existence that simply will never be again. Not without a lot of work, but for a sweet yet brief moment, she was here. She was part of the greater group. She was her own moment, and it was beautiful. So I don't really care about one of her moves being effective this time. I'm simply just glad she's here at all. Mark Spector was a vile lector, fought against good till he was left by a scepter. The godly Khonshu heralds the moon, and his warrior shall meet you all too soon. If you would forgive me for being just a bit too genuine and human with you guys for like 5 seconds. Oh my god, Move Knight is so cool. I finally get to talk about Moon Knight. Yes! Right, okay, sorry. I'll have Quaaludes sent to y'all by the end of the year for having to have heard that. It's just that my first real foray into superhero comics proper was picking up the 2014 Moon Knight run and realizing this character, who was once the poster boy of obscure characters to mention as a joke, was actually one of Marvel's finest creations. Which I suppose you wouldn't expect, considering he only started getting a huge amount of play by like his 30th year of existence. For a good 10-year span before his real big break that the Ellis, Shavley, and Belair run kickstarted, he was as relevant as the carrier pigeon is to warfare now. As in, he's only around for a brief mention in the service of a vaguely humorous connotation. His last miniseries before the 2014 run was one where he hallucinated Spider-Man, Wolverine, and Captain America, telling him to rob a bank. And that's the least crazy thing he had done up to that point. Moon Knight is a character of immense depth, but he's also exactly like the meme images. One second you'll be watching the harrowing events of the Age of Khonshu as he completely throws away any trust he had scrounged up for himself in the last decades of his existence in a really painful storyline, and then the next page you flip over and you've got anyone dated Moon Knight? Kinda. It's quite something. And his gameplay really works to sell this. He has the most combo-heavy moveset in the game. He is constantly slipping things around to move like a precise yet viciously aggressive Death Wish-having God Herald, while also having it look like random bullshit go. Considering the gauntlet you need to do to unlock him is right before Morbius's, it means he was really going for Dracula's money this time, lol 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 lol. The only problem is that the only Eminem that's going to be playing in this story is going to be Killshot, because when you're done cooking with him, the enemies are shipping off to DC. The Fist of Khonshu is doing Osiris's job. What people forget with those memes is that that's the surface level of who he is. The lunatic who's so insane and self-destructive Taskmaster won't copy him because he'll hurt himself. You've likely heard so much about all of these types of things in YouTube shorts, and indeed this aspect of him is there. In a game like this, it's actually the most important aspect of him because that is what's going to be most prominent. It's about how they weave other things in through that. Half of his lines are variations of, "Trust me bro, I don't know if I'm currently the personality with the no-kill rule right now, you do not want this fight." But for what it is worth, they do sneak in a few bits about how brutally lonely and depressing he actually is when you read his shit. There's a lot of gallows humor about how weird he thinks he is, how much he feels like he's sort of out of place. Sometimes he jokes to himself, but they're the kind of jokes that you just know nobody's responding to, and he's kind of feeling that right now. The fun part of Ultimate Alliance is that it really demonstrates how much of a community the heroes in Marvel are. From place to place and character to character, someone always knows someone else. Selling the idea of an interconnected universe takes more than people being in the same room. After all, it needs to feel like a world. They need to know each other, discuss things. This game has a lot of team-specific incidental lines where they mention each other, but most of Mark's aren't exactly friendly, and those sent at him are even less so. The thing is, as I've said, Moon Knight, more than anything, is an immensely lonely character. His secondary supporters don't exactly show up as much as they used to in the classic comics, and the one that has been around for a while recently was literally hired to be there to keep an eye on him after he sort of went cuckoo bananas during Age of Khonshu. And furthermore, Jake Lockley and the rest, his delusions and secondary personalities, have like a few specific moments where they're mentioned, but it's all based on the lies he tells himself about who they are. And at some points, it feels like talking to them inside his own brain is the only time Mark gets to talk with a deep connection. Well, that and the horrific skull monster god that puppeteers his existence as he owes this malignant being a blood debt. So, when we get back to the concept of Marvel's hero community, Moon Knight unfortunately naturally ends up a pretty isolated person, because I don't think the super spies and other random vigilantes want to go out for coffee with a guy whose entire personality is, "All of my friends are me, and also Mr. Itchy in my sleep." who also started out as a villain and is definitely willing to kill people. You know that snappy tweet quote, Wonder Woman doesn't have an arch nemesis because she deals with them, like Steppenwolf and Cheetah and Siri don't exist? Yeah, that's true for old Mooney over here. Let's just say Black Spectre and Raoul Bushman were the closest he got, and they're busy. Stained Glass Scarlet's doing okay if whatever the fuck this is okay to you. Ultimately, Moon Knight's not exactly a social butterfly. As funny as the synopsis of the aforementioned miniseries is, his taking of Spidey, Cap, and Wolvie as personalities were because he likes them and wishes he was able to be like them. He weaponizes his own sickness to create personalities that force him to become better, and as impressive as that is, it's also sad as hell. And that's why I love him. He's got the same wacky but scary shtick as Deadpool, but nothing is funny once you actually get him. His history is fraught even before he had anything to lose. He was violent and is still a violent militant to an extent, and this led him to his predicament. He tries to do good, but whether he's fighting villains or small children isn't clear to him half the time. In contrast to the sort of agree to disagree feelings I have with Magneto and the general by-the-book Judaism of Ben that I do wish I could follow better, Mark is the mess that being this actually feels like. Watching a trusted authority turned out to be a bastard is indeed a mind-bending thing, Mark. I can relate. And then an Egyptian god enslaves him. This could not get any more on the nose about this guy. He is the troubles of the past, of optics, of how hard the circumstances of those around him made being decent. He's my favorite superhero for the simple reason that I relate to him a lot, both in the specifics of who he is as a person, but just what he deals with from time to time as that person. Like how most do with their favorites, I guess. In this game, you don't see the other personalities explicitly, but that's not an issue because sad as it is, Moon Knight is who he is right now. Mark Spector is split between Jake Lockley, Stephen Grant, that fucking Space Marine thing, I don't know what that was, but Moon Knight is when he's, well, not sane, but this is the one form he has that has a true purpose. The other 3, 4, how many it is, have all become part of making Moon Knight work. So what we're seeing in this game is him on the job, him having to repress himself somewhat. He is immensely separate from the people he calls his friends, so him being in-game DLC with minimal extra dialogue helps sell that. He is still mostly himself here. There's a poignancy to him being around. It's helpful to him in a way. Like he gets to be part of a big moment with everybody else. Thankfully, he can absolutely keep up as the premier street-level fighter of the whole game as well. When I was going on about how the combat in this game flows like a brawler at the start, Mooney here is what led me in the best. Most characters have a few moves that they can combo into and other specials and into their normals and so on, but only Moon Knight has essentially every single move able to flow together in some way. Jump in the air with his staff blow, then launch back while throwing moonarangs, then slip back in with his crescent moon kick, then finish with the barrage. Then use his shockingly decent normal attacks to charge back up and get back to work. He's heavily combo based and it feels like the gameplay equivalent of how one's first hit of heroin feels, as opposed to Daredevil, who's another street level fighter who feels like the 7th hit of heroin when it's just not cutting it anymore. Moon Knight is a character I'm biased towards due to my love for his comics, but his gameplay, visual design, and adaptations push him way up regardless. Absolute badass. The heart of the jungle beats ever bright while a panther of darkness prowls out of sight. King T'Challa rules with a grandiose might, so Wakanda shan't fall without a fight. The secrets of the world are to be brokered when you're face to face with the Black Panther. Now, speaking of absolute badasses, but also speaking of the complete opposite end of the color spectrum, oh, King T'Challa, you're so fucking sick. I'm genuinely concerned about your health. I understand that stunting on them whack-ass bitches is definitely a commendable thing, but too much aura is going to give you liver poisoning. Seriously, Gojo didn't die because of anything Sukuna did, but because he aura farmed so much that he ended up getting cancer of the lung. But, that being said, having a decent amount of aura is always a good thing. That's how Miguel was able to slap Sukuna's shit. That's African excellence right there. And Black Panther would know about responsible aura use as well as African excellence, considering he rules a nation that makes up 50% of the planet's excellence in general, much less just in Africa. There's a reason that Wakanda was a major target for AIM. It is both spiritually and technologically decades ahead. Unification of the two ideas is key. No, not like cultural unification, fuck that. The idea of Wakanda is less far-fetched to me because of its immense technological prowess. It's far-fetched to me because it proposes the idea that there is an African nation that's actually holding out on the rest of the world and needs to learn to share, and isn't justified about not wanting to do so in any way. And hey, bonus points to that, the main issue of this section is that they aren't handing out their mineral rights to MODOK and the gang. How cruel of them. Surely they're the problem, Nick Leopold Fury. Oops, I'm letting myself get too political again. Surely that's unreasonable of me. These are all just fun little guys in the funny papers. After all, I can't possibly think of how Black Panther could be a political statement. Isn't that right, Miss IRA and Mr. Kong of Vietnam? Yeah, no matter how much this game tries not to mention it, Claw is notably lacking in colorful quips and is instead looking very much like that one miniseries where he was racist. Seriously, you just can't separate T'Challa and the Funky Bunch from the inherent commentary on social political issues, which is scary to me because I cannot think of any other way to emphasize that I make Vanilla Ice look like Grace Jones, so I can't really speak too deeply on it. I think for practical reasons, it's best we don't interrupt our rip-roaring Marvel tour by having to have a really depressing talk about how at this point we should probably just do that white genocide, which, hey, considering the majority of enemies in the game and the absolute hell Black Panther can apply to them, I guess we can get started on that pretty well. Remember all that min-max balance talk I had about Miss Marvel and powerful moves? Yep, throw that all out for BP. He has great health and great defense and Vibranium Slash, a low-cost massive uppercut that just kind of deletes health bars, and all of this is on top of a heavy attack that can combo onto one of the uppercut special moves in a very deliberate way, and it makes him really rewarding to learn timing-wise, as well as the literal fucking blink teleport. He can be anywhere, use anything, and just kill whatever he wants. You can get to him. And that's not even talking about his nanotech armor having the ability to absorb attacks and launch them back at people. He just looks so cool doing everything in this game. Sometimes it's easy to make fun of the nanotech armor thing, since they've been doing that a lot. And that's because those suits are indeed stupid and shitty and genericize each character it's given to, and it looks like they're being wrapped in a smegma-filled condom. Okay, the point's been made. But I also don't like it because it actually makes sense for Black Panther and the hyper-futuristic Wakandan ideas, and now it's not his unique thing anymore. I like that they lean into it with Ultimate Alliance 3, because now it's back as a mainish thing he can do, or at least you're able to do a little bit of Armstronging this time. Honestly, between his mobility, his power, and his ability to negate damage, Black Panther can kind of just do whatever he wants. No wonder he has a dedicated solo mission in the Danger Room. He's super fleshed out, so it's essentially his bloody palace. Going back to the politics thing, what's kept Wakanda from becoming way too annoying a concept is really about T'Challa's relationship to his people. This is a king first and a superhero way second. He is also first as part of his kingship. His desire to do right by others and lead a country that wants to stay away is an actually compelling concept. How he balances duty and his values is the conflict at the center of Black Panther as a character. Shuri and every other one has similar conceits. We see this in game with a genuinely powerful scene where he fights off the Soul Stone's influence after it tries to capture him, because the ability to enhance and control souls is exactly what would tempt a man of responsibility like him. We see Doom fuck that all up later, but Panther is better than that. T'Challa is simply sublime in this game. Immense utility and great adaptation. The only thing even slightly holding him back is that he is very much a solo act. He gets little from synergies and his development is mostly for himself in a team game that's bad. And since top 4 is my main team, he's gonna have to settle for top 5, even though he basically plays like he has admin privileges. Though ultimately this does mean he's settling for nothing, because God, I am tired and have so many of these fucks. But before that, we have one more tier intermission before we get to the final S tier rankings. I regret doing this gimmick, my head fucking hurts and I'm weeks late on my outline. Part of how these games immerse you in Marvel is not just the characters, but also how they create conflicts that parallel comic stories. Yeah, we don't do the full Age of Ultron storyline, but his attack on Avengers Tower is the basics of a regular Ultron story. Going to Atlantis in previous games to do Namor stuff is another example on a similar level. You have major overarching ideas like Doom, Civil War, and the Stones, but in these other levels, this type of truncated storytelling occurs. So here's some story that Ultimate Alliance hasn't really used before that I think would be fun. 10 of them in no order, let's go. 1. Galactus. They show Galactus multiple times but haven't used him yet. He's the obvious next idea for an overarching threat. I don't need to explain more. 2. Apocalypse. I know X-Men Legends did this, but if we're going to have more X-Men in the next Ultimate Alliance specifically, if that ever happens, it would be a good change of pace from the Xavier Institute to maybe go to an under-attack city and free the Horsemen as the levels unlocks. Might be a good way to introduce Angel, since even though he's an OG X-Man, he's really only important when he's Archangel. There's just a lot of potential for this. Number 3. Iron Man's Armor Wars. Iron Man's armors got hijacked, stolen, whatever, and now you need to fight all of the marks of armors just like the Ultron level, but even more dangerous. Imagine having to fight, say, the War Machine having been hacked, but trying to find a way to free Rhodey from it in the same time, or the Hulkbuster smashing in unmanned. There's so many interesting scenarios for a level type here. Plus, hey, that gives you a chance to put firepower or force in as level bosses, which is always a fun time. It just allows Iron Man to have something to himself instead of just happening to be in Avengers Tower. I'd like it. Number 4, Spider-Verse. Come on, they have Gwen mention dimension hopping and clearly they want to have a lot of Spider-Men. Let's just rip the band-aid off and do a Spider-Verse level. Maybe fight Morlun and use it as a way to get Morbius and Blade involved. Have a similar set piece to Ant-Man vs. Ultimo that has Leopoldon. Number 5, 2099. Yeah, this is sorta covered in Spider-Verse, but I mean proper time travel to Nueva York and meeting a bunch of the 2099 characters and not just Miguel. Reference Ravage, damn it, I miss him. Fight the evil imposter Steve Rogers who was president, I don't know, it writes itself. 6. Secret Invasion. Basically an excuse to give every hero a boss fight of their own. Make them all Skrulls and fight the whole cast. Maybe have it as a DLC chapter so it can be a fully self-contained thing, because let's be honest, this is the only one that rivals Galactus as an overarching threat. Super Skrull could be a fun arch-villain so you can unlock the Fantastic Four and Doom if they build off of 3. Number 7, The King in Black. Honestly, it's the same appeal as the Skrulls, just the heroes are infected with Clintars this time. Null could actually be so powerful he could be an overall villain, but also he's not popular enough to justify it, so just have him be a level boss. But you could also do this as Maximum Carnage with the color-coded symbiotes as well. I don't know, there's just a lot of potential with the Clintar, what can I say? Number 8, the Kree-Skrull War. One of the original Marvel crossover events. Something that spanned its full universe. If they keep this team on on board, we have a group that's already good at making levels where large amounts of enemies from multiple armies fight you and each other. It would be a hell of a spectacle that makes one forget most of the original story was on Earth and meeting neither group. Number 9, Monsters Unleashed. It's just all the big snarly beasts from Marvel's history doing a destroy all monsters. Very much a spectacle level. Maybe leave out K Kawade and say it was Mole Man or something for simplicity in the game. Just have a big old set piece. I think that'd be fun. Maybe fight on the back of Fing Fang Foom, I don't know. Number 10, the Squadron Supreme. This one's my big pet idea. The Squadron is this silly pastiche of the Justice League that occasionally swoops in from an alternate dimension to cause issues. They're mostly a joke, but do have fun designs, and there is a story where they straight up replace the Avengers in the timeline, and the Marvel Universe starts to become a mix of Marvel and DC down to a Teen Titans pastiche with Kamala, the death of Gwen Stacy mixing with Jason Todd, and so on. I just think a level where the Avengers and Justice League fight would be fun, and this is how you're gonna get away with it. The Marvel Universe is wide, and there's a lot to try with it. I hope a 4th happens. When evil's a flaring, cool it down. When danger's a scaling, cool it down. When ice is the nicest, he's the best around. The Iceman cometh to save the day. And now, S tier. The top 4. The 4 I use as a team the most. Really, it's all a big top 1 because they all work together marvelously and contribute in very specific, unique ways. But I do have my favorites, so it's going to be this way. These 4 may not be the objective best in the game, but they are the ones I like using the most. Let's begin with one I never saw coming until I unlocked him and realized he is exactly what I needed. Our highest rated X-Man, Robert Kulinski, Bobby Drake the Iceman. Iceman is, say it with me now, a really weird one to talk about. See, when it comes to the X-Men, it's really the 70s, 80s Claremont team that's considered the true classic form. This is when they were considered to have reached their fully formed concept. You know, once Wolverine joined. The original team of 5 does of course have very important members like John, Beast, and Cyclops, but they're in their weird primordial forms, while the other 2 are the other 2. As I just finished saying in the listicle section I was talking about, Angel has ended up being at his best when he's a mindless slave of an archvillain and didn't even make it into this game. He's also the leader of the worst run of X-Men, but we don't need to get into that shit. And Bobby is Bobby. He's not unimportant, but when was the last big iconic moment of his you can think of? You know, one that's actually brought up in conversation, one that's in the grand moments of X-Men's tapestry that he is solely responsible for, one that's adapted into stuff all the time. Yeah, power scalers talk about that hell freeze all day, but what does Bobby add on his own? I mean, he's gay and that's something, but X-Men is really bad at this kind of stuff already, so it's not like he was a smooth story there considering the decades of his lady killer shtick. I mean, it's still based, but it's a shaky base. One made of frozen lakes, let's say. You have some beautiful skating choreography, but you might still drown. Yet, Iceman is also helped by the fact that he's sort of the ice hero. Like, this wasn't really that much of a major power type until him. Like, the idea of ice constructs and slides and using it in, like, direct hand-to-hand combat and so on. I mean, of course there was cryomancy and, like, mage concepts, but I'm talking about in the context of superheroes. Like how Torch is sort of the designated fire specialist in this game, Iceman is, of course, the Swamp One. His specialty is, of course, opposed to Storm, who uses both lightning and ice, so she's not a total specialist, or Star-Lord, who uses all of them, or Topo Gigio the mouse, who uses his psychic connection to cheese and has nothing to do with elements. Ultimately, Bobby is the one that is most dedicated to ice and ice alone, both from his composition and his abilities. I don't want to say min-maxing again, but it does have a very dedicated format, and and honestly, I appreciate that in a way. It's not like I associate Bobby with anything bad anyway. His performance in Marvel vs. Capcom 2 made the hell he reigned over everyone in Children of the Atom moot, and he's a really easy as hell to unlock DLC edition for this game. And overall, he's just a chill, shut the fuck up, cool, shut the fuck up guy who's likable, friendly, and just feels like a calming presence. Real surfer-like attitude with him. Okay, I was expecting a third too. And hey, he's the one using ice to surf on both land and the air here, so he's not out of line, personality-wise at least. I'm pretty sure the framing for him in this DLC is just that you need to recruit him after a training session. He's never once truly an antagonist to you, and that's a really nice thing about him, even if he doesn't talk much here. Once again, DLC. But what helps calm me about him is the fact that his stats feel like the ice type in Pokemon actually had users built around its strengths instead. Or, more accurately, they gave him actual defenses, so him being a bulky ice user isn't a death sentence. Why do they keep doing that? He can take a hit fine, but also give a really strong one in return. Huge streams of freezing wind that can immobilize, a big wave of spikes shred ice that just hits a bit more than a crowd move should, and even an aimable ball of ice to drop on people, showing the sheer level of control he has over the element. This also means he can give out the ice element to melee weapons consistently, but his absolute best element is his defense-raising team buff. Yeah, Sue can negate projectiles, but most enemies are physical, so Bobby offering an immense boost in resistance to everything makes it the most powerful defensive ability in the game, bar none. It pairs amazingly well with Cap's offense, I will get to it, which I love because I'm pretty sure they've never had a positive one-on-one interaction, considering one of Cap's unspoken weaknesses is the little X-Men comic writer brain parasite that turns him into Alex Jones when he's within 10 feet of a mutant. But it also shows how much of a team player Bobby is in general. He will aid as much as possible no matter the circumstances. Also, that's a terrible way of writing Cap, but we'll get there. Maybe the boost is too small a thing in relativity to the rest of the cast's sheer scale to justify putting him up this high, but in a game with this many enemies and so much chaos, a move like this is an insane boon, and Iceman functions great even without it. He'd still be an A tier if he didn't have it. There are many characters in this game that are immensely solid, simply functioning in a satisfying manner, but if any character can be described as this more than the others, it's Iceman, the pinnacle of total solid quality, the full package who won't leave you cold. Landing from the sky in Attilan, ready to do all that she can. The strength of the ground, the freedom of the air, the fire within, and a scary cool stare. The inhuman princess is a real gem, but she's not as fragile as any of them. Oh, the Inhumans. Oh, you're not serious. Oh, fuck you. It's no wonder Crystal, a character whose color scheme, personality, name, and powers are all entirely out of whack, comes from the group of superheroes that was specifically made to be as unmemorable as possible, or at least it sure feels like they were. It's lucky that she has all the elemental powers she could ever need so she can still be a really useful part of the story, because otherwise, what point is there to have her be the only member of the group in the first place? No, Kamala doesn't count. She's cool and people like her, which means she doesn't work for the Inhumans. That's why she's a fucking mutant now. Look at the damn hallway they put up for these guys. Could they have been any more publisher mandated? And the fact that the moment Sony gave Marvel what they wanted with X-Men, the Inhumans just all fucking died off and haven't been touched in canon since. What a po-faced obvious conceit. What a pathetic fucking group. What a waste of time. Did they seriously think that people would just happily be on board for the secondary characters of a Fantastic Four storyline, and that would be the thing that replaces one of the most popular things in the world, much less just comic book stories? What a goddamn sham, I tell ya. Which is why it's so funny to me that the one fully fledged Inhuman on this roster with no extra frills beat
every single mutant on the roster. Damn, Crystal, I am humbled. So I may have been sort of over-exaggerating. The Inhumans do have some good runs and are genuinely interesting when you get someone who actually knows how to use them and differentiate them. Yeah, the comparison to the mutants is kind of a major disservice to them, like going after George Foreman for not being as good at kung fu as Donnie Yen. Yeah, they both do similar things, but they're not going to get the same result in the same way, come on. While mutants debate on how much they should help, the Inhumans have already decided they shouldn't. They sequestered themselves on the damn moon, for God's sakes. For them, they are a totally different species and one that cannot be put together with humans. Well, except for when Black Bolt joined the Illuminati, the fucking hypocrite. But also, to be fair, everyone in the Illuminati is breaking a part of their character, so hey. Ultimately, I can't say I know too much about the Inhumans. Like the X-Men, they're kind of a big blind spot for me, besides a few major things I've read. I liked Aquitaine in LEGO Marvel 2, at least, so they aren't nothing to me. But writing this section has actually been a major part of me finding out about them. I am now knowledgeable enough to be as pissed about Kamala being made a mutant as I am about the events of Ghost Set a Watchman now. I have the context. But my favorite of the Inhumans, even before this game, was already Crystal Amaquilin, which I don't think is that unthinkable for most. If you look into the history of the Inhumans, it becomes clear Black Bolt might be the most prominent, but plot and theme-wise, Crystal may as well be the main character. The Inhumans first appeared with the Fantastic Four, and she was the very first reserve member that the Fantastic Four ever had. She's been on the X-Men and the Avengers for a time, but most importantly is that in general, she is the Atalan-based Inhuman most associated with Earth. And so the game depicts her as the only one lobbying to not live on a massive space station like the fucking Principality of Xenon, and instead be like normal. It's no wonder why she's the sole outright representative. Even brings the dog along for easy teleportation and meat for the cold times. Probably shouldn't put her on a team with Iceman then, and gameplay-wise that may not be much of a joke, since a quarter of her main power is also ice, and one beam is not doing what Bibby can. However, one thing she has over him is range and efficiency. See, whatever the most recent element she has used is, becomes the element of her normal projectile attacks, meaning that while Bobby brings powerful utility and all sorts of other stuff, she can still make herself the longest range ice user in the game. She can also do this with fire and wind. The only one she can't use by her own command is electricity, but these elements include one I haven't mentioned yet because I can only think of like 1 or 2 moves on the roster total with the rock element. I can't even tell you what it does, but she can aim and let off a massive spire of stone from the ground at any range, and thus can belt the enemies with stones. Even if there is a bunch of rock moves I missed, her ability to self-power up with it, as well as every other character, just means that she uses it the best by definition, along with every other useful power she can use. She's also got a tornado that can self-synergize the same way Star-Lord can. She's not as fast as Star-Lord about it, but the tornado and fire blast may as well invalidate speed with their size, with the ability to bestow all bestowable elements except for one, automatically self-synergize on both normal and special moves, and immense ranged power. Yeah, Crystal's a real winner here. For all my doubts, she truly feels inhuman, but like in a 3447 way, not a racist way. Congrats, Mrs. Amaquilin. Please don't kill me. Oh, also, the last 2 characters have, like, actual written themes that were done before this, so, hope you liked the original ones. When Captain America throws his mighty shield, all those who choose to oppose his shield must yield. If he's lead to a fight and a duel is due, then the red and the white and the blue will come through when Captain America throws his mighty shield.
Moon Knight may be my favorite superhero in general, but when it comes to playing as characters in games, I almost always pick Captain America. Something about this guy just does it for me. Like how Hawkeye does bow and arrow stuff, and that's why he doesn't speak to me much. But boomerangs? Man, talk about missed potential in games. Pure utility in Zelda, weak as fucking Terraria and Fortnite, a gimmick for 2000s platformers that never seem to die for some reason. The concept of a boomerang could be so good in games, but I have trouble ever seeing it work. Ironically, the most fun I get with a boomerang is the damn metal frisbee that Cap has. That said, they do always make sure his works properly in the game, so that's probably why that has that distinction. Either way, it's good to rely on. But even if I really only started playing as him just so I could get this thing I wanted really badly gameplay-wise, I've also found that I'm just kind of a big fan of Steve Rogers, Sam Wilson, really anyone but Nashland, who's been this hero's moniker. I'm fucking Canadian. America just threatened to make us into snowy Afghanistan a month ago at the time of writing. Maybe I just have a general want to illusion myself with colonialist apologia since it's not like my area's clean, but you'd think I'd move to Captain Canuck or something then. But the thing is, I did read a bit of Canuck years ago and closed the book when he asked if he could pause the briefing for a pre-mission prayer. What irked me about that isn't the religiosity, but that it's clear that this guy was an attempt to recreate Captain America's success just in red, white, and the void inside, but this was a very specific imprint of what the writers wanted to force Canada to be. They saw Cap as a propaganda piece alone and wanted to just roll everything into a clone character, and it doesn't work. It feels hacky because of it. Cap has more to him than just America. The American ideals he claims to stand for are truly universal ideas of humanity. In fact, they're almost least found in America. We'll get to that. Captain Canuck's ultimate issue is that he is not what Canada could stand for, not what Canada should stand for, but what the authors believed Canada already stands for and always must be. There's no striving with this character. I kinda hate him, honestly. In comparison, Cap's ideals are, well, nigh universal, honestly. Yeah, he associates them with being taught American ideals, even when those ideas have never honestly been what America has ever been about. But that's part of why Cap is a character that's easy to misunderstand. But even in addition to that, it's easy to misunderstand his misunderstanding, like some fucking 2014 Tumblr discourse Matryoshka doll. Like, most people know he's more about the ideals that America claimed to have wanted, regardless of if that was ever actually the point. It's sort of an idealist idea for him. He is the ultimate idealist in a way. If you crack open one of his books, you'll find commentary so overt and unsubtle, it feels like if Ben Garrison and Jack Chick did a fusion dance and then had some sense beaten into them violently. There's a reason no one defends Union Jack's pirate ass in comparison. You know that the current right-wing resurgence is some bullshit when the red, white, and black storyline went unnoticed in its time. Go read that, by the way. Cap's shift to full anarchist in the Ultimate Universe is absolutely not a shift in any way. This is what he already was for the longest time. He just didn't have laurels to rest on in that universe. This is a guy who, when written properly, would as soon burn the American flag than hold it up. But also, on the other hand, why isn't he nomad right now if that's the case? When's Steve gonna go back to that? Cause right now, it would be a great time to take those colors off since America has spent the last 10, 20, 50, 100, 250 years becoming so much like the great Satan explained in Al-Qaeda letters, you'd think they actually just wrote what they observed or something. And having a guy who does criticize America but still wears the flag is ultimately still propaganda no matter what you do right now. The idea that America as a society will create people like Steve Rogers, that his altruism, staunch belief in justice, forgiving yet firm use of power, and strong rebellious attitudes are some of the inherent results of being American, that he wouldn't have otherwise is an inherent message that is trying to sanitize America, whether it's intentional or not, whether they're good stories or not. That said, it doesn't have to be. The US hadn't joined World War II when he first hit the newsstands. In fact, they were leaning Nazi, heavily Nazi, to the point Marvel got threats for this character. He was the creation of pre-Zionist Jews who knew damn well how fucked the US could be and saw that threat across the pond as a corruptive force. Steve Rogers isn't just the living embodiment of some grand America rah-rah. He was initially confronting America, pointing its claims at them. You said this is what you want, so when's it happening? Was the idea. So what's my point? That, like how Cap likes the America that could exist, I like the Cap that might exist? Yes, actually. I genuinely think the best Captain America stories will never be written until America falls as a country. Because so long as the CIA is hiring writers for them, fuck Tom King, and the government says yes or no to publishing, we will never have the full fat, no safety net bashing of the fascistic 50 states he should be. It will only be till after that we can outright say Steve Rogers, Sam Wilson, etc. believed what was taught to them, but only jive with those because they were already like this and will remain like this and will fight against what they used to believe in the service of it. The red, white, and blue only means freedom when these men and women hold the shield that smashed its way out of it. Will we see what truly makes this man tick? He will one day not be an endorsement but a eulogy. Basically, I don't need Captain America, I just need the captain, because the captain can, and one day will be above that. Yes, this is sappy and wishful thinking and hyper-lib. Realistically, all his movies and comics will be burned and he'll be stricken from the record in the new regime. But the fact he has more than a 0% chance to avoid that is what I'm fixated on. The fact people didn't fuck with Cap the Commie Smasher to the point they retconned that era by having it be a different jingoistic fuck stealing the name says something about what he's actually like and what people see in him. As much as I love the idealistic characters of Superman and Goku, when it comes to the members of the This Guy Clears 12-year-old Boys Ultimate Heroes Club, Optimus Prime is my favorite because he is absolutely willing and trying to broker peace and minimize use of violence completely, but he's also assailed by absolute evil and scenarios he can't work through to a 100% satisfactory level. He's killed before, he's had to. The complaints over his Bayverse version weren't because he won't kill, it's that the moment even someone like Megatron surrenders, Prime will take that chance to end the conflict without taking another life. He wants to give as many people as possible the chance to make things right and to be able to do right. And to me, Cap is the same, if not in a worse situation, because Prime's only dealing with horrific space monsters looking to wipe out all life they deem inferior in the most vicious and evil ways possible, as they relish in their sickening hatred of the very concept of kindness. And Cap is trying to guide Americans. So, Prime's dealing with nicer, more reasonable people. But ultimately, it's not just all American do and say what you want and take as much as possible politico-religiosity when he talks freedom. He's talking freedom to help, freedom to make others free, freedom that derives from looking outside oneself. Yeah, he fights for the American dream, as in the dream he has for it, that he assumes is the same for others and thus believes in his stand as a challenge. A challenge to do better, one he wants to give you. But those dedicated not to do so, well, the guy fights Nazis, he can only afford to give so many chances. He's not perfect, of course, and Lord knows that this view of him is not the one other writers see in him, but in his main form, as he's primarily shown, the general concept of Captain America, this is what he is. And when he appears in games, he definitely holds that concept. Why? Because he's almost always a support character, or at least a character that is at his best as a team member. In MVC, he's pretty good in a
simple damage dealer, but his assists aren't great, so you need to build a team that helps him, and then suddenly it's fun as hell to use him. In Rivals, he can do anything. His shield lets him tank, which is his main role, but he has the mobility and defense to dive in and brawl with damage that's only okay but consistent enough to be respected, and with his ult, he can heal and sustain a push for his team. He is best used as the second or third piece of a citation. Back up your DPS, extend a heal ult, and then jump back to defending the line. But none of his abilities are the best individual form of these different roles. You need the specialists to beef up his ability. Lower ranks learn that shit. Hell, in the LEGO games, they find so many ridiculous locks for his shield to be the key for, it's crazy. And here it's no different. His shield is a held weapon, meaning it can take on the elemental properties of other characters' attacks for a boost to his own. But it also reflects stuff like lasers, so synergizing with Cyclops or someone like that lets him aim an amped up beam around using the shield that just doesn't move but still blocks essentially everything. His heavy attack is a shield throw where the boomerang starts coming in because the powered up special form knocks multiple enemies from great distance guaranteed with auto aim and spread damage. Also just a nice shield dash. Hits pretty good. But like Iceman, his real best strength is his team buff. But this time it's to the team's attack power. This is a man who has led teams of people all over the world and universe through every type of field you can think of and then some. Yeah, his serum sucks in comparison to later stuff and he is not nearly as powerful as most of his allies, but no one fucks with him and most people trust him, cause who else would they? Well, Cyclops, Luke Cage, Iron Man, and so on, but most of the time it's gonna be Cap. And yeah, obviously this is because they want to imply this is due to his Americanness, but it's not like they don't write him in a way that shows he has the chops regardless, and we don't see any other red, white, and blue characters standing up under pressure as much as he does literally most of the time. Cap is not like Superman, not because he doesn't show similar leadership abilities or because he will kill if forced, but the fact he is barely more than a standard man who's able to command loyalty from gods, metahumans, robots, and so on, that he knows who his allies are, what he can do for the world, and the fact he is the one who can boost the resolve and power of the full team is a perfect demonstration of who he is. His own power is great, but alone it's insufficient, but the way he can call upon others, boost them so they boost him, that is the fundamentals of a not America, but of Steve fucking Rogers, of Sam Wilson, of everyone else worthy of wearing this suit. It will be who they are beyond everything. Steve would hand that shield to a Belgian if they proved responsible. Probably wouldn't be as cool as Sam, though. The captain is an idea that is raised by more than the man in it, and way more than its nation of origin. This is a man who exists for a team, and this is a game built for team play. Of course he makes the most sense to be here. I'm not saluting him because that's cringe, but he is damn sick. Across the rainbow bridge of Asgard, where the booming heavens roar, you'll behold in breathless wonder the god of thunder, mighty Thor. You know, it's really odd. So many hard to talk about characters, so many daunting ideas and the establishment of issues and conceits, so each character makes sense both in my eyes and in the context of this game, weird gimmicks and odd decisions and so many other difficult factors to put together. Yet here we are at number 1, and for once, this isn't a hard one to explain. Thor is exactly what you'd expect him to be. I'd say to a fault, but there's no faults. He leaves nothing wanting. It's not that he has some insane, unique element or gameplay gimmick, he just does everything to an excellent level. Strong and well-defined gameplay, solidly depicted characteristics, and lots of attention offered to the adaptation of his concepts. Thor is unique among his peers on the original Avengers in the sense that he's a pre-existing existing character. To non-pagans, this is essentially like if the Justice League randomly had Huitzilopochtli on the team, or if Viltrum was visited by Sun Wukong, or like if one of the Musketeers was Jesus. Thor is a god out of Norse myth, a powerful being of thunder, like Zeus if he didn't need to lie to get bitches, or Raiden if he didn't pad his wins with child haggis. Indra, but just as badass. I have biases because I am none of these. This is a being known for immense strength, courage, control over the storms, and kinda being a bigger tool than his own hammer. Cause in myth, a bunch of his stories are essentially boiling down to him seeing nails everywhere or being told to act like it. Ragnarok hinges on him getting just a bit too battle happy. I haven't spent a lot of time studying Norse myth, I'll admit. I'm minoring in classics, that's Greek and Roman stuff. My area of study was also in the non-myth side of that. So my understanding of pre-Abrahamic mythology is as occasional as Poseidon's dick that slides past my vision when I'm looking at vases. So I need it to be understood that my love for Thor comics is primarily due to the generalized understanding of how he contrasts myth and what that means in the context of Marvel specifically. That said, I have learned a lot of things about Norse myth from reading these comics, so I know enough to get just how cool stuff like fighting one's way through essentially evil Valhalla is in this game, though. But the thing is that, barring the obvious religious and greater meaning of Thor as a mythic figure, which I don't want to undermine here, but also must sort of denigrate to an extent by comparing it to a story to what practitioners would probably see as fucked up rags, and I'm sorry for that. The concept of a god that is removed from his place, his mythical destiny, forced to toil among mortals for a time and returning a changed man is cool to me. Thor as he exists in Marvel, the one who was once Donald Blake, the one who takes orders from mortals for they've proven their mettle, the one who actively stands against much of his own father's will to go do what's right, what's just beyond all the policing of the Norse realms. This Thor stands as a challenge to the boastful Thor of myth. He is one that eventually overcame Jormungandr and lived, became king of Asgard, stopped the collapse of the World Tree, and so on. One who brings perhaps simplistic heroism to the endless complexity of Norse myth. The idea of this literally larger than you can imagine world that is literally tiered and segregated and harshly ruled, being brought into a new age and changed because its greatest hero met and fell in love with the simplicity of the human spirit. Marvel, with characters like the Fantastic Four and Spider-Man, became known for bringing a human element to superhero comics. They're held to a need to keep their relationships and lives along with their hero work. I remember once seeing a description that posited that DC, with its alien saviors, goddesses, and so on, is about gods becoming human. People born with immense power wanting to gain that social form we contain. While Marvel, with its science experiments and super soldiers and metal men, is about humans becoming gods, rising to the challenge of their lives and their duties. And to me, Thor is the epitome of this conceit, because he first became human and then rose to a god, even among other gods. His fate is changed by interacting with humanity. The thing Marvel sets as a baseline thematically is what makes Thor a truly different being. He can only exist like this in a reality written like that of Marvel Comics. And that's why I think he's underrated in the conversation of which hero truly demonstrates Marvel best. I get it, Spider-Man is Lord of the Rings and Iron Man is A Song of Ice and Fire, but Thor is Ringworld, and that deserves way more credit. At least read the Stevenson run before you write him off, at least. Or like the scene from that one cartoon where Thanos fucks up by aging him. You get a lot of this in that game. You get to see both sides of him in this game. His conversations, especially the one during Ultron's level, demonstrate a confident, powerful, yet supportive team player who knows not just what he can offer, but what everyone else can. But also in the penultimate section of the game, he shows his leadership skills. He will show in the future as king by intelligently leading us through Asgard and Hell. We see his less ass-sticky side by using a route he used to sneak around in, and his compassion with Loki. He gets a lot of good characterization here, more than most. You will not feel underserved as a Thor fan here, and that goes double for his gameplay. I've said a lot of characters hit like trucks today, but 4 hits like a truck pile up. This is a guy who matches Godzilla in the comics, and you'll feel it. His light attack is a heavy swing power-wise. His heavy is a projectile, and his abilities wreak havoc. They're fairly simple. A charge thrust attack, a projectile of lightning, an AoE swirl of Mjolnir, and just pumping joules upon joules of electricity into his opponents. The man puts so many joules into people they burst into rubies. Power him up with Cap, up his already good bulk of Iceman, give him extra element boosts on top of his being the main lightning user in the game, the most power-focused one by the way, and he'll be cleaving through hordes of enemies and bosses like nothing. You'll be counting the amount of hits needed to put even the hardest fights down on one hand like one fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish. I've run out of literature jokes. 4 feels like no one else in this game. His sheer detail and character work and the use of his abilities makes so many characters feel unfinished in comparison. Yet his ability to infuse weapons with thunders and his projectiles makes him still a team player. He carries everyone with him and makes them better. He's just a really big part of the team. He can do anything and does it well. A standout character for Marvel as a whole, and simply and effectively, the best character in Ultimate Alliance 3. So what have we learned? I mean, besides the fact that we wasted the trees killed to make these comics, I'm kidding. I think it's that Marvel is a world that is strongest in a space of cooperation. There's a reason Tokon is going to be 4v4 and Rivals works so well. Hell, Spider-Man's solo games still have Miles helping a lot. In Marvel, no one is stronger than when they are strong with others, also being strong with them. And Ultimate Alliance as a series is the finest way to show this in video game form. And to me, 3 is the most no-strings-attached adaptation of that world you can get right now. It is an adaptation that successfully brings up the idea of not any specific character, but of a world. It's a sightseeing tour and showcase, especially triumphant since this was showing right at the start of MCU loosening its grip. This is a reintroduction of Marvel to the world. So no, it's not a great Spider-Man simulator like PS4, or as flashy and characterful as an MVC. This is not an adaptation of a peculiar character, it is an adaptation of Marvel itself. The best characters can both be fun alone, but also add to teams. The worst ones cut out the ability to help or to be helped. Marvel is an overly mainstream shit show of a conglomerate, but it became that from the success it found telling powerful stories about what humanity brings to those who can rise above it. How important our base kindness is to making the most of one's abilities, and how one's want to do right, be it in the everyday or as a superhero, is worth developing. There is the Marvel taken over by Disney and siphoning our souls and our care, but there's also the Marvel that made Daredevil, that made Thor, Cable, Spider-Man, Cap, Elektra, and all the wonderful things we discussed today. I'll never march for Wall Street's bullshit. I'll never march for the cross. I'll never march for an army. But I'll march for the Merry Marvel Society any day given the chance. That was lame as fuck. Let's do Sonic next time. Oh, so you were just my intrusive thoughts the whole time. That kept coming up this whole way through. Yeah, how do you think I convinced you to do this shit in the first place? Like, seriously, the spirits? I'm just giving you bad ideas all the time. That's all you, man. Damn it.